Preface of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Preface. In these 10 volumes, the aim has been to present striking accounts of 10 great epochs in the history of the United States, from the landing of Columbus to the building of the Panama Canal. In large part, events composing each epoch are described by men who participated in them or were personal eyewitnesses of them. Columbus, for example, described his own first voyage. Washington, the defeat of Braddock. General Sam Houston, the Battle of San Jacinto. General Robert E. Lee, the capture of John Brown at Harper's Ferry. Murat Halstead, the nomination of Lincoln. Jefferson Davis, the evacuation of Richmond, and his own arrest in Georgia by federal troops. Mrs. James Chestnut, wife of the Confederate general. The firing on Fort Sumter. Edmund Clarence Stedman, the retreat from Bull Run. General James Longstreet, Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. General Sheridan, Sheridan's ride to Winchester. James G. Blaine, the funeral of Lincoln. Cyrus W. Field, the laying of the Atlantic Cable. Horace White, the Great Chicago Fire. William Jennings Bryan, the first Bryan campaign. Admiral Dewey, the Battle of Manila Bay, and Admiral Peary, the finding of the North Pole. These accounts are often supplemented by passages from the writings of historians and biographers, including George Bancroft, Washington Irving, Francis Parkman, Richard Hildreth, William E. H. Leckey, James Schuyler, and John Fiske, or from those of statesmen, journalists, and publicists, among them Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Thomas H. Benton, Robert Toombs, Horace Greeley, Bull Run Russell, Carl Schurz, and Theodore Roosevelt. The tables of contents prefixed to the several volumes or the index appended to the last will show how wide is the range of topics. The events described have been of vital and often of transcendent importance to this country and Europe. The writers will be found interesting as authorities and are often supremely competent, alike as authorities and writers. The work is believed to present American history in a form that will appeal to readers for its authenticity and its novelty. Francis W. Halsey. End of preface. Section 1 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 1. Introduction. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations. Schoolboys have been taught from their earliest years that Columbus discovered America. Few events in prehistoric times seem more probable now than that Columbus was not the first to discover it. The importance of his achievement over that of others lay in his own faith in his success, in his definiteness of purpose, and in the fact that he awakened in Europe an interest in the discovery that led to further explorations, disclosing a new continent and ending in permanent settlements. The earliest voyages to America, made probably from Asia, led to settlements, but they remained unknown ever afterward to all save the settlers themselves, while those from Europe led to settlements that were either soon abandoned or otherwise came to naught. Wandering Tatar, Chinese, Japanese, Malay, or Polynesian sailors who drifted intentionally or accidentally to the Pacific coast in some unrecorded and prehistoric past, and from whom the men we call our aborigines probably are descended, sent back to Asia no tidings of what they had found. Their discovery, insofar as it concerned the people of the Old World, remained as if it had never been. The hardy Northmen of the Viking Age, who, like John Smith, 600 years afterward, found in Winland a pleasant land to see, understood so little of the importance of what they found that, by the next century, their discovery had virtually been forgotten in all Scandinavia. It seems never to have become known anywhere else in Europe. Indeed, had the Northmen made it known to other Europeans, it is quite unlikely that any active interest would have been taken in it. Europe in the year 1000 was self-centered. She had troubles enough to absorb all her energies. Ambition for the expansion of her territory, for trade with peoples beyond the great waters, nowhere existed. Most European states were engaged in a grim struggle to hold what they had, to hold it from the aggressions of their neighbors, to hold it against the rising power of Islam. Columbus did not know he had discovered the continent we call America. He died in the belief that he had found unknown parts of Asia, that he had discovered a shorter and safer route for trade with the East, and that he had given new proof of the assertions made by astronomers that the earth is round. The men who immediately followed him, Vespucius and the Cabots, believed only that they had confirmed and extended his discovery. Cabot first found the mainland of North America, Vespucius the mainland of South America, but neither knew he had found a new continent. Each saw only coastlines, made landings, it is true, saw and conversed with natives, and Vespucius fought with natives, but of the existence of a new world, having continents comparable to Europe, Asia, or Africa, with an ocean on both sides of them, neither ever so much as dreamed. Under the splendid inspiration of Prince Henry the Navigator, an inspiration that remained potent throughout Portugal long after his death, Bartholomew Diaz, 5 years before Columbus, made his voyage to America, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, actually sailed into the Indian Ocean, and was pressing on toward India when his crew, from exhaustion, refused to go farther, and he was forced to return home. Vasco da Gama, 10 years later, 1497, following the route of Diaz, actually reached India and thus demonstrated that, instead of going overland by caravan, India could be reached by sailing around 2/3 of Africa. Spanish and Portuguese navigators, Columbus, da Gama, Diaz, alike sought a new and shorter route for trade with the Far East, one, moreover, that would not be molested by the advancing and aggressive Turks. Columbus believed, and so believed Spain and Portugal, that he had found a shorter route than the one Diaz and da Gama found. Disputes arose between the rival powers as to titles and benefits from the discoveries, and it was because of these that Pope Alexander VI issued his famous bull, dividing between the two all lands discovered by the navigators, an act which in our time has become a curious anomaly, since later proof of the existence of continents between the Atlantic and Pacific made the Pope's decree virtually a partitioning of all America between two favored countries as sole beneficiaries. Da Gama returned from India laden with Eastern treasure. Columbus returned from America poorer than when he sailed from the port of Palos. Columbus was believed to have found Asia, but he brought home, after several voyages, none of the wealth of Asia. Hence those fierce storms that beat about his head, leading to his imprisonment and to his death in Valladolid, a broken-hearted man. The Spanish explorers who in the next century followed Columbus came to America in pursuit of silver and gold. Rich stores had already been found by their countrymen in Mexico and the Peruvian Andes. In meetings with Indians farther north, wearing ornaments of gold, the new explorers became convinced that mineral wealth also existed in the lands now called the United States, and especially in the fabled 7 cities of Cibola in the Southwest. Out of this belief came the bold enterprises of Ponce de Leon, de Vaca, Coronado, and de Soto, while out of the Spanish successes in finding gold in America came the first known voyage into New York Harbor, that of Verrazano, the Italian in French service who was seeking Spanish vessels returning richly laden. Of the French and English explorers of later years, Cartier, Champlain, Marquette, Hudson, Drake, who came to Cape Breton, the St. Lawrence, Hudson, and Mississippi valleys, the California coast, the motives were different. These came to fish for cod, to explore the country, to plant the banners of the Sun King and Queen Bess over new territories, to convert the Indians, to find a Northwest Passage, that problem of the navigators which baffled them all until 1854, 362 years after the landing of Columbus, when an English ship under Sir Robert McClure sailed from Bering Sea to Davis Strait and thus proved that America, north and south, was an island. Spaniards, however, had dreamed of a Northwest Passage before any of these. When Magellan passed through the strait that bears his name, and his ship completed the first circumnavigation of the globe, men began first to see that America was no part of Asia. In further proof, they sought to find a passage into the Pacific from the north, as a complement to Magellan's passage from the south. Such an attempt was first made by the Spaniards under Vasquez de Ayllon, 4 years after the voyage of Magellan, that is, in 1524. Ayllon was hoping to find this passage when he put in at Hampton Roads, just as Hudson hoped to find it 85 years afterward, when he entered the harbor of New York. Hudson, who in a later voyage sought it once more in Hudson Bay and perished miserably there, set adrift in an open boat and abandoned by his own mutinous sailors. End of section 1. Section 2 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. By Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 2. Discoveries before Columbus. 1. The Men from Asia and from Norway. By Justin Winsor. There is not a race of Eastern Asia, Siberian, Tatar, Chinese, Japanese, Malay, with the Polynesians, which has not been claimed as discoverers, intending or accidental, of American shores, or as progenitors, more or less perfect or remote, of American peoples, and there is no good reason why any one of them may not have done all that is claimed. The historical evidence, however, is not such as is based on documentary proofs of indisputable character, and the recitals advanced are often far from precise enough to be convincing in details, if their general authenticity is allowed. Nevertheless, it is much more than barely probable that the ice of Bering Straits or the line of the Aleutian Islands was the pathway of successive immigrations, on occasions perhaps far apart or maybe near together, and there is hardly a stronger demonstration of such a connection between the two continents than the physical resemblances of the peoples now living on the opposite sides of the Pacific Ocean in these upper latitudes, with the similarity of the flora which environs them on either shore. It is quite as conceivable that the great northern current setting east athwart the Pacific should from time to time have carried along disabled vessels and stranded them on the shores of California and farther north, leading to the infusion of Asiatic blood among whatever there may have been antecedent or autochthonous in the coast peoples. It is certainly in this way possible that the Chinese or Japanese may have helped populate the western slopes of the American continent. There is no improbability even of the Malays of southeastern Asia extending step by step to the Polynesian islands, and among them and beyond them, till the shores of a new world finally receive the impress of their footsteps and of their ethnic characteristics. We may very likely recognize not proofs, but indications, along the shores of South America, that its original people constituted such a stock or were increased by it. As respects the possible early connections of America on the side of Europe, There is an equally extensive array of claims, and they have been set forth, first and last, with more persistency than effect. Leaving the Old World by the Northern Passage, Iceland lies at the threshold of America. It is nearer to Greenland than to Norway, and Greenland is but one of the large islands into which the Arctic currents divide the North American continent. Thither, to Iceland, if we identify the localities in Geoffrey of Monmouth, King Arthur sailed as early as the beginning of the 6th century, and overcame whatever inhabitants he may have found there. Here, too, an occasional wandering pirate or adventurous Dane had glimpsed the coast. Thither, among others, came the Irish, and in the 9th century we find Irish monks and a small colony of their countrymen in possession. Thither the Gulf Stream carries the southern driftwood, suggesting sunnier lands to whatever race had been allured or driven to its shelter. Here Columbus, when, as he tells us, he visited the island in 1477, found no ice. So that, if we may place reliance on the appreciable change of climate by the precession of the equinoxes 1,000 years ago and more, when the Norwegians crossed from Scandinavia and found these Christian Irish there, the island was not the forbidding spot that it seems with the lapse of centuries to be becoming. It was in A.D. 875 that Ingolf, a Jarl of Norway, came to Iceland with Norse settlers. They built their habitation at first where a pleasant headland seemed attractive, the present Ingolfshovdi, and later founded Reykjavik, where the signs directed them. For certain carved posts, which they had thrown overboard as they approached the island, were found to have drifted to that spot. The Christian Irish preferred to leave their asylum rather than consort with the newcomers, and so the island was left to be occupied by successive immigrations of the Norse, which their king could not prevent. In the end, and within half a century, a hardy little republic, as for a while it was, of near 70,000 inhabitants, was established almost under the Arctic Circle. The very next year, A.D. 876, after Ingolf had come to Iceland, a sea rover, Gunnbjorn, driven in his ship westerly, sighted a strange land, and the report that he made was not forgotten. 50 years later, more or less, for we must treat the dates of the Icelandic sagas with some reservation, we learn that a wind-tossed vessel was thrown upon a coast far away, which was called Iceland the Great. Then again, we read of a young Norwegian, Eric the Red, not apparently averse to a brawl, who killed his man in Norway and fled to Iceland, where he kept his dubious character. And again outraging the laws, he was sent into temporary banishment, this time in a ship which he fitted out for discovery, and so he sailed away in the direction of Gunnbjorn's land and found it. He whiled away 3 years on its coast, and as soon as he was allowed, ventured back with the tidings. While, to propitiate intending settlers, he said he had been to Greenland, and so the land got a sunny name. The next year, which seems to have been A.D. 985, he started on his return with 35 ships, but only 14 of them reached the land. Whenever there was a habitable fjord, a settlement grew up, and the stream of immigrants was for a while constant and considerable. Just at the end of the century, A.D. 999, Leif, a son of Eric, sailed back to Norway and found the country in the early fervor of a new religion. For King Olaf Tryggvason had embraced Christianity and was imposing it on his people. Leif accepted the new faith, and a priest was assigned to him to take back to Greenland, and thus Christianity was introduced into Arctic America. So they began to build churches in Greenland, the considerable ruins of which stands to this day. The winning of Iceland to the church was accomplished at the same time. In the next year, after the second voyage of Eric the Red, one of the ships which were sailing from Iceland to the new settlement was driven far off her course, according to the sagas, and Bjarni Herjolfsson, who commanded the vessel, reported that he had come upon a land, away to the southwest, where the coast country was level, and he added that when he turned north, it took him 9 days to reach Greenland. 14 years later than this voyage of Bjarni, which was said to have been in AD 986, that is, in the year 1000 or thereabouts, Leif, the same who had brought the Christian priest to Greenland, taking with him 35 companions, sailed from Greenland in quest of the land seen by Bjarni, which Leif first found, where a barren shore stretched back to ice-covered mountains, and because of the stones there, he called the region Helgeland. Proceeding farther south, he found a sandy shore with a level forest country back of it, and because of the woods it was named Markland. 2 days later they came upon another land, and tasting the dew upon the grass, they found it sweet. Farther south and westerly they went, and going up a river, came into an expanse of water, where on the shores they built huts to lodge in for the winter, and sent out exploring parties. In one of these, Tyrker, a native of a part of Europe where grapes grew, found vines hung with their fruit, which induced Leif to call the country Winland. Attempts have been made to identify these various regions by the inexact accounts of the direction of their sailing, by the very general descriptions of the country, by the number of days occupied in going from one point to another, with the uncertainty if the ship sailed at night, and by the length of the shortest day in Winland. The last a statement that might help us, if it could be interpreted with a reasonable concurrence of opinion, and if it were not confused with other inexplicable statements. The next year Leif's brother, Thorwald, went to Winland with a single ship, and passed 3 winters there, making explorations meanwhile south and north. Thorfinn Karlsefni, arriving in Greenland in AD 1006, married a courageous widow named Gudrid, who induced him to sail with his ships to Winland and make there a permanent settlement, taking with him livestock and other necessities for colonization. Their first winter in the place was a severe one, but Gudrid gave birth to a son, Snor, from whom it is claimed Thorwaldsen, the Danish sculptor, was descended. The next season they removed to the spot where Leif had wintered and called the bay Hop. Having spent a 3rd winter in the country, Karlsefni, with a part of the colony, returned to Greenland. The saga then goes on to say that trading voyages to the settlement which had been formed by Karlsefni now became frequent, and that the chief lading of the return voyages was timber, which was much needed in Greenland. A bishop of Greenland, Erik Upsey, is also said to have gone to Winland in AD 1121. In 1347, the last ship of which we have any record in these sagas went to Winland after timber. After this, all is oblivion. There are in all these narratives many details beyond this outline, and those who have sought to identify localities have made the most they could of the mention of a rock here or a bluff there, of an island where they killed a bear, of others where they found eggs, of a headland where they buried a leader who had been killed, of a cape shaped like a keel, of broad-faced natives who offered furs for red cloths, of beaches where they hauled up their ships, and of tides that were strong. But the more these details are scanned in the different sagas, the more they confuse the investigator, and the more successive relators try to enlighten us, the more our doubts are strengthened, till we end with the conviction that all attempts at consistent unravelment leave nothing but a vague sense of something somewhere done. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 3. Discoveries before Columbus, 2. How the Norwegians came to Winland, 1000 A.D. Leif invited his father Erik to become the leader of the expedition, but Erik declined, saying that he was then stricken in years, and adding that he was less able to endure the exposure of sea life than he had been. Leif replied that he would nevertheless be the one who would be most apt to bring good luck, and Eric yielded to Leif's solicitation and rode from home when they were ready to sail. They put the ship in order, and when they were ready they sailed out to sea, and found first that land which Bjarni and his shipmates found last. They sailed up to the land and cast anchor, and launched a boat and went ashore, and saw no grass there. Great ice mountains lay inland back from the sea, and it was as a table-land of flat rock all the way from the sea to the ice mountains, and the country seemed to them to be entirely devoid of good qualities. Then said Leif, "It has not come to pass with us in regard to this land as with Bjarni, that we have not gone upon it. To this country I will now give a name, and call it Helluland." They returned to the ship, put out to sea, and found a second land. They sailed again to the land, and came to anchor, and launched the boat, and went ashore. This was a level wooded land, and there were broad stretches of white sand where they went, and the land was level by the sea. Then said Leif, "This land shall have a name after its nature, and we will call it Markland." They returned to the ship forthwith and sailed away upon the main with northeast winds, and were out 2 dögr before they sighted land. They sailed toward this land, and came to an island which lay to the northward off the land. There they went ashore and looked about them, the weather being fine, and they observed that there was dew upon the grass, and it so happened that they touched the dew with their hands, and touched their hands to their mouths, and it seemed to them that they had never before tasted anything so sweet as this. A cargo sufficient for the ship was cut, and when the spring came, they made their ship ready and sailed away, and from its products Leif gave the land a name, and called it Wineland. They sailed out to sea, and had fair winds until they sighted Greenland, and the fells below the glaciers. Then one of the men spoke up and said, "Why do you steer the ship so much into the wind?" Leif answers, "I have my mind upon my steering, but on other matters as well. Do ye not see anything out of the common?" They replied that they saw nothing strange. "I do not know," says Leif, "whether it is a ship or a skerry that I see." Now they saw it, and said that it must be a skerry, but he was so much keener of sight than they that he was able to discern men upon the skerry. "I think it best to tack," says Leif, "so that we may draw near to them, that we may be able to render them assistance if they should stand in need of it, and if they should not be peaceable disposed, we shall still have better command of the situation than they." They approached the skerry, and lowering their sail, cast anchor and launched a second small boat which they had brought with them. Tyrker inquired who was the leader of the party. He replied that his name was Thori, and that he was a Norseman. "But what is thy name?" Leif gave his name. "Art thou a son of Eric the Red of Brattahlid?" says he. Leif responded that he was. "It is now my wish," says Leif, "to take you all into my ship, and likewise so much of your possessions as the ship will hold." This offer was accepted, and with their ship thus laden, they held away to Ericsfirth, and sailed until they arrived at Brattahlid. Having discharged the cargo, Leif invited Thori with his wife Gudrid and 3 others to make their home with him, and procured quarters for the other members of the crew, both for his own and Thori's men. Leif rescued 15 persons from the skerry. He was afterward called Leif the Lucky. Leif had now a goodly store both of property and honour. There was serious illness that winter in Thori's party, and Thori and a great number of his people died. Eric the Red also died that winter. There was now much talk about Leif's Wineland journey, and his brother Thorvald held that the country had not been sufficiently explored. Thereupon Leif said to Thorvald, "If it be thy will, brother, thou mayest go to Winland with my ship, but I wish the ship first to fetch the wood which Thori had upon the skerry." And so it was done. Now Thorvald, with the advice of his brother Leif, prepared to make this voyage with 30 men. They put their ship in order and sailed out to sea, and there is no account of their voyage before their arrival at Leif's booths in Winland. They laid up their ship there, and remained there quietly during the winter, supplying themselves with food by fishing. In the spring, however, Thorvald said that they should put their ship in order, and that a few men should take the after-boat and proceed along the western coast, and explore the region thereabouts during the summer. They found it a fair, well-wooded country. It was but a short distance from the woods to the sea, and there were white sands, as well as great numbers of islands and shallows. They found neither dwelling of man nor lair of beast, but in one of the westerly islands they found a wooden building for the shelter of grain. They found no other trace of human handiwork, and they turned back and arrived at Leif's booths in the autumn. The following summer Thorvald set out toward the east with the ship and along the northern coast. They were met by a high wind off a certain promontory, and were driven ashore there, and damaged the keel of their ship, and were compelled to remain there for a long time and repair the injury to their vessel. Then said Thorvald to his companions, "I propose that we raise the keel upon this cape, and call it Keelness." And so they did. Then they sailed away to the eastward off the land and into the mouth of the adjoining firth and to a headland, which projected into the sea there, and which was entirely covered with woods. They found an anchorage for their ship, and put out the gangway to the land, and Thorvald and all of his companions went ashore. "It is a fair region here," said he, "and here I should like to make my home." They then returned to the ship, and discovered on the sands, in beyond the headland, 3 mounds. They went up to these, and saw that they were 3 skin canoes with 3 men under each. They thereupon divided their party, and succeeded in seizing all the men but one, who escaped with his canoe. They killed the 8 men, and then ascended the headland again, and looked about them, and discovered within the firth certain hillocks, which they concluded must be habitations. They were then so overpowered with sleep that they could not keep awake, and all fell into a heavy slumber, from which they were awakened by the sound of a cry uttered above them, and the words of the cry were these: "Awake, Thorvald, thou and all thy company, if thou wouldst save thy life, and board thy ship with all thy men, and sail with all speed from the land." A countless number of skin canoes then advanced toward them from the inner part of the firth, whereupon Thorvald exclaimed, "We must put out the war-boards on both sides of the ship, and defend ourselves to the best of our ability, but offer little attack." This they did, and the Skrellings, after they had shot at them for a time, fled precipitately, each as best he could. Thorvald then inquired of his men whether any of them had been wounded, and they informed him that no one of them had received a wound. "I have been wounded in my armpit," says he. "An arrow flew in between the gunwale and the shield below my arm. Here is the shaft, and it will bring me to my end. I counsel you now to retrace your way with the utmost speed, but me ye shall convey to that headland which seemed to me to offer so pleasant a dwelling place. Thus it may be fulfilled that the truth sprang to my lips when I expressed the wish to abide there for a time. Ye shall bury me there, and place a cross at my head, and another at my feet, and call it Crossness forever after." At that time Christianity had obtained in Greenland. Eric the Red died, however, before the introduction of Christianity. Thorvald died, and when they had carried out his injunctions, they took their departure and rejoined their companions, and they told each other of the experiences which had befallen them. They remained there during the winter, and gathered grapes and wood with which to freight the ship. In the following spring they returned to Greenland, and arrived with their ship in Ericsfirth, where they were able to recount great tidings to Leif. There was now much talk anew about a Winland voyage, for this was reckoned both a profitable and an honourable enterprise. The same summer that Karlsefni arrived from Winland, a ship from Norway arrived in Greenland. This ship was commanded by two brothers, Helgi and Finnbogi, who passed the winter in Greenland. They were descended from an Icelandic family of the East Firths. It is now to be added that Freydis, Eric's daughter, set out from her home at Gardar, and waited upon the brothers Helgi and Finnbogi, and invited them to sail with their vessel to Winland, and to share with her equally all of the good things which they might succeed in obtaining there. To this they agreed, and she departed thence to visit her brother Leif, and ask him to give her the house which he had caused to be erected in Winland, but he made her the same answer as that which he had given Karlsefni, saying that he would lend the house, but not give it. It was stipulated between Karlsefni and Freydis that each should have on shipboard 30 able-bodied men besides the women. But Freydis immediately violated this compact by concealing 5 men more than this number, and this the brothers did not discover before they arrived in Winland. They now put out to sea, having agreed beforehand that they would sail in company if possible, and although they were not far apart from each other, the brothers arrived somewhat in advance and carried their belongings up to Leif's house. End of Section 3. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 4 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 4. Discoveries before Columbus. 3. The first child of European race born in America, about 1000 A.D. One summer a ship came from Norway to Greenland. The skipper's name was Thorfinn Karlsefni, and he was the son of Thord, called Horsehead, and a grandson of Snorri. Thorfinn Karlsefni, who was a very wealthy man, passed the winter there in Greenland with Leif Erikson. He very soon set his heart upon a maiden called Gudrid, and sought her hand in marriage. That same winter a new discussion arose concerning a Winland voyage. The people urged Karlsefni to make the bold venture, so he determined to undertake the voyage, and gathered a company of 60 men and 5 women. He entered into an agreement with his shipmates that they should each share equally in all the spoils. They took with them all kinds of cattle, as they intended to settle the country if they could. Karlsefni asked Leif for his house in Winland. Leif replied that he would lend it, but not give it. They sailed out to sea with the ship, and arrived safe and sound at Leif's booths, and carried their hammocks ashore there. They were soon provided with an abundant supply of food, for a whale of good size and quality was driven ashore, and they secured it. Their cattle were turned out upon the land. Karlsefni ordered trees to be felled, for he needed timber wherewith to load his ships. They gathered some of all the products of the land, grapes, all kinds of game, fish, and other good things. In the summer after the first winter, the Skrellings were discovered. A great throng of men came forth from the woods. The cattle were close by, and the bull began to bellow and roar with a great noise. At this the Skrellings were frightened and ran away with their packs, wherein were grey furs, sables, and all kinds of skins. They fled toward Karlsefni's dwelling and tried to get into the house, but Karlsefni caused the doors to be defended. Neither people could understand the other's language. The Skrellings put down their packs, then opened them and offered their wares in exchange for weapons, but Karlsefni forbade his men to sell their weapons. He bade the women to carry out milk to the Skrellings. As soon as these people had tasted the milk, they wanted to buy it and nothing else. Now, it is to be told that Karlsefni caused a strong wooden palisade to be constructed and set up around the house. It was at this time that a baby boy was born to Gudrid and Karlsefni, and he was called Snorri. In the early part of the second winter, the Skrellings came to them again in greater numbers than before, and brought with them the same kind of wares to exchange. Then said Karlsefni to the women, "Do ye carry out now the same thing which proved so profitable before, and nothing else." The Skrellings seemed contented at first, but soon after, while Gudrid was sitting in the doorway beside the cradle of her infant son Snorri, she heard a great crash made by one of the Skrellings who had tried to seize a man's weapons. One of Karlsefni's followers killed him for it. "Now we must needs take counsel together," said Karlsefni, "for I believe they will visit us a third time in greater numbers. Let us now adopt this plan. When the tribe approaches from the forest, 10 of our number shall go out upon the cape in front of our houses and show themselves there, while the remainder of our company shall go into the woods back of our houses and hew a clearing for our cattle. Then we will take our bull and let him go in advance of us to meet the enemy." The next time the Skrellings came, they found Karlsefni's men ready and fled helter-skelter into the woods. Karlsefni and his party remained there throughout the winter, but in the spring Karlsefni announced that he did not intend to remain there longer, for he wished to return with his wife and son to Greenland. They now made ready for the voyage, and carried away with them much in vines and grapes and skins. End of section 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 5 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. By Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 5. Discoveries before Columbus. 4. Other Pre-Columbian Voyages by Henry Wheaton. No subsequent traces of the Norman colony in America are to be found until the year 1059, when it is said that an Irish or Saxon priest named John or John, who had preached for some time as a missionary in Iceland, went to Winland for the purpose of converting the colonists to Christianity, where he was murdered by the heathens. A bishop of Greenland named Eric, afterward, A.D. 1121, undertook the same voyage for the same purpose, but with what success is uncertain. The authenticity of the Icelandic accounts of the discovery and settlement of Winland were recognized in Denmark shortly after this period by King Svend Estrithson, or Sweno II, in a conversation which Adam of Bremen had with this monarch. But no further mention is made of them in the national annals, and it may appear doubtful what degree of credit is due to the relations of the Venetian navigators, the two brothers Zeni, who are said to have sailed in the latter part of the 14th century, in the service of a Norman prince of the Orcades to the coasts of New England, Carolina, and even Mexico, or at least to have collected authentic accounts of voyages as far west and south as these countries. The land discovered and peopled by the Norwegians is called by Antonio Zeni Estotoland, and he states, among other particulars, that the princes of the country still had in their possession Latin books, which they did not understand, and which were probably those left by the bishop Eric during his mission. Supposing these latter discoveries to be authentic, they could hardly have escaped the attention of Columbus, who had himself navigated in the Arctic seas, but whose mind dwelt with such intense fondness upon his favorite idea of finding a passage to the East Indies across the Western Ocean, that he might have neglected these indications of the existence of another continent in the direction pursued by the Venetian adventurers. At all events, there is not the slightest reason to believe that the illustrious Genoese was acquainted with the discovery of North America by the Normans 5 centuries before his time, however well authenticated that fact now appears to be by the Icelandic records to which we have referred. The colony established by them probably perished in the same manner with the ancient establishments in Greenland. Some faint traces of its existence may perhaps be found in the relations of the Jesuit missionaries respecting a native tribe in the district of Gaspe, at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, who are said to have attained a certain degree of civilization, to have worshipped the sun and observed the position of the stars. Others revered the symbol of the cross before the arrival of the French missionaries, which, according to their tradition, had been taught them by a venerable person who cured by this means a terrible epidemic which raged among them. End of section 5. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 6 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma Martinez. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 6. The Discovery by Columbus, 1492, Part 1, as described by Washington Irving. It was early in the morning of Friday, the 3rd of August, 1492, that Columbus set sail from the bar of Saltes, a small island formed by the rivers Odiel and Tinto in front of Palos, steering for the Canary Islands, from whence he intended to strike due west. As a guide by which to sail, he had the conjectural map or chart sent him by Paolo Toscanelli of Florence. In this, it is supposed, the coasts of Europe and Africa, from the south of Ireland to the end of Guinea, were delineated as immediately opposite to the extremity of Asia, while the great island of Cipango, described by Marco Polo, lay between them, 1,500 miles from the Asiatic coast. At this island Columbus expected first to arrive. On losing sight of this last trace of land, the hearts of the crews failed them, for they seemed to have taken leave of the world. Behind them was everything dear to the heart of man, country, family, friends, life itself. Before them everything was chaos, mystery, and peril. In the perturbation of the moment they despaired of evermore seeing their homes. Many of the ragged seamen shed tears, and some broke into loud lamentations. Columbus tried in every way to soothe their distress, describing the splendid countries to which he expected to conduct them, promising them land, riches, and everything that could arouse their cupidity or inflame their imaginations. Nor were these promises made for purposes of deception, for he certainly believed he should realize them all. He now gave orders to the commanders of the other vessels, in case they should be separated by any accident, to continue directly westward, but that, after sailing 700 leagues, they should lay by from midnight until daylight, as at about that distance he confidently expected to find land. Foreseeing that the vague terrors already awakened among the seamen would increase with the space which intervened between them and their homes, he commenced a stratagem which he continued throughout the voyage. This was to keep two reckonings, one private, in which the true way of the ship was noted, and which he retained in secret for his own government, the other public for general inspection, in which a number of leagues was daily subtracted from the sailing of the ships, so as to keep the crews in ignorance of the real distance they had advanced. On the 13th of September, in the evening, Columbus for the first time noticed the variation of the needle, a phenomenon which had never before been remarked. He at first made no mention of it, lest his people should be alarmed, but it soon attracted the attention of the pilots and filled them with consternation. It seemed as if the very laws of nature were changing as they advanced, and that they were entering another world, subject to unknown influences. They apprehended that the compass was about to lose its mysterious virtues, and without this guide, what was to become of them in a vast and trackless ocean? Columbus tasked his science and ingenuity for reasons with which to allay their terrors. He told them that the direction of the needle was not to the polar star, but to some fixed and invisible point. The variation, therefore, was not caused by any fallacy in the compass, but by the movement of the North Star itself, which, like the other heavenly bodies, had its changes and revolutions, and every day described a circle round the pole. The high opinion they entertained of Columbus as a profound astronomer gave weight to his theory, and their alarm subsided. They had now arrived within the influence of the trade wind, which, following the sun, blows steadily from east to west between the tropics, and sweeps over a few adjoining degrees of the ocean. With this propitious breeze directly aft, they were wafted gently but speedily over a tranquil sea, so that for many days they did not shift a sail. Columbus, in his journal, perpetually recurs to the bland and temperate serenity of the weather, and compares the pure and balmy mornings to those of April in Andalusia, observing that the song of the nightingale was alone wanting to complete the illusion. They now began to see large patches of herbs and weeds, all drifting from the west. Some were such as grow about rocks or in rivers, and as green as if recently washed from the land. On one of the patches was a live crab. They saw also a white tropical bird of a kind which never sleeps upon the sea, and tunny fish played about the ships. Columbus now supposed himself arrived in the weedy sea described by Aristotle, into which certain ships of Cadiz had been driven by an impetuous east wind. As he advanced, there were various other signs that gave great animation to the cruise. Many birds were seen flying from the west. There was a cloudiness in the north, such as often hangs over land, and at sunset the imagination of the seamen, aided by their desires, would shape those clouds into distant islands. Everyone was eager to be the first to behold and announce the wished-for shore, for the sovereigns had promised a pension of 30 crowns to whomever should first discover land. Columbus sounded occasionally with a line of 200 fathoms, but found no bottom. Martin Alonso Pinzon, as well as others of his officers and many of the seamen, were often solicitous for Columbus to alter his course and steer in the direction of these favorable signs, but he persevered in steering to the westward, trusting that by keeping in one steady direction he should reach the coast of India, even if he should miss the intervening islands, and might then seek them on his return. The situation of Columbus was daily becoming more and more critical. The impatience of the seamen arose to absolute mutiny. They gathered together in the retired parts of the ships, at first in little knots of 2 and 3, which gradually increased and became formidable, joining in murmurs and menaces against the admiral. They exclaimed against him as an ambitious desperado who in a mad fantasy had determined to do something extravagant to render himself notorious. What obligation bound them to persist, or when were the terms of their agreement to be considered as fulfilled? They had already penetrated into seas untraversed by a sail, and where man had never before adventured. Were they to sail on until they perished, or until all return with their frail ships became impossible? Who would blame them should they consult their safety and return? The admiral was a foreigner, a man without friends or influence. His scheme had been condemned by the learned as idle and visionary, and discountenanced by people of all ranks. There was, therefore, no party on his side, but rather a large number who would be gratified by his failure. Such are some of the reasonings by which these men prepared themselves for open rebellion. Some even proposed, as an effectual mode of silencing all after complaints of the admiral, that they should throw him into the sea and give out that he had fallen overboard while contemplating the stars and signs of the heavens with his astronomical instruments. Columbus was not ignorant of these secret cabals, but he kept a serene and steady countenance, soothing some with gentle words, stimulating the pride or the avarice of others, and openly menacing the most refractory with punishment. New hopes diverted them for a time. On the 25th of September, Martin Pinzon mounted on the stern of his vessel and shouted, "Land, land! Señor, I claim the reward!" There was indeed such an appearance of land in the southwest that Columbus threw himself upon his knees and returned thanks to God, and all the crews joined in chanting Gloria in Excelsis. The ships altered their course and stood all night to the southwest, but the morning light put an end to all their hopes as to a dream. The fancied land proved to be nothing but an evening cloud, and had vanished in the night. He was now at open defiance with his crew, and his situation would have been desperate, but fortunately the manifestations of land on the following day were such as no longer to admit of doubt. A green fish, such as keeps about rocks, swam by the ships, and a branch of thorn with berries on it floated by. They picked up also a reed, a small board, and above all a staff artificially carved. All gloom and murmuring was now at an end, and throughout the day each one was on the watch for the long-sought land. They continued on their course until 2 in the morning, when a gun from the Pinto gave the joyful signal of land. It was first discovered by a mariner named Rodriguez Bermejo, resident of Triana, a suburb of Seville, but native of Alcalá de la Guadaira. But the reward was afterward adjudged to the admiral for having previously perceived the light. The land was now clearly seen about 2 leagues distant, whereupon they took in sail and laid to, waiting impatiently for the dawn. When the day dawned, Columbus saw before him a level and beautiful island, several leagues in extent, of great freshness and verdure, and covered with trees like a continual orchard. Though everything appeared in the wild luxuriance of untamed nature, yet the island was evidently populous, for the inhabitants were seen issuing from the woods and running from all parts to the shore. They were all perfectly naked, and from their attitudes and gestures appeared lost in astonishment at the sight of the ships. Columbus made signal to cast anchor and to man the boats. He entered his own boat, richly attired in scarlet and bearing the royal standard. Martin Alonso Pinzon and Vicente Yanez, the brother, likewise put off in their boats, each bearing the banner of the enterprise, emblazoned with a green cross, having on each side the letters F and Y, surmounted by crowns, with the Spanish initials of the Castilian monarchs, Fernando and Isabel. As they approached the shores, they were delighted by the beauty and grandeur of the forests, the variety of unknown fruits on the trees which overhung the shores, the purity and suavity of the atmosphere, and the crystal transparency of the seas which bathed these islands. On landing, Columbus threw himself upon his knees, kissed the earth, and returned thanks to God with tears of joy. His example was followed by his companions, whose breasts indeed were full to overflowing. Columbus, then rising, drew his sword, displayed the royal standard, and took possession in the names of the Castilian sovereigns, giving the island the name of San Salvador. He then called upon all present to take the oath of obedience to him as admiral and viceroy and representative of the sovereigns. His followers now burst forth into the most extravagant transports. They thronged around him, some embracing him, others kissing his hands. Those who had been most mutinous and turbulent during the voyage were now most devoted and enthusiastic. Some begged favors of him, as of a man who had already wealth and honors in his gift. Many abject spirits who had outraged him by their insolence now crouched at his feet, begging his forgiveness and offering for the future the blindest obedience to his commands. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fazio. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 7. The Discovery by Columbus, 1492. 2. As described by Columbus himself. As I know that it will afford you pleasure that I have brought my undertaking to a successful result, I have determined to write you this letter to inform you of everything that has been done and discovered in this voyage of mine. On the 33rd day after leaving Cadiz, I came into the Indian Sea, where I discovered many islands inhabited by numerous people. I took possession of all of them for our most fortunate king by making public proclamation and unfurling his standard, no one making any resistance. To the first of them I have given the name of our blessed Savior, trusting in whose aid I had reached this and all the rest. But the Indians call it Guanahani. To each of the others also I gave a new name, ordering one to be called Sancta Maria di Concepcion, another Fernandina, another Isabella, another Joanna, and so with all the rest. As soon as we reached the island which I have just said was called Johanna, I sailed along its coast some considerable distance toward the west, and found it to be so large, without any apparent end, that I believed it was not an island, but a continent, a province of Cathay. But I saw neither towns nor cities lying on the seaboard, only some villages and country farms, with whose inhabitants I could not get speech, because they fled as soon as they beheld us. I continued on, supposing I should come to city or country houses. At last, finding that no further discoveries rewarded our progress, and that this course was leading us toward the north, which I was desirous of avoiding, as it was now winter in these regions, and it had always been my intention to proceed southward, and the winds also were favorable to such desires, I concluded not to attempt any other adventures. So, turning back, I came again to a certain harbor, which I had remarked. From there I sent 2 of our men into the country to learn whether there was any king or cities in that land. They journeyed for 3 days, and found innumerable people and habitations, but small and having no fixed government, on which account they returned. Meanwhile, I had learned from some Indians whom I had seized at this place, that this country was really an island. Consequently, I continued along toward the east, as much as 322 miles, always hugging the shore, where was the very extremity of the island. From there, I saw another island to the eastwards, distant 54 miles from this Johanna, which I named Hispana, and proceeded to it, and directed my course for 564 miles east by north, as it were, just as I had done at Johanna. The island called Johanna, as well as the others in its neighborhood, is exceedingly fertile. It has numerous harbors on all sides, very safe and wide, above comparison with any I have ever seen. Through it flow many very broad and health-giving rivers, and there are in it numerous very lofty mountains. All these islands are very beautiful, and of quite different shapes, easy to be traversed, and full of the greatest variety of trees reaching to the stars. I think these never lose their leaves, as I saw them looking as green and lovely as they are wont to be in the month of May in Spain. Some of them were in leaf, and some in fruit, each flourishing in the condition its nature required. The nightingale was singing, and various other little birds, when I was rambling among them in the month of November. There are also in the island called Johanna 7 or 8 kinds of palms, which as readily surpass ours in height and beauty as do all the other trees, herbs, and fruits. There are also wonderful pine woods, fields, and extensive meadows, birds of various kinds, and honey, and all the different metals except iron. In the island, which I have said before was called Hispana, there are very lofty and beautiful mountains, green farms, groves, and fields, most fertile both for cultivation and for pasturage, and well adapted for constructing buildings. The convenience of the harbors in this island, and the excellence of the rivers, in volume and salubrity, surpass human belief, unless one should see them. In it, the trees, pasture lands, and fruits differ much from those of Johanna. Besides, this Hispana abounds in various kinds of spices, gold, and metals. The inhabitants of both sexes of this and of all the other islands I have seen, or of which I have any knowledge, always go as naked as they came into the world, except that some of the women cover parts of their bodies with leaves or branches, or a veil of cotton, which they prepare themselves for this purpose. They are all, as I said before, unprovided with any sort of iron, and they are destitute of arms, which are entirely unknown to them, and for which they are not adapted, not on account of any bodily deformity, for they are well made, but because they are timid and full of terror. They carry, however, canes dried in the sun in place of weapons, upon whose roots they fix a wooden shaft, dried and sharpened to a point. But they never dare to make use of these, for it has often happened, when I have sent 2 or 3 of my men to some of their villages to speak with the inhabitants, that a crowd of Indians has sallied forth, but, when they saw our men approaching, they speedily took to flight, parents abandoning their children, and children their parents. This happened not because any loss or injury had been inflicted upon any of them. On the contrary, I gave whatever I had, cloth and many other things, to whomsoever I approached, or with whom I could get speech, without any return being made to me. But they are by nature fearful and timid. But, when they see that they are safe, and all fear is banished, they are very guileless and honest, and very liberal of all they have. No one refuses the asker anything that he possesses. On the contrary, they themselves invite us to ask for it. They manifest the greatest affection toward all of us, exchanging valuable things for trifles, content with the very least thing or nothing at all. But I forbade giving them a very trifling thing and of no value, such as bits of plates, dishes, or glass, also nails and straps, although it seemed to them, if they could get such, that they had acquired the most beautiful jewels in the world. For it chanced that a sailor received for a single strap as much weight of gold as 3 gold solidi, and so others for other things of less price, especially for new blancas, and for some gold coins, for which they gave whatever the seller asked. For instance, 1.5 ounces or 2 ounces of gold, or 30 or 40 pounds of cotton, with which they were already familiar. So, too, for pieces of hoops, jugs, jars, and pots, they bartered cotton and gold like beasts. This I forbade, because it was plainly unjust, and I gave them many beautiful and pleasing things, which I had brought with me, for no return whatever, in order to win their affection, and that they might become Christians, and inclined to love our king and queen and princes and all the people of Spain, and that they might be eager to search for and gather and give to us what they abound in and we greatly need. They do not practice idolatry. On the contrary, they believe that all strength, all power, In short, all blessings are from heaven, and that I have come down from there with these ships and sailors, and in this spirit was I received everywhere, after they have got over their fear. They are neither lazy nor awkward, but, on the contrary, are of an excellent and acute understanding. Those who have sailed these seas give excellent accounts of everything, but they have never seen men wearing clothes, or ships like ours. As soon as I had come into the sea, I took by force some Indians from the first island, in order that they might learn from us, and at the same time tell us what they knew about affairs in these regions. This succeeded admirably, for in a short time we understood them and they us, both by gesture and signs and words, and they were of great service to us. They are coming now with me, and have always believed that I have come from heaven, notwithstanding the long time they have been, and still remain, with us. They were the first who told us this wherever we went, one calling to another with a loud voice, "Come, come, you will see men from heaven." Whereupon both women and men, children and adults, young and old, laying aside the fear they had felt a little before, flocked eagerly to see us, a great crowd thronging about our steps, some bringing food, and others drink, with greatest love and incredible goodwill. I have told already how I sailed in a straight course along the island of Johanna from west to east 322 miles. From this voyage and the extent of my journeyings I can say that this Johanna is larger than England and Scotland together. For beyond the aforesaid 322 miles, in that portion which looks towards the west, there are two more provinces, which I did not visit. One of them the Indians call Annan, and its inhabitants are born with tails. These provinces extend 180 miles, as I learned from the Indians, whom I am bringing with me, and who are well acquainted with all these islands. Although these matters are very wonderful and unheard of, they would have been much more so if the ships to a reasonable amount had been furnished me. But what has been accomplished is great and wonderful, and not at all proportionate to my deserts, but to the sacred Christian faith, and to the piety and religion of our sovereigns. For what the mind of man could not compass, the Spirit of God has granted to mortals. For God is wont to listen to his servants who love his precepts, even in impossibilities, as has happened to me in the present instance, who have accomplished what human strength has hitherto never attained. For if any one has written or told anything about these islands, all have done so either obscurely or by guesswork, so that it has almost seemed to be fabulous. Therefore let king and queen and princes, and their most fortunate realms, and all other Christian provinces, let us all return thanks to our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, who has bestowed so great a victory and reward upon us. Let there be processions and solemn sacrifices prepared. Let the churches be decked with festal boughs. Let Christ rejoice upon earth as he rejoices in heaven, as he foresees that so many souls of so many people heretofore lost are to be saved. And let us be glad not only for the exaltation of our faith, but also for the increase of temporal prosperity, in which not only Spain, but all Christendom is about to share. As these things have been accomplished, so have they been briefly narrated. Farewell. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 8. The Bull of Pope Alexander VI Partitioning America, 1493. The copy of the bull, or donation by the authority whereof Pope Alexander VI of that name gave and granted to the kings of Castile and their successors the regions and lands found in the West Ocean Sea by the navigations of the Spanish. Alexander, Bishop, the servant of the servants of God, to our most dearly beloved son in Christ, King Ferdinand, and to our dearly beloved daughter in Christ, Elizabeth, Queen of Castile, Leon, Aragon, Sicily, and Granada, most noble princes, greeting and apostolic benediction. Among other works acceptable to the divine majesty and according to our heart's desire, this certainly is the chief, that the Catholic faith and Christian religion, especially in this our time, may in all places be exalted, amplified, and enlarged, whereby the health of souls may be procured, and the barbarous nations subdued and brought to the faith. And therefore, whereas, by the favor of God's clemency, although not without equal deserts, we are called to this holy seat of Peter, and understanding you to be true Catholic princes as we have ever known you, and as your noble and worthy acts have declared in manner to the whole world, in that, with all your study, diligence, and industry, you have spared no travels, charges, or perils, adventuring even the shedding of your own blood, with applying your whole minds and endeavors hereunto, as your noble expeditions achieved in recovering the kingdom of Granada from the tyranny of the Saracens in these our days, do plainly declare your acts with so great glory of the divine name. For the which, as we think you worthy, so ought we of our own free will favorably to grant you all things whereby you may daily, with more fervent minds to the honor of God and enlarging the Christian empire, prosecute your devout and laudable purpose most acceptable to the immortal God. We are credibly informed that, whereas of late you were determined to seek and find certain islands and firm lands far remote and unknown, and not heretofore found by any other, to the intent to bring the inhabitants of the same to honor our Redeemer and to profess the Catholic faith, you have hitherto been much occupied in the expugnation and recovery of the kingdom of Granada, by reason whereof you could not bring your said laudable purpose to the end desired. Nevertheless, as it hath pleased Almighty God, the aforesaid kingdom being recovered, willing to accomplish your said desire, you have, not without great labor, perils, and charges, appointed our well-beloved son Christopher Columbus, a man very well commended, as most worthy and apt for so great a matter, well furnished with men and ships and other necessaries, to seek, by the sea where hitherto no man hath sailed, such firm lands and islands far remote and hitherto unknown. Who, by God's help, making diligent search in the ocean sea, have found certain remote islands and firm lands which were not heretofore found by any other, in the which, as is said, many nations inhabit, living peacefully and going naked, not accustomed to eat flesh. And as far as your messengers can conjecture, the nations inhabiting the aforesaid lands and islands believe that there is one God creature in heaven, and seem apt to be brought to the embracing of the Catholic faith, and to be imbued with good manners, by reason whereof we may hope that, if they be well instructed, they may easily be induced to receive the name of our Saviour Jesus Christ. We are further advertised that the aforenamed Christopher hath now builded and erected a fortress with good ammunition in one of the aforesaid principal islands, in the which he hath placed a garrison of certain of the Christian men that went thither with him, as well to the intent to defend the same, as also to search other islands and firm lands far remote and yet unknown. We also understand that in these lands and islands lately found is great plenty of gold and spices, with divers and many other precious things of sundry kinds and qualities. Therefore, all things diligently considered, especially the amplifying and enlarging of the Catholic faith, as it behoveth Catholic princes following the examples of your noble progenitors of famous memory, whereas you are determined by the favor of Almighty God to subdue and to bring to the Catholic faith the inhabitants of the aforesaid lands and islands, we greatly commending this, your godly and laudable purpose in our Lord, and desirous to have the same brought to a due end, and the name of our Saviour to be known in those parts, do exhort you in our Lord, and by the receiving of your holy baptism, whereby you are bound to the apostolic obedience, and earnestly require you, by the bowels of mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, that when you intend for the zeal of the Catholic faith to prosecute the said expedition to reduce the people of the aforesaid lands and islands to the Christian religion, you shall spare no labours at any time, or be deterred with any perils, conceiving from hope and confidence that the omnipotent God will give good success to your godly attempts, and that being authorized by the privilege of the apostolic grace, you may the more freely and boldly take upon you the enterprise of so great a matter, we of our own motion, and not either at your request nor at the instant petition of any other person, but of our own mere liberality and certain science, and by the fullness of apostolic power, do give, grant, and assign to you, your heirs and successors, all the firm lands and islands found or to be found, discovered or to be discovered, toward the west and south, drawing a line from the pole Arctic to the pole Antarctic, that is, from the north to the south, containing in this donation whatsoever firm lands or islands are found or to be found toward India or toward any other part whatsoever it be, being distant from or without the aforesaid line drawn 100 leagues toward the west and south from any of the islands which are commonly called de los Azores and Cabo Verde. All the islands, therefore, and firm lands, found and to be found, discovered and to be discovered, from the said line toward the west and south, such as have not actually been heretofore possessed by any other Christian king or prince, until the day of the nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ last past, from the which beginneth this present year. We, by the authority of Almighty God, granted unto us in St. Peter, and by the office which we bear on the earth in the stead of Jesus Christ, do forever, by the tenure of these presents, give, grant, assign unto you, your heirs and successors, the kings of Castile and Leon, all those lands and islands, with their dominions, territories, cities, castles, towers, places, and villages, with all the right and jurisdictions thereunto pertaining, constituting, assigning, and deputing you, your heirs and successors, the lords thereof, with full and free power, authority, and jurisdiction. Decreeing nevertheless by this our donation, grant, and assignation, that from no Christian prince which actually hath possessed the aforesaid islands and firm lands unto the day of the nativity of our Lord before said, their right obtained to be understood hereby to be taken away, or that it ought to be taken away. Furthermore, we command you in the virtue of holy obedience, as you have promised, and we doubt not you will do upon mere devotion and princely magnanimity, to send to the said firm lands and islands honest, virtuous, and learned men, such as fear God, and are able to instruct the inhabitants in the Catholic faith and good manners, applying all their possible diligence in the premises. We furthermore straitly inhibit all manner of persons, of what state, degree, order, or condition soever they be, although of imperial and regal dignity, under the pain of the sentence of excommunication, which they shall incur if they do to the contrary, that they in no case presume special license of you, your heirs and successors, to travel for merchandise or for any other cause to the said lands or islands, found or to be found, discovered or to be discovered, toward the west and south, drawing a line from the pole Arctic to the pole Antarctic, whether the firm lands and islands found and to be found be situated toward India or toward any other part being distant from the line drawn 100 leagues toward the west from any of the islands commonly called de los Azores and Cabo Verde. Notwithstanding constitutions, decrees, and apostolic ordinances, whatsoever they are to the contrary, in him from whom empires, dominions, and all good things do proceed, trusting that Almighty God directing your enterprises, if you follow your godly and laudable attempts, your labors and travels herein, shall in short time obtain a happy end, with felicity and glory of all Christian people. But forasmuch as it should be a thing of great difficulty, these letters to be carried to all such places as should be expedient, we will, and of like motion and knowledge do decree, that whithersoever the same shall be sent, or wheresoever they shall be received with the subscription of a common notary thereunto required, with the seal of any person constituted in ecclesiastical court, or such as are authorized by the ecclesiastical court, the same faith and credit to be given thereunto, in judgment or elsewhere, as should be exhibited to these presents. It shall therefore be lawful for no man to infringe or rashly to contradict this letter of our commendation, exhortation, request, donation, grant, assignation, constitution, deputation, decree, commandment, inhibition, and determination. And if any shall presume to attempt the same, he ought to know that he shall thereby incur the indignation of Almighty God and his holy apostles Peter and Paul. Given at Rome, at St. Peter's, in the year of the incarnation of our Lord, 1493, the 4th day of the month of May, the 1st year of our seat. End of Section 8. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 9 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 9. The Discovery of the Mainland by the Cabots, 1497. 1. The account given by John A. Doyle. As early as the reign of Edward III, sailors from Genoa and other foreign ports had served in the English navy. The increasing confusions of Italy after the French invasion naturally tempted her seamen to transfer their skill to the rising powers of Western Europe. Among such emigrants was John Cabot, a Venetian, who settled in Bristol and then, after a return to his own country, again revisited his adopted city. Of his earlier history and personal character we know nothing. Our own records furnish nothing but the scanty outlines of his career, and the one glimpse of light which is thrown upon the living man is due to a lately discovered letter from his countryman, the Venetian ambassador. Of his son, Sebastian, we know more. He was born in Bristol, returned with his parents to Venice when 3 years old, and revisited England as a boy or very young man. His features, marked with the lines of thought and hardship, still live on the canvas of Holbein, and one at least of the naval chroniclers of the day writes of him in the language of warm personal affection. In 1496 a patent was granted to John Cabot and his sons, Louis, Sebastian, and Sancius. This patent is interesting as the earliest surviving document which connects England with the New World. It gave the patentees full authority to sail with 5 ships under the royal ensign, and to set up the royal banner on any newly found land, as the vassals and lieutenants of the king. They were bound, on their return, to sail to Bristol, and to pay a royalty of 1/5 upon all clear gain. The direction of the voyage, the cargo and size of the ships, and the mode of dealing with the natives are all left to the discretion of the commander. Of the details of the voyage itself, so full of interest for every Englishman, we have but the scantiest knowledge. In this respect the fame of Sebastian Cabot has fared far worse than that of the great discoverer with whom alone he may be compared. We can trace Columbus through every stage of his enterprise. We seem to stand by the side of the great admiral in his difficulties, his fears, his hopes, his victory. We can almost fancy that we are sharing in his triumph when at last he sails on that mission whose end he saw but in a glass darkly, victorious over the intrigues of courtiers, the avarice of princes, and the blindness of mere worldly wisdom. Our hearts once more sink as the cowardice of his followers threatens to undo all, and the prize that had seemed won is again in danger. We feel all the intensity of suspense as night after night land is promised and the morning brings it not. When at length the goal is reached, we can almost trick ourselves with the belief that we have a part in that glory, and are of that generation by whom and for whom that mighty work was wrought. No such halo of romantic splendor surrounds the first voyage of Sebastian Cabot. A meagre extract from an old Bristol record. In the year 1497, June 24, on St. John's Day, was Newfoundland found by Bristol men in a ship called the Matthew. And a few dry statements such as might be found in the notebook of any intelligent sea captain. These are all the traces of the first English voyage which reached the New World. We read in an account, probably published under the eye of Cabot himself, that on June 24, at 5 o'clock in the morning, he discovered that land which no man before that time had attempted, and named it Prima Vista. An adjacent island was called St. John, in commemoration of the day. A few statements about the habits of the natives and the character of the soil and the fisheries make up the whole story. We may perhaps infer that Cabot meant this as a report on the fitness of the place for trade and fishing, knowing that these were the points which would excite most interest in England. One entry from the privy purse expenses of Henry VII, £10 to him that found the new isle, is the only other record that remains to us. Columbus was received in solemn state by the sovereigns of Aragon and Castile, and was welcomed by a crowd greater than the streets of Barcelona could hold. Cabot was paid £10. The dramatic splendor of the one reception, the prosaic mercantile character of the other, represent the different tempers in which Spain and England approached the task of American discovery. But though our own annals give us so scanty an account of the reception of the two Cabots, the want is, to some extent, supplied from a foreign source. Letters are extant from the Venetian ambassador, in which he describes, with just pride, the enthusiasm with which his countryman was received by the people when he walked along the streets. The next year saw Cabot again sailing with a fresh patent. Several points in it are worthy of notice. John Cabot is alone mentioned by name. From this it might be, and indeed has been inferred, that the part played by Sebastian Cabot in the first voyage was merely secondary, and that John was the principal conductor of the first voyage, as he was by the patent designed to be of the second. He is authorized in person or by deputy to take 6 English ships of not more than 200 tons burden each, and to lead them to the land which he had lately discovered. There is no limitation, either of departure or return, to Bristol, and no mention is made of royalties. Probably the original provisions were still regarded as binding, except so far as rescinded or modified by the second patent. In 1498 Sebastian Cabot sailed from Bristol with one vessel manned and victualled at the king's expense, accompanied by 3 ships of London, and probably some of Bristol itself. His cargo consisted of gross and slight wares for trafficking with the natives. So scanty are the records of Cabot's 2 expeditions that although we know the geographical extent of his discoveries, yet it is impossible to assign each voyage its proper share. We know that in one or other of them he reached 67½ degrees of north latitude, and persuaded himself that he had found the passage to Cathay. The fears, however, of his sailors, justified perhaps by the dangers of the North Seas, withheld him from following up the enterprise. He then turned southward and coasted till he came into the latitude of 38. Of the result of the second voyage, and of Sebastian Cabot's reception in England, we hear nothing. He disappears for a while from English history, carrying with him the unfulfilled hope of a northwest passage, destined to revive at a later day, and then to give birth to some of the most daring exploits that have ever ennobled the names of Englishmen. End of section 9. Section 10 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 10. The Discovery of the Mainland by the Cabots, 1497. 2. Peter Martyr's Account. These North Seas have been searched by one Sebastian Cabot, a Venetian born, whom being yet but in manner an infant, his parents carried with them into England, having occasion to resort thither for trade of merchandise, as is the manner of the Venetians, to leave no part of the world unsearched to obtain riches. He therefore furnished 2 ships in England at his own charges, and first with 300 men directed his course so far toward the North Pole that even in the month of July he found monstrous heaps of ice swimming on the sea, and in manner continual daylight. Yet saw he the land in that tract free from ice, which had been molten by heat of the sun. Thus seeing such heaps of ice before him, he was enforced to turn his sails and follow the west, so coasting still by the shore that he was thereby brought so far into the south, by reason of the land bending so much southward, that it was there almost equal in latitude with the sea called Fretum Herculeum, having the North Pole elevate in manner in the same degree. He sailed likewise in this tract so far toward the west that he had the land of Cuba on his left hand in manner in the same degree of longitude. As he travelled by the coasts of this great land, which he named Bacalaos, he saith that he found the light course of the waters toward the west, but the same to run more softly and gently than the swift waters which the Spaniards found in their navigation southward. Wherefore it is not only more like to be true, but ought also of necessity to be concluded, that between both the lands hitherto unknown there should be certain great open places, whereby the waters should thus continually pass from the east into the west, which waters I suppose to be driven about the globe of the earth by the incessant moving and impulsion of the heavens, and not to be swallowed up and cast out again by the breathing of Demogorgon, as some have imagined, because they see the seas by increase and decrease to flow and reflow. Sebastian Cabot himself named those lands Bacalaos, because that in the seas thereabout he found so great multitudes of certain big fishes, much like unto tunnies, which the inhabitants call Bacalaos, that they sometimes stayed his ships. He found also the people of those regions covered with beast skins, yet not without the use of reason. He saith also that there is great plenty of bears in those regions, which used to eat fish. For plunging themselves into the water, where they perceive a multitude of these fishes to lie, they fasten their claws in their scales, and so draw them to land and eat them. So that, as he saith, the bears being thus satisfied with fish are not noisome to men. He declareth further, that in many places of these regions he saw great plenty of Latin among the inhabitants. Cabot is my very friend, whom I use familiarly, and delight to have him sometimes keep me company in mine own house. For being called out of England by the commandment of the Catholic King of Castile, after the deaths of Henry, King of England, the seventh of that name, he was made one of our counsel and assistants as touching the affairs of the New Indies, looking daily for ships to be furnished for him to discover this hid secret of nature. This voyage is appointed to be begun in March, in the year next following, being in the year of Christ 1516. What shall succeed, your Holiness shall be advertised by my letters, if God grant me life. Some of the Spaniards deny that Cabot was the first finder of the land of Bacalaos, and affirm that he went not so far westward. But it shall suffice to have said thus much of the gulfs and straits, and of Sebastian Cabot. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fazio. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 AD to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 11. The Voyages of Americus Vespucius, 1497. Vespuccio's Own Account. We left the port of Cadiz 4 consort ships, and began our voyage in direct course to the Fortunate Isles, which are called today La Gran Canaria, which are situated in the ocean sea at the extremity of the inhabited west, and set in the third climate, over which the North Pole has an elevation of 27½ degrees beyond their horizon, and they are 280 leagues distant from this city of Lisbon, by the wind between the Mezzodi and Lebeccio, where we remained 8 days, taking in provision of water, and wood, and other necessary things, and from there, having said our pure prayers, we weighed anchor, and gave the sails to the wind, beginning our course to westward, taking 1/4 by southwest. And so we sailed on till at the end of 37 days we reached a land which we deemed to be a continent, which is distant westwardly from the Isles of Canary, about 1,000 leagues beyond the inhabited region within the torrid zone. For we found the North Pole at an elevation of 16 degrees above its horizon, and it was westward, according to the shewing of our instruments, 75 degrees from the Isles of Canary, whereat we anchored with our ships 1.5 leagues from land, and we put out our boats freighted with men and arms. We made toward the land, and before we reached it, had sight of a great number of people who were going along the shore, by which we were much rejoiced, and we observed that they were a naked race. They shewed themselves to stand in fear of us. I believe it was because they saw us clothed and of other appearance than their own. They all withdrew to a hill, and for whatsoever signals we made to them of peace and of friendliness, they would not come to parley with us. So that, as the night was now coming on, and as the ships were anchored in a dangerous place, being on a rough and shelterless coast, we decided to remove from there the next day, and to go in search of some harbor or bay, where we might place our ships in safety. And we sailed with a mistral wind, thus running along the coast with the land ever in sight, continually in our course observing people along the shore, till, after having navigated for 2 days, we found a place sufficiently secure for the ships, and anchored 1/2 league from land, on which we saw a very great number of people. This same day we put to land with the boats, and sprang on shore full 40 men in good trim, and still the land's people appeared shy of converse with us, and we were unable to encourage them so much as to make them come to speak with us. And this day we labored so greatly in giving them of our wares, such as rattles and mirrors, beads, spa-line, and other trifles, that some of them took confidence and came to discourse with us. And after having made good friends with them, the night coming on, we took our leave of them, and returned to the ships. And the next day, when the dawn appeared, we saw that there were infinite numbers of people upon the beach, and they had their women and children with them. We went ashore, and found that they were all laden with their worldly goods, which are such like as, in its proper place, shall be related. And before we reached the land, many of them jumped into the sea, and came swimming to receive us at a bow-shot's length from the shore. For they are very great swimmers, with as much confidence as if they had for a long time been acquainted with us, and we were pleased with this, their confidence. For so much as we learned of their manner of life and customs, it was that they go entirely naked, as well the men as the women. They are of medium stature, very well proportioned. Their flesh is of a color that verges into red like a lion's mane, and I believe that if they went clothed, they would be as white as we. They have not any hair upon the body, except the hair of the head, which is long and black, and especially in the women, whom it renders handsome. In aspect, they are not very good looking, because they have broad faces, so that they would seem Tartar-like. They let no hair grow on their eyebrows, nor on their eyelids, nor elsewhere, except the hair of the head, for they hold hairiness to be a filthy thing. They are very light-footed in walking and in running, as well the men as the women, so that a woman reeks nothing of running a league or two, as many times we saw them do, and herein they have a very great advantage over us Christians. They swim with an expertness beyond all belief, and the women better than the men, for we have many times found and seen them swimming 2 leagues out at sea without anything to rest upon. Their arms are bows and arrows, very well made, save that the arrows are not tipped with iron or any other kind of hard metal, and instead of iron they put animals' or fishes' teeth, or a spike of tough wood, with the point hardened by fire. They are sure marksmen, for they hit whatever they aim at, and in some places the women use these bows. They have other weapons, such as fire-hardened spears, and also clubs with knobs, beautifully carved. Warfare is used amongst them, which they carry on against people not of their own language, very cruelly, without granting life to anyone, except to reserve him for greater suffering. Their dwellings are in common, and their houses are made in the style of huts, but strongly made, and constructed with very large trees, and covered over with palm leaves, secure against storms and winds, and in some places they are of so great breadth and length, that in one single house we found there were 600 souls, and we saw a village of only 13 houses where there were 4,000 souls. Every 8 or 10 years they changed their habitations, and when asked why they did so, they said it was because of the soil, which, from its filthiness, was already unhealthy and corrupted, and that it bred aches in their bodies, which seemed to us a good reason. Their riches consist of birds' plumes in many colors, or of rosaries which they make from fish bones, or of white or green stones which they put in their cheeks and in their lips and ears, and of many other things which we in no wise value. They use no trade, they neither buy nor sell. In fine, they live, and are contented with that which nature gives them. The wealth that we enjoy in this our Europe and elsewhere, such as gold, jewels, pearls, and other riches, they hold as nothing, and although they have them in their own lands, they do not labor to obtain them, nor do they value them. They are liberal in giving, for it is rarely they deny you anything, and on the other hand, liberal in asking, when they show themselves your friends. We decided to leave that place and to go further on, continuously coasting the shore, upon which we made frequent descents, and held converse with a great number of people. And at the end of some days we went into a harbor, where we underwent very great danger. And it pleased the Holy Ghost to save us, and it was in this wise. We landed in a harbor, where we found a village built like Venice upon the water. There were about 44 large dwellings in the form of huts erected upon very thick piles, and they had their doors or entrances in the style of drawbridges. And from each house one could pass through all, by means of the drawbridges, which stretched from house to house. And when the people thereof had seen us, they appeared to be afraid of us, and immediately drew up all the bridges. And while we were looking at this strange action, we saw coming across the sea about 22 canoes, which are a kind of boats of theirs, constructed from a single tree, which came toward our boats, as they had been surprised by our appearance and clothes, and kept wide of us. And thus remaining, we made signals to them that they should approach us, encouraging them with every token of friendliness. And seeing that they did not come, we went to them, and they did not stay for us, but made to the land, and, by signs, told us to wait, and that they should soon return. And they went to a bill in the background, and did not delay long. When they returned, they led with them 16 of their girls, and entered with these into their canoes, and came to the boats, and in each boat they put 4 of the girls. That we marveled at this behavior, your magnificence can imagine how much. And they placed themselves with their canoes among our boats, coming to speak with us, insomuch that we deemed it a mark of friendliness. And while thus engaged, we beheld a great number of people advance, swimming towards us across the sea, who came from the houses. And as they were drawing near to us without any apprehension, just then there appeared at the doors of the houses certain old women, uttering very loud cries, and tearing their hair to exhibit grief. Whereby they made us suspicious, and we each betook ourselves to arms. And instantly the girls whom we had in the boats threw themselves into the sea, and the men of the canoes drew away from us, and began with their bows to shoot arrows at us. And those who were swimming each carried a lance held, as covertly as they could, beneath the water, so that, recognizing the treachery, we engaged with them, not merely to defend ourselves, but to attack them vigorously. And we overturned with our boats any of their almadie or canoes, for so they call them. We made a slaughter of them, and they all flung themselves into the water to swim, leaving their canoes abandoned. With considerable loss on their side, they went swimming away to the shore. There died of them about 15 or 20, and many were left wounded. And of ours 5 were wounded, and all, by the grace of God, escaped death. We captured 2 of the girls and 2 men. We proceeded to their houses and entered them, and in them all we found nothing else than 2 old women and a sick man. We took away from them many things, but of small value, and we would not burn their houses, because it seemed to us as though that would be a burden upon our conscience, and we returned to our boats with 5 prisoners, and betook ourselves to the ships, and put a pair of irons on the feet of each of the captors, except the little girls. And when the night came on, the 2 girls and 1 of the men fled away in the most subtle manner possible. And the next day we decided to quit that harbor and go further onwards. We proceeded continuously skirting the coast, until we had sight of another tribe distant, perhaps some 80 leagues from the former tribe, and we found them very different in speech and customs. We resolved to cast anchor, and went ashore with the boats, and we saw on the beach a great number of people amounting probably to 4,000 souls. And when we had reached the shore, they did not stay for us, but betook themselves to flight through the forests, abandoning their things. We jumped on land, and took a pathway that led to the forest, and at the distance of a bow-shot we found their tents, where they had made very large fires, and 2 of them were cooking their victuals, and roasting several animals, and fish of many kinds, where we saw that they were roasting a certain animal which seemed to be a serpent, save that it had no wings, and was in its appearance so loathsome that we marveled much at its savageness. Thus went we on through their houses, or rather tents, and found many of those serpents alive, and they were tied by the feet, and had a cord around their snouts, so that they could not open their mouths, as is done in Europe with mastiff dogs, so that they may not bite. They were of such savage aspect that none of us dared to take one away, thinking they were poisonous. They are of the bigness of a kid, and in length an ell and a half. Their feet are long and thick, and armed with big claws. They have a hard skin, and are of various colors. They have the muzzle and face of a serpent, and from their snouts there rises a crest like a saw, which extends along the middle of the back as far as the tip of the tail. In fine, we deemed them to be serpents and venomous, and, nevertheless, those people ate them. This land is very populous, and full of inhabitants, and of numberless rivers and animals, few of which resemble ours, excepting lions, panthers, stags, pigs, goats, and deer, and even these have some dissimilarities of form. They have no horses nor mules, nor, saving your reverence, asses or dogs, nor any kind of sheep or oxen. But so numerous are the other animals which they have, and all are savage, and of none do they make use for their service, that they could not be counted. What shall we say of others, such as birds, which are so numerous, and of so many kinds, and of such various colored plumages, that it is a marvel to behold them? The soil is very pleasant and fruitful, full of immense woods and forests, and it is always green, for the foliage never drops off. The fruits are so many that they are numberless and entirely different from ours. This land is within the torrid zone, close to or just under the parallel described by the Tropic of Cancer, where the pole of the horizon has an elevation of 23 degrees, at the extremity of the second climate. Many tribes came to see us, and wondered at our faces and our whiteness, and they asked us whence we came, and we gave them to understand that we had come from heaven, and that we were going to see the world, and they believed it. In this land we placed baptismal fonts, and an infinite number of people were baptized, and they called us in their language Karabi, which means men of great wisdom. End of section 11. Section 12 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fazio. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 12. A Battle with the Indians, 1497, as described by Americus Vespucius. Desiring to depart upon our voyage, natives made complaint to us how at certain times of the year there came from over the land to this their land a race of people very cruel, and enemies of theirs, and who, by means of treachery or of violence, slew many of them, and ate them. And some they made captives, and carried them away to their houses, or country. And how they could scarcely contrive to defend themselves from them, making signs to us that those were an island people, and lived out in the sea about 100 leagues away. And so piteously did they tell us this, that we believed them, and we promised to avenge them of so much wrong, and they remained overjoyed herewith. And many of them offered to come along with us, but we did not wish to take them for many reasons, save that we took 7 of them, on condition that they should come, i.e., return home afterward in their own canoes, because we did not desire to be obliged to take them back to their country, and they were contented. And so we departed from those people, leaving them very friendly towards us, and having repaired our ships, and sailing for 7 days out to sea between northeast and east, and at the end of the 7 days we came upon the islands, which were many, some of them inhabited, and others deserted. And we anchored at one of them, where we saw a numerous people who called it Iti. And having manned our boats with strong crews, and taken ammunition for 3 cannon shots in each, we made for land, where we found assembled about 400 men, and many women, and all naked, like the former peoples. They were of good bodily presence, and seemed right warlike men, for they were armed with their weapons, which are bows, arrows, and lances, and most of them had square wooden targets, and bore them in such wise that they did not impede the drawing of the bow. And when we had come with our boats to about a bow-shot of the land, they all sprang into the water to shoot their arrows at us, and to prevent us from leap lug upon shore. And they all had their bodies painted of various colors, and were plumed with feathers. And the interpreters who were with us told us that when those displayed themselves so painted and plumed, it was to be token that they wanted to fight. And so much did they persist in preventing us from landing, that we were compelled to play with our artillery. And when they heard the explosion, and saw one of them fall dead, they all drew back to the land. Wherefore, forming our council, we resolved that 42 of our men should spring on shore, and if they waited for us, fight them. Thus, having leaped to land with our weapons, they advanced towards us, and we fought for about an hour, for we had but little advantage of them, except that their arbalesters and gunners killed some of them, and they wounded certain of our men. This was because they did not stand to receive us within reach of lance thrust or sword blow, and so much vigor did we put forth at last, that we came to sword play. And when they tasted our weapons, they betook themselves to flight through the mountains and the forests, and left us conquerors of the field, with many of them dead and a good number wounded. We took no other pains to pursue them, because we were very weary, and we returned to our ships with so much gladness on the part of the 7 men who had come with us that they could not contain themselves for joy. And when the next day arrived, we beheld coming across the land a great number of people, with signals of battle, continually sounding horns and various other instruments which they use in their wars, and all of them painted and feathered, so that it was a very strange sight to behold them. Wherefore all the ships held council, and it was resolved that since this people desired hostility with us, we should proceed to encounter them and try by every means to make them friends. In case they would not have our friendship, that we should treat them as foes, and so many of them as we might be able to capture should all be our slaves. And having armed ourselves as best we could, we advanced toward the shore, and they sought not to hinder us from landing, I believe, from fear of the cannons. And we jumped on land, 57 men in 4 squadrons, each one consisting of a captain and his company, and we came to blows with them. After a long battle, many of them were slain. We put them to flight, and pursued them to a village, having made about 250 of them captives. And we burnt the village, and returned to our ships with victory and 250 prisoners, leaving many of them dead and wounded. And of ours there were no more than 1 killed, and 22 wounded, who all escaped, i.e. recovered, God be thanked. We arranged our departure, and 7 men, of whom 5 were wounded, took an island canoe, and with 7 prisoners that we gave them, 4 women and 3 men, returned to their own country full of gladness, wondering at our strength. And we thereon made sail for Spain with 222 captive slaves, and reached the port of Cadiz, on the 15th day of October, 1498, where we were well received and sold our slaves. Such is what befell me, most noteworthy, in this, my first voyage. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 13. The First Account of America, printed in English, 1511. Of the new lands, and of ye people found by the messengers of the King of Portugal named Emmanuel, of the Reverend Diners Nations christened, of Pope John and his lands, and of the costly keys and wonders Molo dies that in that land is. Here aforetimes in the year of our Lord God 1496, and so be we with ships of Lisbon sailed out of Portugal through the commandment of the King Emmanuel. So have we had our voyage, for by Fortune Islands over the great sea with great charge and danger, so have we at the last found own lordship where we sailed well. 900 mile by the coast of Sealandis, there we at last made a land, but that land is not now known, for there have no masters written thereof, nor it knoweth, and it is named America. There we saw many wonders of beasts and fowls that we have never seen before. The people of this land have no king nor lord, nor their God. But all things is commune. The men and women have on their head neck arms, knees, and fet all with feathers, bounden for their beauty and fairness. These folks live like beasts without any reasonableness, and they eat also one another. The man eateth his wife, his children, as we also have seen. And they hang also the bodies or persons' flesh in the smoke, as men do with swine's flesh. And that land is right full of folk, for they live commonly. 300 year and more, as with sickness they die. Not they take much fish, for they can go under the water and fetch so the fishes out of the water. And they war also one upon another, for the old men bring the young men thereto, that they gather a great company thereto of 2 parties, and come the one against the other to the field or battle, and slay one the other with great heaps. And now holdeth the field they take the other prisoners, and they bring them to death and eat them. And as the dead is eaten, they flay the rest. And they are then eaten also, or otherwise lie they longer times, and many years more than other people, for they have costly spices and roots, where they them self recover with, and heal them as they be sick. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Exploration, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 14. The Discovery of Florida by Ponce de Leon, 1512, Parkman's Account. Toward the close of the 15th century, Spain achieved her final triumph over the infidels of Granada, and made her name glorious through all generations by the discovery of America. The religious zeal and romantic daring which a long course of Moorish wars had called forth were now exalted to redoubled fervor. Every ship from the New World came freighted with marvels which put the fictions of chivalry to shame. And to the Spaniard of that day, America was a region of wonder and mystery, of vague and magnificent promise. Thither adventurers hastened, thirsting for glory and for gold, often mingling the enthusiasm of the crusader and the valor of the knight-errant with the bigotry of inquisitors and the rapacity of pirates. They roamed over land and sea. They climbed unknown mountains, surveyed unknown oceans, pierced the sultry intricacies of tropical forests, while from year to year and from day to day new wonders were unfolded, new islands and archipelagos, new regions of gold and pearl, and barbaric empires of more than oriental wealth. The extravagance of hope and the fever of adventure knew no bounds. Nor is it surprising that amid such waking marvels the imagination should run wild in romantic dreams, that between the possible and the impossible the line of distinction should be but faintly drawn, and that men should be found ready to stake life and honor in pursuit of the most insane fantasies. Such a man was the veteran cavalier Juan Ponce de Leon. Greedy of honors and of riches, he embarked at Porto Rico with 3 brigantines bent on schemes of discovery. But that which gave the chief stimulus to his enterprise was a story current among the Indians of Cuba and Hispaniola, that on the island of Bimini, said to be one of the Bahamas, there was a fountain of such virtue that bathing in its waters old men resumed their youth. It was said, moreover, that on a neighboring shore might be found a river gifted with the same beneficent property, and believed by some to be no other than the Jordan. Ponce de Leon found the island of Bimini, but not the fountain. Farther westward, in the latitude of 30 degrees and 8 minutes, he approached an unknown land, which he named Florida, and steering southward, explored its coast as far as the extreme point of the peninsula, when, after some further explorations, he retraced his course to Puerto Rico. Ponce de Leon had not regained his youth, but his active spirit was unsubdued. 9 years later he attempted to plant a colony in Florida. The Indians attacked him fiercely. He was mortally wounded and died soon afterward in Cuba. The voyages of Gare and Vasquez de Ayllon threw new light on the discoveries of Ponce, and the general outline of the coasts of Florida became known to the Spaniards. Meanwhile, Cortes had conquered Mexico, and the fame of that iniquitous but magnificent exploit rang through all Spain. Many of the impatient cavalier burned to achieve a kindred fortune. To the excited fancy of the Spaniards, the unknown land of Florida seemed the seat of surpassing wealth, and Pamphilo de Narvaez essayed to possess himself of its fancied treasures. Landing on its shores and proclaiming destruction to the Indians unless they acknowledged the sovereignty of the Pope and the Emperor, he advanced into the forest with 300 men. Nothing could exceed their sufferings. Nowhere could they find the gold they came to seek. The village of Apalache, where they hoped to gain a rich booty, offered nothing but a few mean wigwams. The horses gave out, and the famished soldiers fed upon their flesh. The men sickened, and the Indians unceasingly harassed their march. At length, after 280 leagues of wandering, they found themselves on the northern shore of the Gulf of Mexico, and desperately put to sea in such crazy boats as their skill and means could construct. Cold, disease, famine, thirst, and the fury of the waves melted them away. Narvaez himself perished, and of his wretched followers no more than 4 escaped, reaching by land after years of vicissitude the Christian settlements of New Spain. The interior of the vast country, then comprehended under the name of Florida, still remained unexplored. The Spanish voyager, as his caravel plowed through the adjacent seas, might give full scope to his imagination, and dream that beyond the long, low margin of forest which bounded his horizon lay hid a rich harvest of some future conqueror, perhaps a second Mexico with its royal palace and sacred pyramids, or another Cusco with the temple of the sun encircled with a frieze of gold. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 15. The Discovery of the Pacific by Balboa, 1513. The account by Manuel José Quintana. Carreta had for a neighbor a cacique called by some Camogre, by others Pancuyaco, chief of about 10,000 Indians, among whom were 3,000 warriors. Having heard of the valor and enterprise of the Castilians, this chief desired to enter into treaty and friendship with them. And a principal Indian, a dependent of Carreta, having presented himself as the agent in this friendly overture, Vasco Nunez, anxious to profit by the opportunity of securing such an ally, went with his followers to visit Camogre. Balboa was transported by the prospect of glory and fortune which opened before him. He believed himself already at the gates of the East Indies, which was the desired object of the government and the discoverers of that period. He resolved to return in the first place to the Darien, to raise the spirits of his companions with these brilliant hopes, and to make all possible preparations for realizing them. He remained nevertheless yet a few days with the caciques, and so strict was the friendship he had contracted with them that they and their families were baptized, Carreta taking in baptism the name of Fernando, and Camogre that of Carlos. Balboa then returned to the Darien, rich in the spoils of Ponca, rich in the presence of his friends, and still richer in the golden hopes which the future offered him. At this time, and after an absence of 6 months, arrived the magistrate Valdivia, with a vessel laden with different stores. He brought likewise great promises of abundant aid in provisions and men. The succors, however, which Valdivia brought were speedily consumed. Their seed, destroyed in the ground by storms and floods, promised them no resource whatever, and they returned to their usual necessitous state. Balboa then consented to their extending their incursions to more distant lands, as they had already wasted and ruined the immediate environs of Antigua, and he sent Valdivia to Spain to apprise the admiral of the clue he had gained to the South Sea and the reported wealth of these regions. He discoursed with and animated his companions, selected 190 of the best armed and disposed, and with 1,000 Indians of labor, a few bloodhounds, and sufficient provisions, took his way by the Sierras toward the dominion of Ponca. That chief had fled, but Balboa, who had adopted the policy most convenient to him, desired to bring him to an amicable agreement, and to that end dispatched after him some Indians of peace, who advised him to return to his capital and to fear nothing from the Spaniards. He was persuaded, and met with a kind reception. He presented some gold, and received in return some glass beads and other toys and trifles. The Spanish captains then solicited guides and men of labor for his journey over the Sierras, which the cacique bestowed willingly, adding provisions in great abundance, and they parted friends. His passage into the domain of Querequa was less pacific, whose chief, Torecha, jealous of this invasion, and terrified by the events which had occurred to his neighbors, was disposed and prepared to receive the Castilians with a warlike aspect. A swarm of ferocious Indians, armed in their usual manner, rushed into the road and began a wordy attack upon the strangers, asking them what brought them there, what they sought for, and threatening him with perdition if they advanced. The Spaniards, reckless of their bravadoes, proceeded nevertheless, and then the chief placed himself in front of his tribe, dressed in a cotton mantle, and followed by the principal lords, and with more intrepidity than fortune gave the signal for combat. The Indians commenced the assault with loud cries and great impetuosity, but soon, terrified by the explosions of the crossbows and muskets, they were easily destroyed or put to flight by the men and bloodhounds who rushed upon them. The chief and 600 men were left dead on the spot, and the Spaniards, having smoothed away that obstacle, entered the town, which they spoiled of all the gold and valuables it possessed. Here also they found a brother of the cacique and other Indians, who were dedicated to the abominations before Glanstadt. 50 of these wretches were torn to pieces by the dogs, and not without the consent and approbation of the Indians. The district was, by these examples, rendered so pacific and so submissive that Balboa left all his sick there, dismissed the guides given him by Ponca, and, taking fresh ones, pursued his road over the heights. The tongue of land which divides the two Americas is not, at its utmost width, above 18 leagues, and in some parts becomes narrowed a little more than 7. and although from the port of Careta to the point toward which the course of the Spaniards was directed was only altogether 6 days' journey, yet they consumed upon it 20. Nor is this extraordinary. The great cordillera of sierras, which from north to south crosses the new continent, a bulwark against the impetuous assaults of the Pacific Ocean, crosses also the Isthmus of Darien, or, as may be more properly said, composes it wholly from the wrecks of the rocky summits which have been detached from the adjacent lands; and the discoverers therefore were obliged to open their way through difficulties and danger, which men of iron alone could have fronted and overcome. Sometimes they had to penetrate through thick and tangled woods, sometimes to cross lakes, where men and burdens perished miserably. Then a rugged hill presented itself before them, and next, perhaps, a deep and yawning precipice to descend, while at every step they were opposed by deep and rapid rivers, passable only by means of frail barks or slight and trembling bridges. From time to time they had to make their way through opposing Indians, who, though always conquered, were always to be dreaded. And above all came the failure of provisions, which formed an aggregate, with toil, anxiety, and danger, such as was sufficient to break down bodily strength and depress the mind. At length the Cuarecuanos, who served as guides, showed them at a distance the height from whose summit the desired sea might be discovered. Balboa immediately commanded his squadron to halt, and proceeded alone to the top of the mountain. On reaching it he cast an anxious glance southward, and the austral ocean broke upon his sight. Overcome with joy and wonder, he fell on his knees, extending his arms toward the sea, and with tears of delight offered thanks to Heaven for having destined him to this mighty discovery. He immediately made a sign to his companions to ascend, and pointing to the magnificent spectacle extended before them, again prostrated himself in fervent thanksgiving to God. The rest followed his example, while the astonished Indians were extremely puzzled to understand so sudden and general an effusion of wonder and gladness. Hannibal, on the summit of the Alps, pointing out to his soldiers the delicious plains of Italy, did not appear, according to the ingenious comparison of a contemporary writer, either more transported or more arrogant than the Spanish chief, when, risen from the ground, he recovered the speech of which sudden joy had deprived him, and thus addressed his Castilians: "You behold before you, friends, the object of all our desires and the reward of all our labors. Before you roll the waves of the sea, which has been announced to you, and which no doubt encloses the immense riches we have heard of. You are the first who have reached these shores and these waves. Yours are their treasures. Yours alone the glory of reducing these immense and unknown regions to the dominion of our King, and to the light of the true religion. Follow me, then, faithful as hitherto, and I promise you that the world shall not hold your equals in wealth and glory." All embraced him joyfully, and all promised to follow whithersoever he should lead. They quickly cut down a great tree, and stripping it of its branches, formed a cross from it, which they fixed in a heap of stones found on the spot from whence they first descried the sea. The names of the monarchs of Castile were engraven on the trunks of the trees, and with shouts and acclamations they descended the sierra and entered the plain. They arrived at some bohíos which formed the population of a chief called Chiapes, who had prepared to defend the pass with arms. The noise of the muskets and the ferocity of the war dogs dispersed them in a moment, and they fled, leaving many captives. By these and by their Cuarecuano guides the Spaniards sent to offer Chiapes secure peace and friendship if he would come to them, or otherwise the ruin and extermination of his town and his fields. Persuaded by them, the cacique came and placed himself in the hands of Balboa, who treated him with much kindness. He brought and distributed gold, and received in exchange beads and toys, with which he was so diverted that he no longer thought of anything but contenting and conciliating the strangers. There Vasco Nunez sent away the Guaraquanos, and ordered that the sick, who had been left in their land, should come and join him. In the meanwhile he sent Francisco Pizarro, Juan de Escarag, and Alonzo Martin to discover the shortest roads by which the sea might be reached. It was the last of these who arrived first at the coast, and entering a canoe which chanced to lie there, and pushing it into the waves, let it float a little while, and after pleasing himself with having been the first Spaniard who entered the South Sea, returned to seek Balboa. Balboa with 26 men descended to the sea, and arrived at the coast early in the evening of the 29th of that month. They all seated themselves on the shore and awaited the tide, which was at that time on the ebb. At length it returned in its violence to cover the spot where they were. Then Balboa, in complete armor, lifting his sword in one hand, and in the other a banner on which was painted an image of the Virgin Mary, with the arms of Castile at her feet, raised it, and began to march into the midst of the waves, which reached above his knees, saying in a loud voice, "Long live the high and mighty sovereigns of Castile! Thus in their names do I take possession of these seas and regions. And if any other prince, whether Christian or infidel, pretends any right to them, I am ready and resolved to oppose him, and to assert the just claims of my sovereigns." The whole band replied with acclamations to the vow of their captain, and expressed themselves determined to defend, even to death, their acquisition against all the potentates in the world. They caused this act to be confirmed in writing by the notary of the expedition, Andres de Valderrabano. The anchorage in which it was solemnized was called the Gulf of San Miguel, the event happening on that day. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 AD to 1682 by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 16. The Voyage of Magellan to the Pacific. John Fiske's account. Our chief source of information for the events of the voyage is the journal kept by a gentleman from Vicenza, the Chevalier Antonia Pigafetta, who obtained permission to accompany the expedition, for to see the marvels of the ocean. After leaving the Canaries on the 3rd of October, the Armada ran down toward Sierra Leone and was becalmed, making only 3 leagues in 3 weeks. Then the upper air burst into life, and the frail ships were driven along under bare poles, now and then dipping their yard arms. During a month of this dreadful weather, the food and water grew scarce, and the rations were diminished. The spirit of mutiny began to show itself. The Spanish captains whispered among the crews that This man from Portugal had not their interests at heart and was not loyal to the emperor. Toward the captain general, their demeanor grew more and more insubordinate, and Cartagena one day, having come on board the flagship, faced him with threats and insults. To his astonishment, Magellan promptly collared him and sent him a prisoner in irons on board the Victoria, whose captain was unfortunately also one of the traders, while the command of the San Antonio was given to another officer. This example made things quiet for the moment. On the 29th of November, they reached the Brazilian coast near Pernambuco, and on the 11th of January, they arrived at the mouth of La Plata, which they investigated sufficiently to convince them that it was a river's mouth and not a strait. 3 weeks were consumed in this work. This course through February and March along the coast of Patagonia was marked by incessant and violent storms, and the cold became so intense that, finding a sheltered harbor with plenty of fish at Port St. Julian, they chose it for winter quarters and anchored there on the last day of March. On the next day, which was Easter Sunday, the mutiny that so long had smoldered broke out in all its fury. The hardships of the voyage had thus far been what staunch seamen called unusually severe, and it was felt that they had done enough. No one except Vespucius and Jack had ever approached so near to the South Pole, and if they had not yet found a strait, it was doubtless because there was none to find. The rations of bread and wine were becoming very short, and common prudence demanded that they should return to Spain. If their voyage was practically a failure, it was not their fault. There was ample excuse in the frightful storms they had suffered and the dangerous strains that had been put upon their worn-out ships. Such was the general feeling, but when expressed to Magellan, it fell upon deaf ears. No excuses, nothing but performance, would serve his turn. For him, hardships were made only to be despised, and dangers to be laughed at, and, in short, go on there must until a strait was found or the end of that continent reached. Then they would doubtless find an open way to the Moluccas, and while he held out hopes of rich rewards for all, he appealed to their pride as Castilians. For the inflexible determination of these men was not embittered by harshness, and he could wield as well as anyone the language that soothes and persuades. At length, on the 24th of August, with the earliest symptoms of spring weather, the ships, which had been carefully overhauled and repaired, proceeded on their way. Violent storms harassed them, and it was not until the 21st of October, St. Ursula's Day, that they reached the headland still known as Cape Virgins. Passing beyond Dungeness, they entered a large open bay, which some hailed as the long-sought strait, while others averted that no passage would be found there. It was, says Pigafetta, in 18's breadth. On both the sides of this strait are Magellanos, being in some place 101 leagues in length and in breadth. Some were very large, and in other places little more than half a league in breadth. On both the sides of this strait are great and high mountains covered with snow, beyond which is the entrance into the Sea of Sur. Here one of the ships stole away Piruli and returned into Spain. More than 5 weeks were consumed in passing through the strait, and among its labyrinthine twists and half-hidden bays there was ample opportunity for desertion. As advanced, reconnaissance kept reporting the water as deep and salt. The conviction grew that the strait was found, and then the question once more arose whether it would not be best to go back to Spain, satisfied with this discovery, since with all these wretched delays, the provisions were again running short. Magellan's answer, uttered in measured and quiet tones, was simply that he would go on and do his work, if he had to eat the leather off the ship's yards. Upon the San Antonio, there had always been a large proportion of the malcontents, and the chief pilot, Stephen Gomez, having been detailed for duty on that ship, lent himself to their purposes. The captain, Mescuta, was again seized and put in irons. A new captain was chosen by the mutineers, and Gomez piloted the ship back to Spain, where they arrived after a voyage of 6 months and screened themselves for a while by lying about Magellan. As for that commander, in Rich Eden's words, when the Captain Magellan was past the strait and saw the way open to the other main sea, he was so glad thereof that for joy the tears fell from his eyes, and named the point of the land from whence he first saw that sea Capo Desiderato. Supposing that the ship which stole away had been lost, they erected a cross upon the top of a high hill to direct their course in the strait of it, where they chanced to come that way. The broad expanse of waters before him seemed so pleasant to Magellan after the heavy storms through which he had passed that he called it by the name it still bears, Pacific. But the worst hardships were still before him. Once more, a sea of darkness must be crossed by brave hearts sickening with hope deferred. If the mid-Atlantic waters had been strange to Columbus and his men, here, before Magellan's people, all was thrice unknown. They were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. And as they sailed months after months over the waste of waters, the huge size of our planet began to make itself felt. Until after the middle of December, they kept a northward course near the coast of the continent, running away from the Antarctic cold. Then northwesterly and westerly courses were taken, and on the 24th of January, 1521, a small wooded islet was found in water where the longest plummet lines failed to reach bottom. Already the voyage since issuing from the strait was nearly twice as long as that of Columbus in 1492, from the Canaries to Guanahani. From the useless island, which they called San Pablo, a further run of 11 days brought them to another uninhabited rock, which they called tiburones, from the quantity of sharks observed in the neighborhood. There was neither food nor water to be had there, and a voyage of unknown duration, in reality not less than 5,000 English miles, was yet to be accomplished before a trace of land was again to greet their yearning gaze. Their sufferings may best be told in the quaint and touching words in which Shakespeare read them. And Hyinge in this time consumed all their brisket and other victuals. They fell into such necessity that they were enforced to eat the powder that remained thereof, being now full of worms. Their fresh water was also putrefied and become yellow. They did eat skins and pieces of leather, which were folded above certain great ropes of the ships. But these skins, being made very hard by reason of the sun, rain, and wind, they hung them by a cord in the sea for the space of 4 or 5 days, to mollify them, and soothe them, and eat them. By reason of this famine and unclean feeding, some of their gums grew so out of their teeth, a symptom of scurvy, that they died miserably for hunger. And by this occasion died 19 men, and beside these that died, 25 or 30 were so sick that they were not able to do any service with their hands or arms for feebleness. So there was none without some disease. In 3 months and 20 days they sailed 4,000 leagues in one gulf by the South Sea, called Pacificum, that is, peaceable, which may well be so called, for as much as in all this time, having no sight of any land, they had no misfortune of wind or any other tempest. So that in fine, if God of his mercy had not given them good weather, it was necessary that in this so great a sea they should all have died for hunger, which nevertheless they escaped so hardly that it may be doubted whether such like voyage may be attempted with so good success. One would gladly know, albeit Pigafetta's journal and a still more laconic pilot's logbook leave us in the dark on this point, how the ignorant and suffering crews interpreted this everlasting stretch of sea vast, said Maximilian Transylvanus, than the human mind could conceive. To them it may well have seemed that the theory of a round and limited earth was wrong after all, and that their infatuated commander was leading them out into the fathomless abysses of space, with no welcoming shore beyond. But that heart of triple bronze, we may be sure, did not flinch. The situation had got beyond the point where mutiny could be suggested as a remedy. The very desperateness of it was all in Magellan's favor, for so far away had they come from the known world that retreat meant certain death. The only chance of escape lay in pressing forward. At last, on the 6th of March, they came upon islands inhabited by savages ignorant of the bow and arrow, but expert in handling their peculiar light boats. Here the dreadful sufferings were ended, for they found plenty of fruit and fresh vegetables besides meat. The people were such eager and pertinacious thieves that their islands received the name by which they are still known, the Isles de Ladrones, or Isles of Robbers. On the 16th of March, the three ships arrived at the islands, which some years afterward were named Philippines, after Philip II of Spain. Though these were islands unvisited by Europeans, yet Asiatic traders from Siam and Sumatra, as well as from China, were to be met there, and it was thus not long before Magellan became aware of the greatness of his triumph. He had passed the meridian of the Moluccas and knew that these islands lay to the southward within an easy sail. He had accomplished the circumnavigation of the earth through its unknown portion, and the remainder of his route lay through seas already traversed. An erroneous calculation of longitudes confirmed him in the belief that the Moluccas, as well as the Philippines, properly belonged to Spain. Meanwhile, in these Philippines of themselves, he had discovered a region of no small commercial importance. But his brief tarry in these interesting islands had fatal results, and in the very hour of victory, the conqueror perished, slain in a fight with the natives, the reason of which we can understand only by considering the close complication of commercial and political interests with the religious notions so common in that age. Meanwhile, on the 16th of May, the little Victoria, with starvation and scurvy already thinning the ranks, with foretopmast gone by the board and foreyard badly sprung, cleared the Cape of Good Hope, and thence was borne on the strong and friendly current up to the equator, which she crossed on the 8th of June. Only 50 years since Santarem and Escobar, first of Europeans, had crept down that coast and crossed it. Into that glorious half-century, what a world of suffering and achievement had been crowned. Dire necessity compelled the Victoria to stop at the Cape Verde Islands. Her people sought safety in deceiving the Portuguese with the story that they were returning from a voyage in Atlantic waters only, and thus they succeeded in buying food. But while this was going on, as a boatload of 13 men had been sent ashore for rice, some silly tongue, loosened by wine in the head of a sailor who had clubs to sell, babbled the perilous secret of Magellan and the Moluccas. The 13 were at once arrested, and the boat called upon the Victoria with direful threats to surrender, but she quickly stretched every inch of her canvas and got away. This was on the 18th of July, and 8 weeks of ocean remained. At last, on the 6th of September, the 30th anniversary of the day when Columbus weighed anchor for Cipango, the Victoria sailed into the Guadalquivir with 18 gaunt and haggard survivors to tell the proud story of the first circumnavigation of the earth. The voyage thus ended was doubtless the greatest feat of navigation that has ever been performed, and nothing can be imagined that would surpass it, except a journey to some other planet. It has not the unique historic position of the first voyage of Columbus, which brought together two streams of human life that had been disjoined since the glacial period, but as an achievement in ocean navigation. That voyage of Columbus sinks into insignificance by the side of it, and when the earth was a second time encompassed by the greatest English sailor of his age, the advance in knowledge as well as the different route chosen, had much reduced the difficulty of the performance. When we consider the frailness of the ships, the immeasurable extent of the unknown, the mutinies that were prevented or quelled, and the hardships that were endured, we can have no hesitation in speaking of Magellan as the Prince of Navigators. Nor can we ever fail to admire the simplicity and purity of that devoted life, in which there is nothing that seeks to be hidden or explained away. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fazio. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 17. The Discovery of New York Harbor by Verrazano, 1524. Verrazano's own account. Having remained in this place 3 days, anchored off the coast, we decided on account of the scarcity of ports to depart, always skirting the shore, which we baptized Arcadia on account of the beauty of the trees. In Arcadia we found a man who came to the shore to see what people we were, who stood hesitating and ready to fight. Watching us, he did not permit himself to be approached. He was handsome, nude, with hair fastened back in a knot of olive color. We were about 20 in number, ashore, and coaxing him, he approached to within about 2 fathoms, showing a burning stick as if to offer us fire. And we made fire with powder and flint and steel, and he trembled all over with terror, and we fired a shot. He stopped, as if astonished, and prayed, worshipping like a monk, lifting his finger toward the sky, and pointing to the ship and the sea he appeared to bless us. Toward the north and east, navigating by daylight and casting anchor at night, we followed a coast very green with forests, but without ports, and with some charming promontories and small rivers. We baptized the coast di Lorena on account of the cardinal, the first promontory Lanzone, the second Bonavetto, the largest river Vendoma, and a small mountain which stands by the sea, di Espolo, on account of the count. At the end of 100 leagues we found a very agreeable situation, located within 2 small prominent hills, in the midst of which flowed to the sea a very great river, which was deep within the mouth, and from the sea to the hills of that place, with the rising of the tides, which we found 8 feet, any laden ship might have passed. On account of being anchored off the coast in good shelter, we did not wish to adventure in without knowledge of the entrances. We were with a small boat, entering the said river to the land, which we found much populated. The people, almost like the others, clothed with the feathers of birds of various colors, came toward us joyfully, uttering very great exclamations of admiration, showing us where we could land with the boat more safely. We entered said river, within the land, about half a league, where we saw it made a very beautiful lake, with a circuit of about 3 leagues, through which they, the Indians, went, going from one to another part of the number of 30 of their little barges, with innumerable people, who passed from one shore and the other in order to see us. In an instant, as is wont to happen in navigation, a gale of unfavorable wind blowing in from the sea, we were forced to return to the ship, leaving the said land with much regret because of its commodiousness and beauty, thinking it was not without some properties of value, all of its hills showing indications of minerals. We called it Angoleme, from the principality which thou attainest in lesser fortune, and the bay which that land makes called Santa Margarita, from the name of thy sister who vanquished the other matrons of modesty and art. The anchor raised, sailing toward the east, as thus the land turned, having traveled 80 leagues always in sight of it, we discovered an island triangular in form, distant 10 leagues from the continent, in size like the island of Rhodes, full of hills, covered with trees, much populated, judging by the continuous fires along all the surrounding shore, which we saw they made. We baptized it Alosia, in the name of your most illustrious mother, not anchoring there on account of the unfavorableness of the weather. We came to another land, distant from the island 15 leagues, where we found a very beautiful port, and before we entered it, we saw about 20 barges of the people, who came with various cries of wonder round about the ship. Not approaching nearer than 50 paces, they halted, looking at the edifice, i.e. the ship, our figures and clothes. Then altogether they uttered a loud shout, signifying that they were glad. Having reassured them somewhat, imitating their gestures, they came so near that we threw them some little bells and mirrors and many trinkets, having taken which, regarding them with laughter, they entered the ship confidently. There were among them 2 kings, of as good stature and form as it would be possible to tell. The first of about 40 years, the other a young man of 24 years, the clothing of whom was thus. The older had on his nude body a skin of a stag, artificially adorned like a damask with various embroideries, the head bare, the hair turned back with various bands, at the neck a broad chain ornamented with many stones of diverse colors. The young man was almost in the same style. This is the most beautiful people and the most civilized in customs that we have found in this navigation. They excel us in size. They are of bronze color, some inclining more to whiteness, others to tawny color, the face sharply cut, the hair long and black, upon which they bestow the greatest study in adorning it, the eyes black and alert, the bearing kind and gentle, imitating much the ancient manner. Of the other parts of the body I will not speak to your majesty, having all the proportions which belong to every well-built man. Their women are of the same beauty and charm, very graceful, of comely mien and agreeable aspect, of habits and behavior as much according to womanly custom as pertains to human nature. They go nude, with only one skin of the stag embroidered like the men, and some wear on the arms very rich skins of the lynx, the head bare, with various arrangements of braids, composed of their own hair, which hang on one side and the other of the breast. Some use other hair arrangements, like the women of Egypt and of Syria use, and these are they who are advanced in age and are joined in wedlock. They have in the ears various pendant trinkets, as the Orientals are accustomed to have. The men, like the women, among which we saw many plates wrought from copper, by whom it is prized more than gold, which, on account of its color, they do not esteem, wherefore among all it is held by them more worthless. On the other hand, rating blue and red above any other. That which they were given by us, which they most valued, were little bells, blue crystals and other trinkets to place in the ears and on the neck. They did not prize cloth of silk and of gold, nor even of other kind, nor did they care to have them. Likewise with metals like steel and iron, for many times showing them our arms they did not conceive admiration for them nor ask for them, only examining the workmanship. They did the same with the mirrors, suddenly looking at them, they refused them, laughing. They are very liberal, so much so that all which they have they give away. We formed a great friendship with them, and one day, before we had entered with the ship in the port, remaining on account of the unfavorable weather conditions anchored a league at sea, they came in great numbers in their little barges to the ship, having painted and decked the face with various colors, showing to us it was evidence of good feeling, bringing to us of their food, signaling to us where for the safety of the ship we ought to anchor in the port, continually accompanying us until we cast anchor there. In which we remained 15 days, supplying ourselves with many necessities, where every day the people came to see us at the ship, bringing their women, of whom they are very careful, because, entering the ship themselves, remaining a long time, they made their women stay in the barges. And however many entreaties we made them, offering to give them various things, it was not possible that they would allow them to enter the ship. And one of the 2 kings, coming many times with the queen, and many attendants through their desire to see us, at first always stopped on a land distant from us 200 paces, sending a boat to inform us of their coming, saying they wished to come to see the ship, doing this for a kind of safety. And when they had the response from us, they came quickly, and having stood a while to look, hearing the noisy clamor of the sailor crowd, sent the Queen with her damsels in a very light barge to stay on a little island distant from us 1/4 of a league, himself remaining a very long time, discoursing by signs and gestures of various fanciful ideas, examining all the equipments of the ship, asking especially their purpose, imitating our manners, tasting our foods, then parted from us benignantly. At one time, our people remaining 2 or 3 days on a little island near the ship for various necessities, as is the custom of sailors, he came with 7 or 8 of his attendants, watching our operations, asking many times if we wished to remain there for a long time, offering us his every help. Then, shooting with the bow, running, he performed with his attendants various games to give us pleasure. Many times we were from 5 to 6 leagues inland, which we found as pleasing as it can be to narrate, adapted to every kind of cultivation, grain, wine, oil. Because in that place the fields are from 25 to 30 leagues wide, open and devoid of every impediment of trees, of such fertility that any seed in them would produce the best crops. Entering then into the woods, all of which are penetrable by any numerous army in any way whatsoever, and whose trees, oaks, cypresses, and others are unknown in our Europe. We found Leucalian apples, plums, and filberts, and many kinds of fruits different from ours. Animals there are in very great number, stags, deer, lynx, and other species, which, in the way of the others, they capture with snares and bows, which are their principal arms. The arrows of whom are worked with great beauty, placing at the end, instead of iron, emery, jasper, hard marble, and other sharp stones, by which they served themselves, instead of iron in cutting trees, making their barges from a single trunk of a tree, hollowed with wonderful skill, in which from 14 to 15 men will go comfortably. The short oar, broad at the end, working it solely with the strength of the arms at sea without any peril, with as much speed as pleases them. Going further, we saw their habitations, circular in form, of 14 to 15 paces compass, made from semicircles of wood, i.e., arched saplings bent in the form of an arbor, separated one from the other without system of architecture, covered with mats of straw ingeniously worked, which protect them from rain and wind. There is no doubt that if they had the perfection of the arts we have, they would build magnificent edifices, for all the maritime coast is full of blue rocks, crystals, and alabaster, and for such cause is full of ports and shelters for ships. They change said houses from one place to another according to the opulence of the site and the season in which they live. Carrying away only the mats, immediately they have other habitations made. There live in each a father and family to a very large number, so that in some we saw 25 and 30 souls. Their food is like the others, of pulse, which they produce with more system of culture than the others, observing the full moon, the rising of the Pleiades, and many customs derived from the ancients, also of the chase and fish. They live a long time and rarely incur illness. If they are oppressed with wounds, without crying they cure themselves by themselves with fire, their end being of old age. We judge they are very compassionate and charitable toward their relatives, making them great lamentations in their adversities, in their grief calling to mind all their good fortunes. The relatives, one with another, at the end of their life use the Sicilian lamentation, mingled with singing lasting a long time. This is as much as we were able to learn about them. The land is situated in the parallel of Rome, in 40 2/3 degrees, but somewhat colder on account of chance and not on account of nature, as I will narrate to your majesty in another part, describing at present the situation of said port. The shore of said land runs from west to east. The mouth of the port looks toward the south, half a league wide, after entering which between east and north it extends 12 leagues, where, widening itself, it makes an ample bay of about 20 leagues in circuit, in which are 5 little islands of much fertility and beauty, full of high and spreading trees, among which any numerous fleet, without fear of tempest or other impediment of fortune, could rest securely. Turning thence toward the south to the entrance of the port, on one side and the other are very charming hills with many brooks, which from the height to the sea discharge clear waters, which on account of its beauty we call refugio. In the midst of the mouth is found a rock of petra viva produced by nature, adapted for the building of any desired engine or bulwark for its protection, which on account of the nature of the stone and on account of the family of a gentlewoman we called la petra viva, on whose right side at said mouth of the port is a promontory, which we called Jovio promontory. Being supplied with our every necessity, the 6th day of May we departed from said port, following the shore, never losing sight of the land. We sailed 150 leagues, within which space we found shoals which extend from the continent into the sea 50 leagues, upon which there was over 3 feet of water, on account of which great danger in navigating it. We survived with difficulty, and baptized it Armelini, finding it of the same nature and somewhat higher with some mountains, with a high promontory which we named Pallavicino, which all indicated minerals. We did not stop there, because the favorableness of the weather served us in sailing along the coast. We think it must conform to the other. The shore ran to the east. We did not stop there, because the favorableness of the weather served us in sailing along the coast. We think it must conform to the other. The shore ran to the east. In the space of 50 leagues, holding more to the north, we found a high land full of very thick forests, the trees of which were pines, cypresses, and such as grow in cold regions. The people all different from the others, and as much as those past were of cultivated manners, these were full of uncouthness and vices, so barbarous that we were never able, with howsoever many signs we made them, to have any intercourse with them. They dress with the skins of bear, lynxes, sea-wolves, and other animals. The food, according to that which we were able to learn through going many times to their habitations, we think is of the chase, fish, and some products which are of a species of roots which the ground yields by its own self. They do not have pulse, nor did we see any signs of cultivation, nor would the ground, on account of its sterility, be adapted to produce fruit or any grain. If, by trading at any time with them, we desired their things, they came to the shore of the sea upon some rock where it was very steep, and, we remaining in the small boat, with a cord let down to us what they wished to give, continually crying on land that we should not approach, giving quickly the barter, not taking in exchange for it except knives, hooks for fishing, and sharp metal. They had no regard for courtesy, and when they had nothing more to exchange, at their departing the men made at us all the signs of contempt and shame which any brute creature could make. Contrary to their wish, 25 armed men of us were inland 2 and 3 leagues, and when we descended to the shore they shot at us with their bows, sending forth the greatest cries, then fled into the woods. We do not know any value of any moment in this land, except the very great forests, with some hills which possibly have some metal, because on many natives we saw paternosters of copper in the ears. We departed, skirting the coast between east and north, which we found very beautiful, open and bare of forests, with high mountains, back inland, growing smaller toward the shore of the sea. In 50 leagues we discovered 32 islands, among which we called the 3 larger the 3 daughters of Navarra, all near to the continent, small and of pleasing appearance, high, following the curving of the land, among which were formed most beautiful ports and channels, as are formed in the Adriatic Gulf, in the Illyrius and the Dalmatia. We had no intercourse with the peoples, and think that they were, like the others, devoid of morals and culture. Navigating between east-southeast and north-northeast, in the space of 150 leagues, we came near the land which the Britons found in the past, by the Cabots, which stands in 50 degrees, and having consumed all our naval stores and victuals, having discovered 600 leagues and more of new land, furnishing ourselves with water and wood, we decided to turn toward France. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 18. Cartier's Exploration of the St. Lawrence, 1534. The account given by John A. Doyle. Jacques Cartier was a brave and experienced sea captain from St. Malo. In 1534, Cartier made a preliminary voyage of exploration. Touching at Newfoundland, he sailed through the Straits of Belle Isle and explored the east shore of the island, a region which, for the barrenness of its soil and the severity of its climate, seemed the very spot whither Cain had been banished. The coast of New Brunswick held out a more inviting prospect. The fertility of the soil reminded the voyagers of their native Brittany, and one field there seemed worth more than the whole of Newfoundland. Thence Cartier sailed into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and would have explored the great river of Canada, but storms arose, and he deemed it prudent to return to France before bad weather set in. His report of the country was encouraging. The soil, as we have seen, promised well, and the voyagers had not yet learned the terrors of a Canadian winter. The natives were rude in their habits, but they were uniformly peaceful, and ready to trade on easy terms for such goods as they possessed. There seemed good reason to hope, too, that they might be converted to Christianity, and one of them had shown confidence enough in the strangers to trust them with his 2 children, who were easily reconciled to their captivity by the gift of red caps and colored shirts. In the next year, Cartier again went forth with 3 ships. After confessing and taking the sacrament in the church of St. Malo, the adventurers set sail on Whit Sunday. Among them was the cupbearer to the Dauphin, Claudius de Pontbriand. As before, the strangers were well received by the Indians, and landed safely at Quebec. There Cartier left his sailors with instructions to make a fortified camp, while he himself, with the greater part of his men-at-arms and his 2 Indian captives of the year before, should explore the upper banks of the St. Lawrence and penetrate, if possible, to the great Indian city of Hochelaga. The Indians, though outwardly friendly, seem either to have distrusted the French or else grudged their neighbors at Hochelaga such valuable allies, and would have dissuaded Cartier from his expedition. When their remonstrances proved useless, the savages tried to work on the fears of the visitors. 3 canoes came floating down the river, each containing a fiendish figure with horns and blackened face. The supposed demons delivered themselves of a threatening harangue, and then paddled to the shore, and whether to complete the performance or through honest terror fell fainting in their boats. The Indians then explained to Cartier that their God had sent a warning to the presumptuous strangers, bidding them refrain from the intended voyage. Cartier replied that the Indian God could have no power over those who believed in Christ. The Indians acquiesced, and even affected to rejoice in the approaching discomfiture of their deity. Cartier and his followers started on the voyage. After a fortnight's journey, they came in sight of the natural citadel of Hochelaga, the Royal Mount, as they fitly called it, which has since given its name to the stately city below. The size of that city was then filled by a village surrounded by maize fields, and strongly fortified after the Iroquois manner. There the French were received with hospitality, and with a reverence which seemed to imply that they were something more than mortal. The sick were laid before them to be healed, and when Cartier read portions of the Gospel in French, the savages listened reverently to the unknown sounds. On his return, Cartier found his fort securely palisaded, and decided there to await the winter. So far all had gone well, but the settlers were soon destined to see the unfavorable side of Canadian life. The savages, after their fickle nature, began to waver in their friendship. A worse danger was to come. Scurvy broke out, and before long 25 men had died, and not more than 3 or 4 remained well. At length the leaf of a tree whose virtues were pointed out by the Indians restored the sufferers to health. When winter disappeared and the river again became navigable, Cartier determined to return. He was anxious that the French king should learn the wonders of the country from the mouths of its own people. Accordingly, with a characteristic mixture of caution, subtlety, and conciliation, he allured the principal chief Donnacona and some of his followers into the fort. There they were seized and carried to the ships, nominally as honored guests, like Montezuma among the followers of Cortez. Cartier then set sail with his captives, and in July reached St. Malo. The Indians, as was usually the fate of such captives, pined under a strange sky, and when Cartier sailed again, not one was alive. 4 years elapsed before another voyage was undertaken. In 1540 a fleet of 5 ships was made ready at the expense of the king, who reserved to himself a third of the profits of the voyage. Cartier was appointed Captain General, with instructions to establish a settlement, and to labor for the conversion of the savages. With Cartier was associated a man of high birth, the Sieur de Roberval, who was appointed Viceroy and Lieutenant General of Newfoundland, Labrador, and all the territory explored by Cartier, with the title of Lord of Norumbega. This division of command seems to have led to no good results. Another measure which probably contributed to the failure of the expedition was the mode employed for raising the necessary crews. Cartier, like Frobisher, was empowered to search the prisons for recruits. Even before the voyage began, things took an unfavorable turn. Roberval's ammunition was not ready at the stated time, and the departure of the fleet was thereby hindered. At length, lest further delay should give offense at court, Cartier sailed, leaving Roberval to follow. The first interview with the savages was a source of some fear, as it was doubtful how they would receive the tidings of Donnacona's death. Luckily, the chief to whom the news was first told was Donnacona's successor, and, as might have been expected, he showed no dissatisfaction at Cartier's story. The French then settled themselves in their old quarters at Quebec. 2 of the 4 ships were sent home to France to report safe arrival of the expedition, while Cartier himself, with 2 boats, set out to explore the river above Hochelaga. After his departure, the relations between the settlers and the Indians became unfriendly, a change probably due in part to the loss of Donnacona and his companions. Whatever the cause, the danger seemed so serious that Cartier on his return decided to abandon the colony and to make for France. From later events it would seem as if Cartier had no friendly feeling toward Roberval, and jealousy may have had some share in leading him to forsake the enterprise for which he had endured and risked so much. On his homeward voyage he put into the harbor of St. John in Newfoundland. There he met Roberval with 3 ships and 200 men. Their meeting seems to have been friendly, but Cartier, instead of obeying Roberval's orders and returning with him to Canada, quietly weighed anchor in the night and sailed away to France. With this inglorious departure ends the career of the first great French colonizer. Roberval resumed his voyage and landed above Quebec. There he built a single abode for the whole colony, on the model of a college or monastery, with a common hale and kitchen. Of the doings of the settlers we have but scanty accounts, but we learn enough to see that the colony was ill planned from the outset, and that either Roberval was unfit for command, or singularly unfortunate in his subjects. The supplies were soon found to be inadequate, and scurvy set in. The colonists became disorderly, and Roberval ruled them with a rod of iron. Trifling offenses were punished with fearful severity. Men and women were flogged, and if we may believe one account, the punishment of death was inflicted with no sparing hand. How long the colony lingered on is unknown. Roberval himself returned to France only, it is said, to die a violent death in the streets of Paris. There is nothing to tell us whether his colonists returned with him, or whether, like White's unhappy followers, they were left to fall victims to the horrors of the wilderness. Whatever was their fate, no attempt was made to restore the colony, and the St. Lawrence was left for more than 50 years to the savages and wild beasts. End of section 18. Section 19 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 19. Cartier's Exploration of the St. Lawrence. Part 2. Cartier's Own Account. Upon Thursday, being the 8th of the month, because the wind was not good to go out with our ships, we set our boats in a readiness to go to discover the said bay, and that day we went 25 leagues within it. The next day, the wind and weather being fair, we sailed until noon, in which time we had notice of a great part of the said bay, and how that over the lowlands there were other lands with high mountains. But seeing that there was no passage at all, we began to turn back again, taking our way along the coast and sailing. We saw certain wild men, and by in clusters they came to the shore where we were, with their boats, bringing with them skins and other such things as they had, to have of our wares, till they had nothing but their naked bodies, for they gave us all whatsoever they had, and that was but of small value. We perceived that this people might very easily be converted to our religion. They go from place to place, they live only with fishing, they have an ordinary time to fish for their provision. The country is hotter than the country of Spain, and the fairest that can possibly be found, altogether smooth and level. There is no place, be it never so little, but it bathes some trees, yea, albeit be sandy, or else is full of wild corn, that hath an ear like unto rye. The corn is like oats, and small peasen as thick as if they had been sown and ploughed. White and red roses, with many other flowers of very sweet and pleasant smell. There be also many goodly meadows, full of grass, and lakes wherein great plenty of salmons be. They call a hatchet in their tongue cochi, and a knife bacon. We named it the Bay of Heat. The Saturday following, being the 1st of August, by sun rising, we had certain other lands, lying north and northeast, that were very high and craggy, and seemed to be mountains, between which were other low lands with woods and rivers. We went about the said lands, as well on the one side as on the other, still bending northwest, to see if it were either a gulf or a passage, until the 5th of the month. The distance from one land to the other is about 15 leagues. The middle between them both is 50 degrees, and a terce in latitude. We had much ado to go 5 miles further, the winds were so great, and the tide against us. And at 5 miles' end we might plainly see and perceive land on both sides, which there beginneth to spread itself. After we had sailed along the said coast for the space of 2 hours, behold, the tide began to tame against us, with so swift and raging a course, that it was not possible for us with 13 oars to row, or get one stone's cast farther, so that we were constrained to leave our boats with some of our men to guard them. And 10 or 12 men went ashore to the said cape, where we found that the land beginneth to bend southwest, which having seen, we came to our boats again, and so to our ships, which were still ready under sail, hoping to go forward. But for all that, they were fallen more than 4 leagues to leeward from the place where we had left them, where so soon as we came, we assembled together all our captains, masters, and mariners, to have their advice and opinion what was best to be done. And after that every one had said, considering that the easterly winds began to bear away and blow, and that the flood was so great that we did but fall, and that there was nothing to be gotten, and that storms and tempests began to reign in Newfoundland, and that we were so far from home, not knowing the perils and dangers that were behind. For either we must agree to return home again, or else to stay there all the year. Moreover, we did consider that if the northern winds did take us, it were not possible for us to depart thence. All which opinions being heard and considered, we altogether determined to address ourselves homeward. Now because upon St. Peter's Day we entered into the said strait, we named it St. Peter's Strait. In the year of our Lord 1535, upon Whitsunday, being the 16th of May, by the commandment of our Captain James Cartier, and with a common accord, in the Cathedral Church of St. Malo, we devoutly each one confessed ourselves, and received the sacrament. And all entering into the choir of the said church, we presented ourselves before the Reverend Father in Christ, the Lord Bishop of St. Malo, who blessed us all, being in his bishop's robes. The Wednesday following, being the 19th of May, there arose a good gale of wind, and therefore we hoisted sail with 3 ships. We stayed and rested ourselves in the said haven, until the 7th of August, being Sunday, on which day we hoisted sail, and came toward land on the south side toward Cape Robast, distant from the said haven about 20 leagues, north-northeast and south-southwest. But the next day there rose a stormy and a contrary wind, and because we could find no haven there toward the south, thence we went coasting along toward the north, beyond the above said haven about 10 leagues, where we found a goodly great gulf, full of islands, passages, and entrances, toward what wind soever you please to bend. For the knowledge of this gulf there is a great island that is like to a cape of land, stretching somewhat further forth than the others, and about 2 leagues within the land there is a hill fashioned as it were a heap of corn. We named the said gulf St. Lawrence his Bay. The 12th of the said month we went from the said St. Lawrence his Bay, or gulf, sailing westward, and discovered a cape of land toward the south, that runneth west and by south, distant from the said St. Lawrence his Bay, about 25 leagues. Moreover, I believe that there were never so many whales seen as we saw that day about the said cape. The next day, after being Our Lady Day of August the 15th of the month, having passed the strait, we had notice of certain lands that we left toward the south, which lands are full of very great and high hills, and this cape we named the Island of the Assumption, and perceived to be higher than the southerly, more than 30 leagues in length. we treaded the said lands about toward the south, from the said day until Tuesday noon following. The wind came west, and therefore we bended toward the north, purposing to go and see the land that we before had spied. Being arrived there, we found the said lands as it were joined together, and low toward the sea. And the northerly mountains that are upon the said low lands stretch east and west, and a quarter of the south. Our wild men told us that there were the beginning of Saguenay, and that it was land inhabited, and that thence cometh the red copper, of them named Cagnides. There is between the southerly lands and the northerly about 30 leagues distance, and more than 200 fathom depth. The said men did moreover certify unto us that there was the way and beginning of the great river of Hochelaga, and ready way to Canada, which river, the further it went, the narrower it came, even unto Canada, and that then there was fresh water, which went so famine upwards that they had never heard of any man who had gone to the head of it, and that there is no other passage but with small boats. Upon the 1st of September we departed out of the said haven, purposing to go toward Canada, and about 15 leagues from it toward the west, and west-southwest, amidst the river, there are 3 islands, over against the which there is a river, which runneth swift, and is of great depth, and it is from which leadeth and runneth into the country and kingdom of Saguenay, as by the 2 wild men of Canada it was told us. This river passeth and runneth along very high and steep hills of bare stone, where very little earth is, and notwithstanding there is a great quantity of sundry sorts of trees that grow in the said bare stones, even as upon good and fertile ground, in such sort that we have seen some so great as well would suffice to make a mast for a ship of 30-ton burden, and as green as possibly can be, growing in a stony rock without any earth at all. The 7th of the month being Our Lady's even, after service we went from that island to go up higher into the river, and came to 14 islands, 7 or 8 leagues from the island of Filberds, where the country of Canada beginneth, one of which islands is 10 leagues in length, and 5 in breadth, greatly inhabited of such men as only live by fishing of such sorts of fishes as the river affordeth, according to the season of them. The next day following, the Lord of Canada, whose proper name was Donnacona, but by the name of Lord they called him Aguhana, with 12 boats came to our ships, accompanied with many people, who, causing 10 of his boats to go back with the other 2, approached unto us with 16 men. Our captain then caused our boats to be set in order, that with the next tide he might go up higher into the river, to find some safe harbor for our ships. And we passed up the river against the stream about 10 leagues, coasting the said island, at the end whereof we found a goodly and pleasant sound, where is a little river and haven, where by reason of the flood there is about 3 fathoms water. This place seemed to us very fit and commodious to harbor our ships therein, and so we did very safely. We named it the Holy Cross, for on that day we came thither. Near unto it there is a village, whereof Donnacona is lord, and there he keepeth his abode. It is called Stadacona, Quebec, as goodly a plot of ground as possibly may be seen. Having considered the place, and finding it fit for our purpose, our captain withdrew himself on purpose to return to our ships. After we were come with our boats unto our ships again, our captain caused our barks to be made ready to go on land in the said island, to note the trees that in show seemed so fair, and to consider the nature and quality of it, which things we did, and found it full of goodly trees like to ours. Also we saw many goodly vines, a thing not before of us seen in those countries, and therefore we named it Bacchus Island. It is in length about 12 leagues, in sight very pleasant, but full of woods, no part of it manured, unless it be in certain places, where a few cottages be for fishers' dwellings, as before we have said. The next day, being the 19th of September, we hoisted sail, and with our pinnace and 2 boats departed to go up the river with the flood, where, on both shores of it, we began to see as goodly a country as possibly can with eyes seen, all replenished with very goodly trees, and vines laden as full of grapes as could be all along the river, which rather seemed to have been planted by man's hand than otherwise. True it is, that because they are not dressed and wrought as they should be, their bunches of grapes are not so great nor sweet as ours. From the 19th until the 8th and 20th of September, we sailed up along the said river, never losing an hour of time, all which time we saw as goodly and pleasant a country as possibly can be wished for. The next day, our captain, seeing for that time it was not possible for our pinnace to go on any further, he caused our boats to be made ready, and as much munition and victuals to be put in them as they could well bear. He departed with them, accompanied with many gentlemen, that is to say, Claudius of Pontbriand, cupbearer to the Lord Dauphin of France, Charles of Pommeraye, John Guyon, John Powlett, with 28 mariners, and Mace Jalobert, and William Britton, who had the charge under the captain of the other 2 ships, to go up as far as they could into that river. We sailed with good and prosperous weather until the 2nd of October, on which day we came to the town of Hochelaga, Montreal, distant from the place where we had left our pinnace 45 leagues. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. By Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 20. Searches for the 7 cities of Cibola, 1530 to 1540. The account by Reuben Gold Thwaites. In 1513, 107 years before the landing of the Pilgrims at Plymouth, Balboa scaled the continental backbone at Darien and unfurled the flag of Spain by the waters of the Pacific. With wonderful zeal did Spanish explorers beat up and down the western shore of the Gulf of Mexico, searching for an opening through. Cortes had no sooner secured possession of Mexico after his frightful slaughter of the Aztecs than he began pushing out to the west and northwest, along the upper coasts of the South Sea, in search of the strait which Montezuma told him existed. It is unlikely that Montezuma's knowledge of North American geography was much greater than that of his conqueror. But in every age and land, aborigines have first ascertained what visiting strangers most sought, whether it be gold or waterways, and assured them that somewhere beyond the neighboring horizon these objects were to be found in plenty. Spanish, French, and English have each in turn chased American rainbows that existed only in the brains of imaginative tribesmen who had little other thought than a childish desire to gratify their guests. Cortes undertook, at his own charge, several of these expensive exploring expeditions to discover the strait of which Montezuma had spoken, and one of them he conducted in person. In 1528, the year he visited Spain to meet his accusers, we find him dispatching Maldonado northward along the Pacific coast for 300 miles, and 5 years later Grijalva and Jimenez were claiming for Spain the southern portion of Lower California. A full 100 years before Jean Nicolet related to the French authorities at their feeble outpost on the Rock of Quebec the story of his daring progress into the wilds of the upper Mississippi Valley, and the rumors he had there heard of the great river which flowed into the South Sea, Spanish officials in the halls of Montezuma were receiving tales of their adventurers who had penetrated to strange lands laved by the waters of this self-same ocean. It was about the year 1530 when the Spaniards in Mexico first received word, through an itinerant monk, Marcos de Niza, of certain powerful semi-civilized tribes dwelling some 600 miles north of the capital of the Aztecs. These strange people were said to possess in great store domestic utensils and ornaments made of gold and silver, to be massed in 7 large cities composed of houses built with stone, and to be proficient in many of the arts of the Europeans. The search for the 7 cities of Cibola, as these reputed communities came to be called by the Spaniards, was at once begun. Guzman, just then at the head of affairs in New Spain, zealously set forth at the head of 400 Spanish soldiers and a large following of Indians, to search for this marvelous country. But the farther north the army marched, the more distant became Cibola in the report of the natives whom they met on the way, until at last the invaders became involved in the pathless deserts of New Mexico and the intricate ravines of the foothills beyond. The soldiers grew mutinous, and Guzman returned crestfallen to Mexico. In April 1528, 300 enthusiastic young nobles and gentlemen from Spain landed at Tampa Bay, under the leadership of Narvaez, whom Cortez supplanted in the conquest of Mexico. Narvaez had been given a commission to hold Florida, with its supposed wealth of mines and precious stones, and to become its governor. Led by the customary fables of the natives, who told only such tales as they supposed their Spanish tormentors wished most to hear, the brilliant company wandered hither and thither through the vast swamps and forests, wasted by fatigue, famine, disease, and frequent assaults of savages. At last, after many distressing adventures, but 4 men were left: Cabeza de Vaca, treasurer of the expedition, and 3 others. For 8 long years did these bruised and ragged Spaniards wearily roam across the region now divided into Texas, Indian Territory, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Arizona, through tangled forests, across broad rivers, morasses, and desert stretches beset by wild beasts and men, but ever spurred on by vague reports of a colony of their countrymen to the southwest. At last, May 1536, the miserable wanderers, first to make the transcontinental trip in northern latitudes, reached the Gulf of California, where they met some of their fellow countrymen, who bore them in triumph to the city of Mexico as the guests of the province. In that golden age of romance, travelers were expected to gild their tales, and in this respect seldom failed to meet the popular demand. The Spanish conquistadors in particular lived in an atmosphere of fancy. They looked at American savages and their ways through Spanish spectacles, and knowing nothing of the modern science of ethnology, quite misunderstood the import of what they saw. Beset by the national vice of flowery embellishment, they were also pardonably ignorant of savage life, and had an indiscriminating thirst for the marvelous. Thus we plainly see how the Cibola myth arose and grew, and why most official Spanish reports of the conquest of the Aztecs were so distorted by false conceptions of the conquered people as in some particulars to be of light value as material for history. It was then small wonder that Cabeza de Vaca and his fellow adventurers, in the midst of the hero worship of which they were now recipients, should claim themselves to have seen the mysterious 7 cities, and to have enlarged upon the previous stories. Coronado, governor of the northern province of New Galicia, was accordingly sent to conquer this wonderful country, which the adventurers had seen, but Guzman failed to find. In 1540, the years when Cortez again returned to meet ungrateful neglect at the hands of the Spanish court, Coronado set out with a well-equipped following of 300 whites and 800 Indians. The Cibola cities were found to be but mud pueblos in Arizona and New Mexico, with the aspect of which we are today familiar, while the mild-tempered inhabitants, destitute of wealth, peacefully practicing their crude industries and tilling their irrigated field, were foemen hardly worthy of Castilian steel. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 21. Cabeza de Vaca's Journey to the Southwest, 1535 to 1536, de Vaca's own account. Castillo returned at the end of 3 days to the spot where he had left us, and brought 5 or 6 of the people. He told us he had found fixed dwellings of civilization, that the inhabitants lived on beans and pumpkins, and that he had seen maize. This news, the most of anything, delighted us, and for it we gave infinite thanks to our Lord. Castillo told us the negro was coming with all the population to wait for us in the road not far off. Accordingly we left, and having traveled a league and a half, we met the negro and the people coming to receive us. They gave us beans, many pumpkins, calabashes, blankets of cowhide, and other things. As this people and those who came with us were enemies, and spoke not each other's language, we discharged the latter, giving them what we received, and departed with the others. 6 leagues from there, as the night set in, we arrived at the houses, where great festivities were made over us. We remained 1 day, and the next set out with these Indians. They took us to the settled habitations of others, who lived upon the same food. From that place onward was another usage. Those who knew of our approach did not come out to receive us on the road, as the others had done, but we found them in their houses, and they had made others for our reception. They were all seated with their faces turned to the wall, their heads down, the hair brought before their eyes, and their property placed in a heap in the middle of the house. From this place they began to give us many blankets of skin, and they had nothing they did not bestow. They have the finest persons of any people we saw, of the greatest activity and strength, who best understood us and intelligently answered our inquiries. We called them the Cow Nation, because most of the cattle killed are slaughtered in their neighborhood, and along up that river for over 50 leagues they destroy great numbers. They go entirely naked after the manner of the first we saw. The women are dressed with deerskin, and some few men, mostly the aged, who are incapable of fighting. The country is very populous. We asked how it was they did not plant maize. They answered that it was that they might not lose what they should put in the ground, that the rains had failed for 2 years in succession, and the seasons were so dry the seed had everywhere been taken by the moles, and they could not venture to plant again until after water had fallen copiously. They begged us to tell the sky to rain, and to pray for it, and we said we would do so. We also desired to know whence they got the maize, and they told us from where the sun goes down. There it grew throughout the region, and the nearest was by that path. 2 days being spent while we tarried, we resolved to go in search of the maize. We did not wish to follow the path leading to where the cattle are, because it is toward the north, and for us very circuitous, since we ever held it certain that going toward the sunset we must find what we desired. Thus we took our way and traversed all the country until coming out at the South Sea. Nor was the dread we had of the sharp hunger through which we should have to pass, as in verity we did throughout the 17 days' journey of which the natives spoke, sufficient to hinder us. During all that time, in ascending by the river, they gave us many coverings of cowhide, but we did not eat of the fruit. Our sustenance each day was about a handful of deer suet, which we had a long time been used to saving for such trials. Thus we passed the entire journey of 17 days. As the sun went down upon some plains that lie between chains of very great mountains, we found a people who, for the third part of the year, eat nothing but the powder of straw, and that being the season when we passed, we also had to eat of it, until reaching permanent habitations, where was abundance of maize brought together. They gave us a large quantity of grain and flour, pumpkins, beans, and shawls of cotton. With all these we loaded our guides, who went back the happiest creatures on earth. We gave thanks to God our Lord for having brought us where we had found so much food. Some houses are of earth, the rest all of cane mats. From this point we marched through more than 100 leagues of country, and continually found settled domiciles with plenty of maize and beans. The people gave us many deer and cotton shawls better than those of New Spain, many beads and certain corals found on the South Sea, and fine turquoises that come from the north. Indeed, they gave us everything they had. To me they gave 5 emeralds made into arrowheads, which they use at their singing and dancing. They appeared to be very precious. I asked whence they got these, and they said the stones were brought from some lofty mountains that stand toward the north, where were populous towns and very large houses, and that they were purchased with plumes and the feathers of parrots. Among this people the women were treated with more decorum than in any part of the Indias we had visited. They wear a shirt of cotton that falls as low as the knee, and over it half sleeves with skirts reaching to the ground, made of dressed deerskin. It opens in front and is brought close with straps of leather. They soap this with a certain root that cleanses well, by which they are enabled to keep it becomingly. Shoes are worn. The people all came to us that we should touch and bless them, they being very urgent, which we could accomplish only with great labor, for sick and well all wished to go with a benediction. These Indians ever accompanied us until they delivered us to others, and all held full faith in our coming from heaven. While traveling, we went without food all day until night, and we ate so little as to astonish them. We never felt exhaustion, neither were we in fact at all weary, so inured were we to hardship. We possessed great influence and authority. To preserve both, we seldom talked with them. The Negro was in constant conversation. He informed himself about the ways we wished to take, of the towns there were, and the matters we desired to know. We passed through many and dissimilar tongues. Our Lord granted us favor with the people who spoke them, for they always understood us, and we them. We questioned them, and received their answers by signs, just as if they spoke our language and we theirs. For although we knew 6 languages, we could not everywhere avail ourselves of them, there being 1,000 differences. Throughout all these countries, the people who were at war immediately made friends, that they might come to meet us and bring what they possessed. In this way we left all the land at peace, and we taught all the inhabitants by signs, which they understood, that in heaven was a man we called God, who had created the sky and earth. Him we worshipped and had for our master, that we did what he commanded, and from his hand came all good, and would they do as we did, all would be well with them. So ready of apprehension we found them that, could we have had the use of language by which to make ourselves perfectly understood, we should have left them all Christians. Thus much we gave them to understand the best we could, and afterward, when the sun rose, they opened their hands together with loud shouting toward the heavens, and then drew them down all over their bodies. They did the same again when the sun went down. They are a people of good condition and substance, capable in any pursuit. In the town where the emeralds were presented to us, the people gave Dorantes over 600 open hearts of deer. They ever keep a good supply of them for food, and we call the place Pueblo de los Corazones. It is the entrance into many provinces on the South Sea. They who go to look for them and do not enter there will be lost. On the coast is no maize. The inhabitants eat the powder of rush and of straw, and fish that is caught in the sea from rafts, not having canoes. With grass and straw the women cover their nudity. They are a timid and dejected people. We think that near the coast, by way of those towns through which we came, are more than 1,000 leagues of inhabited country, plentiful of subsistence. 3 times the year it is planted with maize and beans. Deer are of 3 kinds, one the size of the young steer of Spain. There are innumerable houses, such as are called bajillos. They have poison from a certain tree the size of the apple. For effect, no more is necessary than to pluck the fruit and moisten the arrow with it, or, if there be no fruit, to break a twig and with the milk do the like. The tree is abundant, and so deadly that, if the leaves be bruised and steeped in some neighboring water, the deer and other animals drinking it soon burst. We were in this town 3 days. A day's journey farther was another town, at which the rain fell heavily while we were there, and the river became so swollen we could not cross it, which detained us 15 days. In this time Castillo saw the buckle of a sword belt on the neck of an Indian, and stitched to it the nail of a horseshoe. He took them, and we asked the native what they were. He answered that they came from heaven. We questioned him further as to who had brought them thence. They all responded that certain men who wore beards like us had come from heaven and arrived at that river, bringing horses, lances, and swords, and that they had lanced 2 Indians. In a manner of the utmost indifference we could feign, we asked them what had become of those men. They answered that they had gone to sea, putting their lances beneath the water, and going themselves also under the water. Afterward, that they were seen on the surface going toward the sunset. For this we gave many thanks to God our Lord. We had before despaired of ever hearing more of Christians. Even yet we were left in great doubt and anxiety, thinking those people were merely persons who had come by sea on discoveries. However, as we had now such exact information, we made greater speed, and as we advanced on our way, the news of the Christians continually grew. We told the natives that we were going in search of that people, to order them not to kill or make slaves of them, nor take them from their lands, nor do other injustice. Of this the Indians were very glad. We passed through many territories and found them all vacant. Their inhabitants wandered, fleeing among the mountains, without daring to have houses or till the earth for fear of Christians. The sight was one of infinite pain to us. A land very fertile and beautiful, abounding in springs and streams, the hamlets deserted and burned, the people thin and weak, all fleeing or in concealment. As they did not plant, they appeased their keen hunger by eating roots and the bark of trees. We bore a share of the famine along the whole way, for poorly could these unfortunates provide for us. Themselves being so reduced, they looked as though they would willingly die. They brought shawls of those they had concealed because of the Christians, presenting them to us, and they related how the Christians at other times had come through the land, destroying and burning the towns, carrying away half the men, and all the women and the boys, while those who had been able to escape were wandering about fugitives. We found them so alarmed they dared not remain anywhere. They would not, nor could they, till the earth, but preferred to die rather than live in dread of such cruel usage as they received. Although these showed themselves greatly delighted with us, We feared that on our arrival among those who held the frontier and fought against the Christians, they would treat us badly and revenge upon us the conduct of their enemies. But when God our Lord was pleased to bring us there, they began to dread and respect us as the others had done, and even somewhat more, at which we no little wondered. Thence it may at once be seen that, to bring all these people to be Christians, and to the obedience of the imperial majesty, they must be won by kindness, which is a way certain, and no other is. They took us to a town on the edge of a range of mountains, to which the ascent is over difficult crags. We found many people there collected out of fear of the Christians. They received us well, and presented us all they had. They gave us more than 2,000 backloads of maize, which we gave to the distressed and hungered beings who guided us to that place. The next day we dispatched 4 messengers through the country, as we were accustomed to do, that they should call together all the rest of the Indians at a town distant 3 days' march. We set out the day after with all the people. The tracks of the Christians and marks where they slept were continually seen. At midday we met our messengers, who told us they had found no Indians, that they were roving and hiding in the forests, fleeing that the Christians might not kill nor make them slaves. The night before they had observed the Christians from behind trees, and discovered what they were about, carrying away many people in chains. From this spot, called the river Petutan, to the river to which Diego de Guzman came, where we heard of Christians, may be as many as 80 leagues. Thence to the town where the rains overtook us, 12 leagues, and that is 12 leagues from the South Sea. Throughout this region, wheresoever the mountains extend, we saw clear traces of gold and lead, iron, copper, and other metals. Where the settled habitations are, the climate is hot. Even in January the weather is very warm. Thence toward the meridian, the country unoccupied to the North Sea is unhappy and sterile. There we underwent great and incredible hunger. Those who inhabit and wander over it are a race of evil inclination and most cruel customs. The people of the fixed residences and those beyond regard silver and gold with indifference, nor can they conceive of any use for them. When we saw sure signs of Christians, and heard how near we were to them, we gave thanks to God our Lord for having chosen to bring us out of a captivity so melancholy and wretched. The delight we felt, let each one conjecture, when, if he shall remember the length of time we were in that country, the suffering and perils we underwent. That night I entreated my companions that one of them should go back 3 days' journey after the Christians who were moving about over the country, where we had given assurance of protection. Neither of them received this proposal well, excusing themselves because of weariness and exhaustion, and although either might have done better than I, being more youthful and athletic, yet seeing their unwillingness, the next morning I took the Negro and 11 Indians, and following the Christians by their trail, I traveled 10 leagues, passing 3 villages, at which they had slept. The day after I overtook 4 of them on horseback, who were astonished at the sight of me, so strangely habited as I was, and in company with Indians. They stood staring at me a length of time, so confounded that they neither hailed me nor drew near to make an inquiry. I bade them take me to their chief. Accordingly, we went together 1/2 league to the place where was Diego de Alcaraz, their captain. After we had conversed, he stated to me that he was completely undone. He had not been able in a long time to take any Indians. He knew not which way to turn, and his men had well begun to experience hunger and fatigue. I told him of Castillo and Dorantes, who were behind, 10 leagues off, with a multitude that conducted us. He thereupon sent 3 cavalry to them, with 50 of the Indians who accompanied him. The Negro returned to guide them, while I remained. I asked the Christians to give me a certificate of the year, month, and day I arrived there, and of the manner of my coming, which they accordingly did. From this river to the town of the Christians, named San Miguel, which the government of the province called New Galicia, are 30 leagues. End of section 21. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 22 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 22. The Expedition of Coronado to the Southwest, 1540 to 1541. Coronado's Own Account. At length I arrived at the valley of the people called Caracones, the 26th day of the month of May, and from Culiacan until I came thither, I could not help myself, save only with a great quantity of bread of maize, for seeing the maize in the fields were not yet ripe, I was constrained to leave them all behind me. In this valley of the Caracones, we found more store of people than in any other part of the country which we had passed, and great store of tillage. But I understood that there was store thereof in another valley called the Lord's Valley, which I would not disturb with force, but sent thither Melchior Diaz with wares of exchange to procure some, and to give the said maize to the Indians, our friends, which we brought with us, and to some others that had lost their cattle on the way, and were not able to carry their victuals so far which they brought from Culiacan. It pleased God that we got some small quantity of maize with this traffic, whereby certain Indians were relieved, and some Spaniards. And by that time that we were come to this valley of the Caracones, some 10 or 12 of our horses were dead through weariness, for being overcharged with great burdens, and having but little meat, they could not endure the travel. Likewise, some of our negroes and some of our Indians died here, which was no small want unto us for the performance of our enterprise. They told me that this valley of the Caracones is 5 days' journey from the western sea. I sent for the Indians of the sea coast to understand their estate, and while I stayed for them, the horses rested, and I stayed there 4 days, in which space the Indians of the sea coast came unto me, which told me that 2 days' sailing from their coast of the sea there were 7 or 8 islands right over against them, well inhabited with people, but badly furnished with victuals, and were a rude people. And they told me that they had seen a ship pass by not far from the shore, which I wot not what to think whether it were one of those that went to discover the country, or else a ship of the Portugals. But after we had passed these 30 leagues, we found fresh rivers, and grass like that of Castile, and especially of that sort which we called Scaramoyo, many nut trees and mulberry trees, but the nut trees differ from those of Spain in the leaf, and there was flax, but chiefly near the banks of a certain river, which therefore we called El Rio del Lino, that is to say, the river of flax. We found no Indians at all for a day's travel, but afterward 4 Indians came out unto us in peaceful manner, saying that they were sent even to that desert place to signify unto us that we were welcome, and that the next day all the people would come out to meet us on the way with victuals, and the master of the field gave them a cross, willing them to signify to those of their city that they should not fear, and they should rather let the people stay in their houses, because I came only in the name of his majesty to defend and aid them. And this done, Fernando Alvarado returned to advise me that certain Indians were come unto them in peaceable manner, and that 2 of them stayed for my coming with the master of the field. Whereupon I went unto them and gave them beads and certain short slokes, willing them to return unto their city, and bid them to stay quiet in their houses, and fear nothing. And this done, I sent the master of the field to search whether there were any bad passage which the Indians might keep against us, and that he should take and defend it until the next day that I should come thither. So he went, and found in the way a very bad passage, and might have sustained a very great harm, wherefore there he seated himself with his company that were with him, and that very night the Indians came to take that passage to defend it. And finding it taken, they assaulted our men there, and as they tell me, they assaulted them like valiant men, although in the end they retired and fled away. For the master of the field was watchful, and was in order with his company. The Indians, in token of retreat, sounded on a certain small trumpet, and did no hurt among the Spaniards. The very same night the master of the field certified me hereof, whereupon the next day, in the best order that I could, I departed in so great want of victual, that I thought that if we should stay 1 day longer without food, we should all perish for hunger, especially the Indians, for among us all we had not 2 bushels of corn. Wherefore it behooved me to pike forward without delay. The Indians here and there made fires, and were answered again afar off, as orderly as we, for our lives, could have done, to give their fellows understanding how we marched and where we arrived. As soon as I came within sight of this city of Granada, I sent Don Garcias Lopez Campemaster, Friar Daniel, and Friar Luis, and Fernando Vermizo, somewhat before, with certain horsemen, to seek the Indians, and advertise them that our coming was not to hurt them, but to defend them in the name of the Emperor our Lord, according as his Majesty had given us in charge, which message was delivered to the inhabitants of that country by an interpreter. But they, like arrogant people, made small account thereof, because we seemed very few in their eyes, and that they might destroy us without any difficulty. And they struck Friar Luis with an arrow on the gown, which by the grace of God did him no harm. In the mean space I arrived with all the rest of the horsemen and footmen, and found in the fields a great sort of the Indians, which began to shoot at us with their arrows, and because I would obey your will and the command of the Marquess, I would not let my people charge them, forbidding my company, which entreated me that they might set upon them, in any wise to provoke them, saying that that which the enemies did was nothing, and that it was not meet to set upon so few people. On the other side, the Indians, perceiving that we stirred not, took great stomach and courage unto them, insomuch that they came hard to our horses' heels to shoot at us with their arrows. Whereupon, seeing that it was now time to stay no longer, and that the friars also were of the same opinion, I set upon them without any danger, for suddenly they fled, part to the city which was near and well fortified, and other into the field, which way they could shift. And some of the Indians were slain, and more had been, if I would have suffered them to have been pursued. But considering that hereof we might reap but small profit, because the Indians that were without were few, and those which were retired into the cities, with them which stayed within at the first, were many, where the victuals were whereof we had so great need, I assembled my people, and divided them as I thought best to assault the city, and I compassed it about. And because the famine which were sustained suffered no delay, myself, with certain of these gentlemen and soldiers, put ourselves on foot, and commanded that the crossbows and harquebusiers should give the assault, and should beat the enemies from the walls, that they might not hurt us. And I assaulted the walls on one side, where they told me there was a scaling ladder set up, and that there was one gate. But the crossbowmen suddenly brake the strings of their bows, and the harquebusiers did nothing at all, for they came thither so weak and feeble that scarcely they could stand on their feet. And by this means the people that were aloft on the walls to defend the town were no way hindered from doing us all the mischief they could, so that twice they stroke me to the ground with infinite number of great stones, which they cast down, and if I had not been defended with an excellent good headpiece which I wore, I think it had gone hardly with me. Nevertheless, my company took me up with 2 small wounds in the face, and an arrow sticking in my foot, and many blows with stones on my arms and legs, and thus I went out of the battle very weak. I think that if Don Garcias Lopez de Cardenas, the second time that they struck me to the ground, had not succored me with striding over me like a good knight, I had been in far greater danger than I was. But it pleased God that the Indians yielded themselves unto us, and that this city was taken, and such store of maize was found therein as our necessity required. It remaineth now to certify your honor of the 7 cities, and of the kingdoms and provinces whereof the Father Provincial made report unto your lordship. And to be brief, I can assure your honor, he said the truth in nothing that he reported, but all was quite contrary, saving only the names of the cities, and great houses of stone. For although they be not wrought with turquoises, nor with lime or bricks, yet are they very excellent good houses of 3 or 4 or 5 lofts high, wherein are good lodgings, and fair chambers with ladders instead of stairs, and certain cellars under the ground very good and paved, which were made for winter. They are in manner like stoves, and the ladders which they have for their houses are all in a manner movable and portable, which are taken away and set down when they please, and they are made of 2 pieces of wood with their steps, as ours be. The 7 cities are 7 small towns, all made with these kind of houses that I speak of, and they stand all within 4 leagues together, and they are all called the kingdom of Cibola, and every one of them have their particular name, and none of them is called Cibola, but altogether they are called Cibola. And this town, which I call a city, I have named Granada, as well because it is somewhat like unto it, as also in remembrance of your lordship. In this town where I now remain, there may be some 200 houses, all compassed with walls, and I think that with the rest of the houses which are not so walled, they may be together 500. There is another town near us, which is one of the 7, and it is somewhat bigger than this, and another of the same bigness that this is of, and the other 4 are somewhat less, and I send them all painted unto your lordship with the voyage. And the parchment wherein the picture is, was found here with other parchments. The people of this town seem unto me of a reasonable stature, and witty, yet they seem not to be such as they should be, of that judgment and wit to build these houses in such sort as they are. For the most part they go all naked, except their privy parts which are covered, And they have painted mantles like those which I send unto your lordship. They have no cotton wool growing, because the country is cold, yet they wear mantles thereof, as your honour may see by the show thereof. And true it is that there was found in their houses certain yarn made of cotton wool. They wear their hair on their heads like those of Mexico, and they are well nurtured and conditioned, and they have turquoises, I think good quantity, which with the rest of the goods which they had, except their corn, they had conveyed away before I came thither, for I found no women there, nor no youth under 15 years old, nor no old folks about 60, saving 2 or 3 old folks who stayed behind to govern all the rest of the youth and men of war. There were found in a certain paper 2 points of emeralds, and certain small stones broken, which are in color somewhat like granites, very bad, and other stones of crystal, which I gave one of my servants to lay up to send them to your lordship, and he hath lost them, as he telleth me. We found here guinea cocks, but few. The Indians tell me that in these 7 cities that they eat them not, but that they keep them only for their feathers. I believe them not, for they are excellent good, and greater than those of Mexico. The season which is in this country, and the temperature of the air, is like that of Mexico, for sometime it is hot, and sometime it raineth, but hitherto I never saw it rain, but once there fell a little shower with wind, as they are wont to fall in Spain. The snow and cold are wont to be great, for so say the inhabitants of the country, and it is very likely so to be, both in respect to the manner of the country, and by the fashion of their houses, and their furs, and other things which this people have to defend them from cold. There is no kind of fruit, nor trees of fruit. The country is all plain, and is on no side mountainous, albeit there are some hilly and bad passages. There are some store of fowls. The cause thereof is the cold, and because the mountains are not near. Here is no great store of wood, because they have wood for their fuel sufficient 4 leagues off from a wood of small cedars. There is most excellent grass within 1/4 of a league hence, for our horses, as well to feed them in pasture, as to mow and make hay, whereof we stood in great need, because our horses came hither so weak and feeble. The victuals which the people of this country have is maize, whereof they have great store, and also small white peas and venison, which by all likelihood they feed upon, though they say no, for we found many skins of deer, of hares, and conies. They eat the best cakes that ever I saw, and everybody generally eateth of them. They have the finest order and way to grind that we ever saw in any place, and one Indian woman of this country will grind as much as 4 women of Mexico. They have most excellent salt in kernel, which they fetch from a certain lake a day's journey from hence. The kingdom of Totonteac, so much extolled by the Father Provincial, which said that there were such wonderful things there, and such great matters, and that they made cloth there, the Indians say is an hot lake, about which are 5 or 6 houses, and that there were certain other, but that they are ruinated by war. The kingdom of Maratha is not to be found, neither have the Indians any knowledge thereof. The kingdom of Acus is one only small city, where they gather cotton, which is called Akuku. This is a town whereinto the kingdom of Acus is converted. Beyond this town, they say, there are other small towns which are near to a river, which I have seen, and have had report of by the relation of the Indians. I would to God I had better news to write unto your lordship. Nevertheless, I must say the truth, and as I wrote to your lordship from Culiacan, I am now to advertise your honor as well of the good as of the bad. Yet this I would have you be assured, that if all the riches and the treasures of the world were here, I could have done no more in the service of his majesty and of your lordship than I have done in coming hither, whither you have sent me, myself and my companions, carrying our victuals upon our shoulders, and upon our horses 300 leagues, and many days going on foot, travailing over hills and rough mountains, with other troubles, which I cease to mention, neither purpose I to depart unto the death, if it please his majesty and your lordship that it shall be so. 3 days after this city was taken, certain Indians of these people came to offer me peace, and brought me certain turquoises and bad mantles, and I received them in his majesty's name, with all the good speeches that I could devise, certifying them of the purpose of my coming into this country, which is in the name of his majesty, and by the commandment of your lordship, that they and all the rest of the people of this province should become Christians, and should know the true God for their Lord, and receive his majesty for their king and earthly sovereign. And herewithal they returned to their houses, and suddenly the next day they set in order all their goods and substance, their women and children, and fled to the hills, leaving their towns as it were abandoned, wherein remained very few of them. When I saw this within 8 or 10 days after being recovered of my wounds, I went to the city, which I say to be greater than this where I am, and found there some few of them, to whom I said that they should not be afraid, and that they should call their governor unto me. Howbeit, forasmuch as I can learn or gather, none of them hath any governor, for I saw not there any chief house, whereby any preeminence of one over another might be gathered. I would have sent your lordship with this dispatch many musters of things which are in this country, but the way is so long and rough that it is hard for me to do so. Nevertheless, I send you 12 small mantles, such as the people of this country are wont to wear, and a certain garment also which seemeth unto me to be well made. I kept the same because it seemed to me to be excellent, well wrought, because I believe that no man ever saw any needlework in these Indies, except it were since the Spaniards inhabited the same. I send your lordship also 2 clothes painted with the beasts of the country, although, as I have said, the picture be very rudely done, because the painter spent but 1 day in drawing of the same. I have seen other pictures on the walls of the houses of this city, with far better proportion and better made. I send your honor 1 ox hide, certain turquoises, 2 earrings of the same, and 15 combs of the Indians, and certain tablets set with these turquoises, and 2 small baskets made of wicker, whereof the Indians have great store. I send your lordship also 2 rolls, which the women in these parts are wont to wear on their heads when they fetch water from their wells, as we used to do in Spain. And one of these Indian women, with one of these rolls on her head, will carry a pitcher of water without touching the same with her hand up a ladder. I send you also a muster of the weapons wherewith these people are wont to fight, a buckler, a mace, a bow, and certain arrows, among which are 2 with points of bones, the like whereof, as these conquerors say, have never been seen. Footnote: from Coronado's letter to Mendoza, dated August 3rd, 1540, Mendoza being Viceroy of Mexico, by whom Coronado had been sent out. Coronado's expedition was a great disappointment to all concerned in it, inasmuch as it resulted in failure to find the fabled 7 cities of Cibola. He had 300 Spaniards with him and 800 Indians. Instead of finding great towns, as promised by Marcos and others, he discovered only a poor village of 200 people, situated on a rocky eminence. The expedition, however, in spite of this failure, remains one of the most important exploring expeditions ever undertaken in America. Opinions differ as to how far north Coronado went, some maintaining that he reached a point north of the boundary line between Kansas and Nebraska. His letter was printed by Hakluyt in Volume 3 of his Voyages, and may be found in the Old South leaflets. Mr. Thwaites says of the expedition, quote, "Disappointed, but still hoping to find the country of gold, Coronado's gallant little army, frequently thinned by death and desertion, for 3 years beat up and down the southwest wilderness, now thirsting in the deserts, now penned up in gloomy canyons, now crawling over pathless mountains, suffering the horrors of starvation and of despair, but following this will-o'-the-wisp with a melancholy perseverance seldom seen in man save when searching for some mysterious treasure." Coronado apparently twice crossed the state of Kansas, though mighty plains and sandy heaths, says the chronicler of the expedition, smooth and wearisome and bare of wood, all that way the plains are as full of crookback oxen, buffaloes, as the mountain Serena in Spain is of sheep. They were a great succor for the hunger and want of bread which our people stood in. One day it rained in that plain a great shower of hail as big as oranges, which caused many tears, weaknesses, and vows. The wanderer ventured as far as the Missouri, and would have gone still further eastward but for his inability to cross the swollen river. Cooperating parties explored the upper valleys of the Rio Grande and Gila, ascended the Colorado for 240 miles above its mouth, and visited the Grand Canyon of the same river. Coronado at last returned, satisfied that he had been victimized by the idle tales of travelers. He was rewarded with contumely and lost his place as governor of New Galicia, but his romantic march stands in history as one of the most remarkable exploring expeditions of modern times." End quote. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado was born at Salamanca in Spain about 1500 and died in Mexico some time after 1542. He is believed to have gone to Mexico in 1535 with Mendoza, the viceroy, who in 1539 made him governor of a province. End of footnote. End of section 22. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 23 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 23. The Discovery of the Mississippi, by De Soto, 1541. Parkman's account. Footnote. From Parkman's Pioneers of France and the New World, by permission of the publishers, Little, Brown and Company. Hernando de Soto was born in Badajoz, Spain in 1500 and died near the Mississippi River, probably on May 21, 1542. Before discovering the Mississippi, he had been in Panama and Nicaragua, had been active with Pizarro in the conquest of Peru, from which he returned very rich to Spain, and in 1587 had been appointed governor of Cuba and Florida, with orders to explore and settle the country. It was while engaged in the latter work that he discovered the Mississippi. De Soto's route has been determined only approximately. He is believed first to have made a circuit northward from Tampa, through Florida into Georgia, and perhaps into Carolina, thence going westward to Alabama and Mobile Bay. From the latter he turned northward again, thence going westward to the Mississippi, which he is believed to have crossed at Chickasaw Bluffs in May 1541. From this point he went northward and almost reached the Missouri. He then turned southward and reached the junction of the Red River and Mississippi, where he died of malaria fever. Of his men, 250 perished from disease or in combat with the Indians. End of footnote. Hernando de Soto was the companion of Pizarro in the conquest of Peru. He had come to America a needy adventurer with no other fortune than his sword and target, but his exploits had given him fame and fortune, and he appeared at court with the retinue of a nobleman. Still, his active energies could not endure repose, and his avarice and ambition goaded him to fresh enterprises. He asked and obtained permission to conquer Florida. While this design was in agitation, Queveca de Vaca, one of those who had survived the expedition of Narvaez, appeared in Spain, and for purposes of his own, spread abroad the mischievous falsehood that Florida was the richest country yet discovered. De Soto's plans were embraced with enthusiasm. Nobles and gentlemen contended for the privilege of joining his standard, and setting sail with an ample armament, he landed at the Bay of Espiritu Santo, now Tampa Bay, in Florida, with 620 chosen men, a band as gallant and well-appointed, as eager in purpose, and audacious in hope, as ever trod the shores of the New World. The clangor of trumpets, the neighing of horses, the fluttering of pinions, the glittering of helmet and lance, startled the ancient forest with unwonted greeting. Amid this pomp of chivalry, religion was not forgotten. The sacred vessels and vestments, with bread and wine for the Eucharist, were carefully provided, and De Soto himself declared that the enterprise was undertaken for God alone, and seemed to be the object of his especial care. These devout marauders could not neglect the spiritual welfare of the Indians whom they had come to plunder, and besides fetters to bind and bloodhounds to hunt them, they brought priests and monks for the saving of their souls. The adventurers begun their march. Their story has been often told. For month after month and year after year, the procession of priests and cavaliers, crossbowmen, arquebusiers, and Indian captives laden with the baggage still wandered on through wild and boundless wastes, lured hither and thither by the ignis fatuus of their hopes. They traversed great portions of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, everywhere inflicting and enduring misery, but never approaching their phantom El Dorado. At length, in the third year of their journeying, they reached the banks of the Mississippi, 132 years before its second discovery by Marquette. One of their number describes the great river as almost half a league wide, deep, rapid, and constantly rolling down trees and driftwood on its turbid current. The Spaniards crossed over at a point above the mouth of the Arkansas. They advanced westward but found no treasures, nothing indeed but hardships, and an Indian enemy, furious, writes one of their officers, as mad dogs. They heard of a country toward the north where maize could not be cultivated because the vast herds of wild cattle devoured it. Footnote. The bison, or buffalo, is here referred to. End of footnote. They penetrated so far that they entered the range of the roving prairie tribes, for one day, as they pushed their way with difficulty across great plains covered with tall, rank grass, they met a band of savages who dwelt in lodges of skins sewed together, subsisting on game alone and wandering perpetually from place to place. Finding neither gold nor the South Sea, for both of which they had hoped, they returned to the banks of the Mississippi. De Soto, says one of those who accompanied him, was a stern man and of few words. Even in the midst of reverses, his will had been law to his followers, and he had sustained himself through the depths of disappointment with the energy of a stubborn pride. But his hour was come. He fell into deep dejection, followed by an attack of fever, and soon after died miserably. To preserve his body from the Indians, his followers sank it at midnight in the river, and the sullen waters of the Mississippi buried his ambition and his hopes. The adventurers were now, with few exceptions, disgusted with the enterprise, and longed only to escape from the scene of their miseries. After a vain attempt to reach Mexico by land, they again turned back to the Mississippi and labored, with all the resources which their desperate necessity could suggest, to construct vessels in which they might make their way to some Christian settlement. Their condition was most forlorn. Few of their horses remained alive. Their baggage had been destroyed at the burning of the Indian town of Bavila, and many of the soldiers were without armor and without weapons. In place of the gallant array which, more than 3 years before, had left the harbor of Espiritu Santo, a company of sickly and starving men were laboring among the swampy forests of the Mississippi, some clad in skins and some in mats woven from a kind of wild vine. 7 brigantines were finished and launched, and trusting their lives on board these frail vessels, they descended the Mississippi, running the gauntlet between hostile tribes who fiercely attacked them. Reaching the Gulf, though not without the loss of 11 of their number, they made sail for the Spanish settlement on the river Panico, where they arrived safely, and where the inhabitants met them with a cordial welcome. 311 men thus escaped with life, leaving behind them the bones of their comrades strewn broadcast through the wilderness. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 24. The Death of De Soto, 1542, by one of De Soto's companions. The governor fell into great dumps to see how hard it was to get to the sea, and worse, because his men and horses every day diminished, being without succor to sustain themselves in the country, and with that thought he fell sick. But before he took his bed, he sent an Indian to the cacique of Quigalta to tell him that he was the child of the sun, and that all the way that he came, all men obeyed and served him, that he requested him to accept of his friendship and come unto him, for he would be very glad to see him, and in sign of love and obedience to bring something with him of that which his country was most esteemed. By the time the Indian returned with his answer, the governor had betaken himself to bed, being evil-handled with fevers, and was much aggrieved that he was in case to pass presently the river and to seek him, to see if he could abate that pride of his, considering the river went now very strongly in those parts, for it was near half a league broad, and 16 fathoms deep, and very furious, and ran with a great current, and on both sides there were many Indians, and his power was not now so great, but that he had need to help himself rather by sleights than by force. The Indians of Guachoya came every day with fish in such numbers that the town was full of them. The governor felt in himself that the hour approached wherein he was to leave this present life, and called for the king's officers, captains, and principal persons, to whom he made a speech. Baltasar de Gallegos answered in the name of all the rest, and first of all comforting him, he set before his eyes how short the life of this world was, and with how many troubles and miseries it is accompanied, and how God showed him a singular favor which soonest left it, telling him many other things fit for such a time. And touching the governor which he commanded they should elect, he besought him that it would please his lordship to name him which he thought fit, and him they would obey. And presently he named Luis de Moscoso de Alvarado, his captain general, and presently he was sworn by all that were present, and elected for governor. The next day, being the 21st of May, 1542, departed out of this life the valorous, virtuous, and valiant captain, Don Fernando de Soto, governor of Cuba, and adelantado of Florida, whom fortune advanced, as it useth to do others, that he might have the higher fall. He departed in such a place, and at such a time, as in his sickness he had but little comfort, and the danger wherein all his people were of perishing in that country, which appeared before their eyes, which cause sufficient why every one of them had need of comfort, and why they did not visit nor accompany him as they ought to have done. Luis de Moscoso determined to conceal his death from the Indians, because Fernando de Soto had made them believe that the Christians were immortal, and also because they took him to be hardy, wise, and valiant, and if they should know that he was dead, they would be bold to set upon the Christians, though they lived peaceably by them. As soon as he was dead, Luis de Moscoso commanded to put him secretly in the house, where he remained 3 days, and moving him from thence, commanded him to be buried in the night at one of the gates of the town within the wall. And as the Indians had seen him sick, and missed him, so did they suspect what might be. And passing by the place where he was buried, seeing the earth moved, they looked and spake one to another. Luis de Moscoso, understanding of it, commanded him to be taken up by night, and to cast a great deal of sand into the mantles, wherein he was wound up, wherein he was carried in a canoe, and thrown into the midst of the river. The cacique de Guajoya inquired of him, demanding what was become of his brother and lord, the governor. Luis de Moscoso told him that he was gone to heaven, as many other times he did, and because he was to stay there certain days, he had left him in his place. The cacique thought with himself that he was dead, and commanded 2 young and well-proportioned Indians to be brought thither, and said that the use of that country was, when any lord died, to kill Indians to wait upon him, and serve him by the way, and for that purpose, by his commandment, were those come thither, and prayed Luis de Moscoso to command them to be beheaded, that they might attend and serve his lord and brother. Luis de Moscoso told him that the governor was not dead, but gone to heaven, and that of his own Christian soldiers he had taken such as he needed to serve him, and prayed him to command those Indians to be loosed, and not to use any such bad custom from thenceforth. Straightway he commanded them to be loosed, and to get them home to their houses. Footnote: From the narrative of the gentleman of Elvas, the author's name being unknown, but written by one of De Soto's companions, a Spaniard, and first printed in 1557. The author has been supposed to be Alvaro Fernandez, but this is only a matter of conjecture. The translation here used is that made by Hakluyt, printed in London in 1809, and included in the Old South leaflets. End of footnote. End of section 24. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 25 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682. By Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 25. Drake's Visit to California, 1579. By one of Drake's companions. From Guatulco we departed the day following, viz., April 16, 1579, setting our course directly into the sea, whereon we sailed 500 leagues in longitude to get a wind, and between that and June 3rd 1400 leagues in all, till we came into 42 degrees of north latitude, where in the night following we found such alteration of heat into extreme and nipping cold, that our men in general did grievously complain thereof, some of them feeling their healths much impaired thereby. Neither was it that this chanced in the night alone, but the day following carried with it not only the marks, but the stings and force of the night going before, to the great admiration of us all. For besides that the pinching and biting air was nothing altered, the very ropes of our ship were stiff, and the rain which fell was an unnatural congealed and frozen substance, so that we seemed rather to be in the frozen zone than in any way so near unto the sun, or these hotter climates. The third day following, viz., the 21st, our ship having received a leak at sea, was brought to anchor nearer the shore, that, her goods being landed, she might be repaired. But for that we were to prevent any danger that might chance against our safety, our general first of all landed his men, with all necessary provision, to build tents and make a fort for the defence of ourselves and goods, and that we might, under the shelter of it, with more safety, whatever should befall, end our business, which, when the people of the country perceived us doing, as men set on fire to war in defence of their country, in great haste and companies, with such weapons as they had, they came down unto us, and yet with no hostile meaning or intent to hurt us, standing, when they drew near, as men ravished in their minds, with the sight of such things as they never had seen or heard of before that time, their errand being rather with submission and fear to worship us as gods, than to have any war with us as with mortal men. Which thing, as it did partly shew itself at that instant, so did it more and more manifest itself afterwards, during the whole time of our abode amongst them. At this time, being willed by signs to lay from them their bows and arrows, they did as they were directed, and so did all the rest, as they came more and more by companies unto them, growing in a little while to a great number, both of men and women. To the intent, therefore, that this peace which they themselves so willingly sought might, without any cause of the breach thereof on our part given, be continued, and that we might with more safety and expedition end our business in quiet, our general, with all his company, used all means possible gently to entreat them, bestowing upon each of them liberally good and necessary things to cover their nakedness, withal signifying unto them that we were no gods but men, and had need of such things to cover our own shame, teaching them to use them to the same ends. For which cause also we did eat and drink in their presence, giving them to understand that without that we could not live, and therefore were but men as they. Notwithstanding, nothing could persuade them, nor remove that opinion which they had conceived of us, that we should be gods. In recompense of those things which they had received of us, as shirts, linen cloth, etc., they bestowed upon our general, and divers of our company, divers things, as feathers, cauls of network, the quivers of their arrows, made of fawn skins, and the very skins of beasts that their women wore upon their bodies. Having thus had their fill of this time's visiting and beholding of us, they departed with joy to their houses, which houses are digged round within the earth, and have from the uppermost brims of the circle clefts of wood set up, and joined close together at the top, like our spires on the steeple of a church, which being covered with earth suffer no water to enter, and are very warm. The door in the most part of them performs the office also of a chimney to let out the smoke. It's made in bigness and fashion like to an ordinary scuttle in a ship, and standing slopewise. Their beds are the hard ground, only with rushes strewed upon it, and lying round about the house have their fire in the midst, which by reason that the house is but low vaulted, round, and close, giveth a marvellous reflection to their bodies to heat the same. Their men for the most part go naked. The women take a kind of bulrushes, and combing it after the manner of hemp, make themselves thereof a loose garment, which being knit about their middles, hangs down about their hips, and so affords to them a covering of that which nature teaches should be hidden. About their shoulders they wear also the skin of a deer, with the hair upon it. They are very obedient to their husbands, and exceeding ready in all services, yet of themselves offering to do nothing without the consents or being called of the men. Against the end of 3 days more, the news having the while spread itself farther, and as it seemed a great way up into the country, were assembled the greatest number of people which we could reasonably imagine to dwell within any convenient distance round about. Amongst the rest the king himself, a man of goodly stature and comely personage, attended with his guard of about 100 tall and warlike men. This day, viz. June 26th, came down to see us. Before his coming were sent 2 ambassadors or messengers to our general, to signify that their Hio, that is, their king, was coming and at hand. They, in the delivery of their message, the one spake with a soft and low voice, prompting his fellow. The other pronounced the same, word by word, after him with a voice more audible, continuing their proclamation, for such it was, about half an hour. Which being ended, they by signs made request to our general to send something by their hands to their Hio or king, as a token that his coming might be in peace. Our general willingly satisfied their desire, and they, glad men, made speedy return to their Hio. Neither was it long before their king, making as princely a show as he possibly could, with all his train came forward. In their comings forwards they cried continually after a singing manner, with a lusty courage. And as they drew nearer and nearer towards us, so did they more and more strive to behave themselves with a certain comeliness and gravity in all their actions. In the forefront came a man of a large body and goodly aspect, bearing the sceptre or royal mace, made of a certain kind of black wood, and in length about 1.5 yards, before the king. Whereupon hang 2 crowns, a bigger and a lesser, with 3 chains of a marvellous length, and often doubled, besides a bag of the herb tabac. The crowns were made of knitwork, wrought upon most curiously with feathers of divers colours, very artificially placed, and of a formal fashion. The chains seemed of a bony substance, every link or part thereof being very little, thin, most finely burnished, with a hole pierced through the midst. The number of links going to make one chain is in a manner infinite, but of such estimation it is amongst them, that few be the persons that are admitted to wear the same, and even they to whom it's lawful to use them, yet are stinted what number they shall use, as some 10, some 12, some 20, and as they exceed in number of chains, so thereby are they known to be the more honourable personages. Next unto him that bare this sceptre was the king himself, with his guard about him. His attire upon his head was a caul of knitwork, wrought upon somewhat like the crowns, but differing much both in fashion and perfectness of work. Upon his shoulders he had on a coat of the skins of conies, reaching to his waist. His guard also had each coats of the same shape, but of other skins, some having cauls likewise stuck with feathers, or covered over with a certain down, which groweth up in the country upon an herb much like our lettuce, which exceeds any other down in the world for fineness, and being laid upon their cauls, by no winds can be removed. In the meantime, our general having assembled his men together, as forecasting the danger and worst that might fall out, prepared himself to stand upon sure ground, that we might at all times be ready in our own defense, if anything should chance otherwise than was looked for or expected. Wherefore every man being in a warlike readiness, he marched within his fenced place, making against their approach a most warlike show, as he did also at other times of their resort, whereby if they had been desperate enemies, they could not have chosen but have conceived terror and fear, with discouragement to attempt anything against us, in beholding of the same. When they were come somewhat near us, trooping together, they gave us a common or general salutation, observing in the meantime a general silence. Whereupon he who bare the sceptre before the king, being prompted by another whom the king assigned to that office, pronounced with an audible and manly voice what the other spake to him in secret, continuing, whether it were his oration or proclamation, at the least half an hour. At the close whereof there was a common Amen, in sign of approbation, given by every person, and the king himself, with the whole number of men and women, the little children only remaining behind, came further down the hill, and as they came set themselves again in their former order. And being now come to the foot of the hill and near our fort, the sceptre bearer, with a composed countenance and stately carriage, began a song, and answerable thereunto observed a kind of measures in a dance, whom the king with his guard and every other sort of person following did in like manner sing and dance, saving only the women, who danced but kept silence. As they danced they still came on, and our general perceiving their plain and simple meaning, gave order that they might freely enter without interruption within our bulwark, where after they had entered they yet continued their song and dance a reasonable time, their women also following them, with their wassail bowls in their hands, their bodies bruised, their faces toom, their dugs, breasts, and other parts bespotted with blood trickling down from their wounds, which with their nails they had made before their coming. After that they had satisfied, or rather tired themselves in this manner, they made signs to our general to have him sit down, unto whom both the kings and divers others made several orations, or rather, indeed, if we had understood them, supplications, that he would take the province and kingdom into his hand and become their king and patron, making signs that they would resign unto him their right and title in the whole land, and become his vassals in themselves and their posterities, which that they might make us indeed believe that it was their true meaning and intent, the king himself with all the rest, with one consent and with great reverence, joyfully singing a song, set the crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name of Hio, adding thereunto, as it might seem, a song and dance of triumph, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief god was now become their god, their king and patron, and themselves were become the only happy and blessed people in the world. These things being so freely offered, our general thought not meet to reject or refuse the same, both for that he would not give them any cause of mistrust or disliking of him, that being the only place wherein at this present we were of necessity enforced to seek relief of many things, and chiefly for that he knew not to what good end God had brought this to pass, or what honor and profit it might bring to our country in time to come. Wherefore, in the name and to the use of her most excellent majesty, he took the sceptre, crown, and dignity of the said country into his hand, wishing nothing more than that it had lain so fitly for her Majesty to enjoy, as it was now her proper own, and that the riches and treasures thereof, wherewith in the upland countries it abounds, might with as great conveniency be transported to the enriching of her kingdom here at home, as it is in plenty to be attained there. And especially that so tractable and loving a people as they shewed themselves to be, might have means to have manifested their most willing obedience the more unto her, and by her means, as a mother and nurse of the Church of Christ, might by the preaching of the gospel be brought to the right knowledge and obedience of the true and ever-living God. The ceremonies of this resigning and receiving of the kingdom being thus performed, the common sort, both of men and women, leaving the king and his guard about him, with our general, dispersed themselves among our people, taking a diligent view or survey of every man, and finding such as pleased their fancies, which commonly were the youngest of us, they presently enclosing them about, offered their sacrifices unto them, crying out with lamentable shrieks and moans, weeping and scratching and tearing their very flesh off their faces with their nails. Neither were it the women alone which did this, but even old men, roaring and crying out, were as violent as the women were. Few were the days wherein they were absent from us during the whole time of our abode in that place, and ordinarily every third day they brought their sacrifices, till such time as they certainly understood our meaning, that we took no pleasure, but were displeased with them, whereupon their zeal abated, and their sacrificing for a season to our good liking ceased. Notwithstanding, they continued still to make their resort unto us in great abundance, and in such sort that they ofttime forgot to provide meat for their own sustenance. This country our general named Albion, and that for two causes: the one in respect of the white banks and cliffs which lie toward the sea, the other that it might have some affinity, even in name also, with our own country, which was sometimes so called. Before we went from thence, our general caused to be set up a monument of our being there, as also of her Majesty's and successors' right and title to that kingdom, namely a plate of brass, fast nailed to a great and firm post, whereon is engraven her Grace's name, and the day and year of our arrival there, and of the free giving up of the province and kingdom, both by the king and people, into her Majesty's hands, together with her Highness's picture and armies, in a piece of 6d. current English money, showing itself by a hole made of purpose through the plate. Underneath was likewise engraven the name of our general, etc. The Spaniards never had any dealing or so much as set a foot in this country, the utmost of their discoveries reaching only to many degrees southward of this place. And now, as the time of our departure was perceived by them to draw nigh, so did the sorrows and miseries of this people seem to themselves to increase upon them. And the more certain they were of our going away, the more doubtful they shewed themselves what they might do, so that we might easily judge that that joy, being exceeding great, wherewith they received us at our first arrival, was clean drowned in their excessive sorrow for our departing. For they did not only lose on a sudden all mirth, joy, glad countenance, pleasant speeches, agility of body, familiar rejoicing one with another, and all pleasure whatever flesh and blood might be delighted in, but with sighs and sorrowings, with heavy hearts and grieved minds, they poured out woeful complaints and moans, with bitter tears and wringing of their hands, tormenting themselves. And as men refusing all comfort, they only accounted themselves as castaways, and those whom the gods were about to forsake, so that nothing we could say or do was able to ease them of their so heavy a burthen, or to deliver them from so desperate a strait, as our leaving of them did seem to them that it would cast them into. The 23rd of July they took a sorrowful farewell of us, but being loath to leave us, they presently ran to the top of the hills to keep us in their sight as long as they could, making fires before and behind, and on each side of them, burning therein, as is to be supposed, sacrifices at our departure. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 26. Hudson's Discovery of the Hudson River, 1609, by Robert Jewett, Hudson's Secretary. The 1st of September, 1609. Fair weather, the wind variable between east and south. We steered away north-northwest. At noon we found our height to be 39 degrees 3 minutes. The 2nd, in the morning, close weather, the wind at south in the morning, from 12 until 2 of the clock. We steered north-northwest, and had sounding 1 20 fathoms, and in running 1 glass we had but 16 fathoms, then 17, and so shoulder and shoulder until it came to 12 fathoms. We saw a great fire, but could not see the land. Then we came to 10 fathoms, whereupon we brought our tacks aboard, and stood to the eastward east-southeast 4 glasses. Then the sun arose, and we steered away north again, and saw the land from the west by north to the northwest by north, all like broken islands, and our soundings were 11 and 10 fathoms. Then we loofed in for the shore, and fair by the shore we had 7 fathoms. The course along the land we found to be northeast by north. From the land, which we had first sight of, until we came to a great lake of water, as we could judge it to be, being drowned land, which made it to rise like islands, which was in length 10 leagues. The mouth of that land hath many shoals, and the sea breaketh on them, as it cast out of the mouth of it. And from that lake or bay the land lieth north by east, and we had a great stream out of the bay, and from thence our sounding was 10 fathoms 2 leagues from the land. At 5 of the clock we anchored, being little wind, and rode in 8 fathoms water. The night was fair. This night I found the land to hail the compass 8 degrees. Far to the northward off us we saw high hills. For the day before we found not above 2 degrees of variation. This is a very good land to fall with, and a pleasant land to see. The 3rd, the morning misty until 10 of the clock, then it cleared, and the wind came to the south-southeast, so we weighed and stood to the northward. The land is very pleasant and high, and bold to fall withal. At 3 of the clock in the afternoon we came to 3 great rivers, so we stood along to the northernmost, thinking to have gone into it, but we found it to have a very shoaled bare before it, for we had but 10-foot water. Then we cast about to the southward, and found 2 fathoms, 3 fathoms, and 3 1/4, till we came to the southern side of them. Then we had 5 and 6 fathoms, and anchored. The 4th, in the morning, as soon as the day was light, we saw that it was good riding farther up, so we sent out boat to sound, and found that it was a very good harbor, and 4 and 5 fathoms, 2 cables' length from the shore. Then we weighed and went in with our ship. Then our boat went on land with our net to fish, and caught 10 great mullets, of 1.5 foot long apiece, and a ray as great as 4 men could hale into the ship. So we trimmed our boat and rode still all day. At night the wind blew hard at the northwest, and our anchor came home, and we drove on shore, but took no hurt. Thanked be God, for the ground is soft sand and ooze. This day the people of the country came aboard of us, seeming very glad of our coming, and brought green tobacco, and gave us of it for knives and beads. They go in deer skins loose, well dressed. They have yellow copper. They desire clothes, and are very civil. They have great store of maize, or Indian wheat, whereof they make good bread. The country is full of great and tall oak. The 5th, in the morning, as soon as the day was light, the wind ceased, and the flood came. So we heaved off our ship again into 5 fathoms water, and sent our boat to sound the bay, and we found that there was 3 fathoms hard by the southern shore. Our men went on land there, and saw great store of men, women, and children, who gave them tobacco at their coming on land. So they went up into the woods, and saw great store of very goodly oaks and some currants. For one of them came aboard and brought some dryad, and gave me some, which were sweet and good. This day many of the people came aboard, some in mantles of feathers, and some in skins of divers sorts of good furs. Some women also came to us with hemp. They had red copper tobacco pipes, and other things of copper they did wear about their necks. At night they went on land again, so we rode very quiet, but durst not trust them. The 6th in the morning was fair weather, and our master sent John Coleman with 4 other men in our boat over to the north side to sound the other river, being 4 leagues from us. They found by the day shoaled water 2 fathoms, but at the north of the river 18 and 20 fathoms, and very good riding for ships, and a narrow river to the westward between 2 islands. The lands, they told us, were as pleasant with grass and flowers and goodly trees as ever they had seen, and very sweet smells came from them. The 10th, fair weather, we rode still till 12 of the clock. Then we weighed and went over, and found it shoaled all the middle of the river, for we could find but 2 fathoms and a half and 3 fathoms for the space of a league. Then we came to 3 fathoms and 4 fathoms, and so to 7 fathoms, and anchored, and rode all night in soft oozy ground. The bank is sand. The 11th was fair and very hot weather. At 1 of the clock in the afternoon we weighed and went into the river, the wind at south-southwest, little wind. Our soundings were 7, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14 fathoms. Then it shoaled again and came to 5 fathoms. Then we anchored and saw that it was a very good harbor for all winds, and rode all night. The people of the country came aboard of us, making shew of love, and gave us tobacco and Indian wheat, and departed for that night, but we durst not trust them. The 12th, very fair and hot. In the afternoon at 2 of the clock we weighed, the wind being variable between the north and the northwest. So we turned into the river 2 leagues and anchored. This morning at our first rode in the river, there came 8 and 20 canoes full of men, women, and children to betray us, but we saw their intent and suffered none of them to come aboard of us. At 12 of the clock they departed. They brought with them oysters and beans, whereof we bought some. They have great tobacco pipes of yellow copper, and pots of earth to dress their meat in. It floweth southeast by south within. The 13th, fair weather, the wind northerly. At 7 of the clock in the morning, as the flood came, we weighed and turned 4 miles into the river. The tide being done, we anchored. Then there came 4 canoes aboard, but we suffered none of them to come into our ship. They brought great store of very good oysters aboard, which we bought for trifles. In the night I set the variation of the compass, and found it to be 13 degrees. In the afternoon we weighed and turned in with the floud 2 leagues and a half further, and anchored all night, and had 5 fathoms of soft oozy ground, and had a high point of land which shewed out to us, bearing north by east 5 leagues off us. The 14th in the morning, being very fair weather, the wind southeast, we sailed up the river 12 leagues, and had 5 fathoms and 5 fathoms and a quarter less, and came to a strait between 2 points, and had 8, 9, and 10 fathoms, and it attended northeast by north 1 league, and we had 12, 13, and 14 fathoms. The river is a mile broad. There is a very high land on both sides. Then we went up northwest 1.5 leagues deep water, then northeast by north 5 miles, then northwest by north 2 leagues, and anchored. The land grew very high and mountainous. The river is full of fish. The 15th in the morning was misty until the sun arose, then it cleared. So we weighed with the wind at south, and ran up the river 20 leagues, passing by high mountains. We had a very good depth, as 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13 fathoms, and great store of salmons in the river. This morning our 2 savages got out of a port and swam away. After we were under sail, they called to us in scorn. At night we came to other mountains which lie from the river's side. There we found very loving people and very old men, who we were well used. Our boat went to fish and caught great store of very good fish. The 17th, fair sun shining weather and very hot. In the morning, as soon as the sun was up, we set sail and ran up 6 leagues higher, and found shoals in the middle of the channel, and small islands but 7 fathoms water on both sides. Toward night we borrowed so near the shore that we grounded, so laid out our small anchor and heaved off again. Then we borrowed on the bank in the channel, and came aground again. While the flood ran we heaved off again, and anchored all night. The 18th in the morning was fair weather, and we rode still. In the afternoon our master's mate went on land with an old savage, a governor of the country, who carried him to his house, and made him good cheer. The 19th was fair and hot weather. At the flood, being near 11 of the clock, we weighed, and ran higher up 2 leagues above the shoals, and had no less water than 5 fathoms. We anchored and rode in 8 fathoms. The people of the country came flocking aboard, and brought us grapes and pompions, which we bought for trifles, and many brought us beaver skins and otter skins, which we bought for beads, knives, and hatchets. So we rode there all night. The 20th in the morning was fair weather. Our master's mate with 4 men more went up with our boat to sound the river, and found 2 leagues above us but 2 fathoms water, and the channel very narrow, and above that place 7 or 8 fathoms. Toward night they returned, and we rode still all night. The 21st was fair weather, and the wind all southerly. We determined yet once more to go farther up into the river, to try what depth and breadth it did bear. But much people resorted aboard, so we went not this day. Our carpenter went on land and made a foreyard, and our master and his mate determined to try some of the chief men of the country, whether they had any treachery in them. So they took them down into the cabin, and gave them so much wine and aqua vita that they were all merry, and one of them had his wife with them, which sate so modestly as any of our country women would do in a strange place. In the end, one of them was drunk, which had been aboard of our ship all the time that we had been there, and that was strange to them, for they could not tell how to take it. The canoes and folk went all on shore, but some of them came again, and brought stropes of beads. Some had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and gave him, so he slept all night quietly. The 22nd was fair weather. In the morning our master's mate and 4 more of the company went up with our boat to sound the river higher up. The people of the country came not aboard till noon, but when they came and saw the savages well, they were glad. So at 3 of the clock in the afternoon they came aboard, and brought tobacco and more beads, and gave them to our master, and made an oration, and shewed him all the country around them. Then they sent one of their company on land, who presently returned, and brought a great platter full of venison dressed by themselves, and they caused him to eat with them. Then they made him reverence and departed, all save the old man that lay aboard. This night, at 10 of the clock, our boat returned in a shower of rain from sounding of the river, and found it to be at an end for shipping to go in, for they had been up 8 or 9 leagues, and found but 7 foot water, and unconstant soundings. The 23rd, fair weather. At 12 of the clocks we weighed and went down 2 leagues to a shoal that had 2 channels, one on the one side and another on the other, and had little wind, whereby the tide laid us upon it. So there we sat on ground the space of an hour till the flood came. Then we had a little gale of wind at the west, so we got our ship into deep water and rode all night very well. The 24th was fair weather. The wind at the northwest. We weighed and went down the river 7 or 8 leagues, and at half ebb we came on ground on a bank of O's in the middle, and sate there till the flood. Then we went on land and gathered good store of chestnuts. At 10 of the clock we came off into deep water and anchored. The 2nd, fair weather. At break of day we weighed, the wind being at northwest, and got down 7 leagues. Then the flood was come strong, so we anchored. Then came one of the savages that swam away from us at our going up the river with many other, thinking to betray us. But we perceived their intent, and suffered none of them to enter our ship. Whereupon 2 canoes full of men, with their bows and arrows, shot at us after our stern, in recompense whereof we discharged 6 muskets, and killed 2 or 3 of them. Then above 100 of them came to a point of land to shoot at us. There I shot a falcon at them, and killed 2 of them, whereupon the rest fled into the woods. Yet they manned off another canoe with 9 or 10 men, which came to meet us. So I shot at it also a falcon, and shot it through, and killed 1 of them. Then our men with their muskets killed 3 or 4 more of them. So they went their way. Within a mile after we got down 2 leagues beyond that place, and anchored in a bay, clear from all danger of them on the other side of the river, where we saw a very good piece of ground, and hard by it there was a cliff that looked of the color of a white green, as though it were either copper or silver mine, and I think it to be one of them, by the trees that grow upon it, for they be all burned, and the other places are green as grass. It is on that side of the river that is called Mannahatta. There we saw no people to trouble us, and rode quietly all night, but had much wind and rain. We continued our course toward England without seeing any land by the way all the rest of this month of October, and on the 7th day of November, Stilo Novo, being Saturday, by the grace of God we safely arrived in the range of Dartmouth, in Devonshire, in the year 1609. End of section 26. Section 27 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 27. Champlain's Battle with the Iroquois on Lake Champlain, 1609, by Champlain himself. We continued our course to the entrance of Lake St. Peter, where the country is exceedingly pleasant and level, and crossed the lake in 2, 3, and 4 fathoms of water, which is some 8 leagues long and 4 wide. On the north side, we saw a very pleasant river, extending some 20 leagues into the interior, which I named Saint Suzanne. On the south side there are 2, one called Rivière du Pont, the other Rivière de Gênes, which are very pretty and in a fine and fertile country. The water is almost still in the lake, which is full of fish. On the north bank there are seen some slight elevations at a distance of some 12 or 15 leagues from the lake. After crossing the lake, we passed a large number of islands of various sizes, containing many nut trees and vines, and fine meadows with quantities of game and wild animals, which go over from the mainland to these islands. Fish are here more abundant than in any other part of the river that we have seen. From these islands we went to the mouth of the river of the Iroquois, where we stayed 2 days, refreshing ourselves with good venison, birds, and fish, which the savages gave us. Here there sprang up among them some difference of opinion on the subject of the war, so that a portion only determined to go with me, while the others returned to their country with their wives and the merchandise which they had obtained by barter. I set out accordingly from the fall of the Iroquois River on the 2nd of July. All the savages set to carrying their canoes, arms, and baggage overland, some half a league, in order to pass by the violence and strength of the fall, which was speedily accomplished. We set out the next day, continuing our course in the river as far as the entrance of the lake. There are many pretty islands here, low and containing very fine woods and meadows, with abundance of fowl and such animals of the chase as stags, fallow deer, fawns, roebucks, bears, and others, which go from the mainland to these islands. We captured a large number of these animals. There are also many beavers, not only in this river, but also in numerous other little ones that flow into it. These regions, although they are pleasant, are not inhabited by any savages, on account of their wars, but they withdraw as far as possible from the rivers into the interior, in order not to be suddenly surprised. The next day we entered the lake, which is of great extent, say 80 or 100 leagues long, where I saw 4 fine islands, 10, 12, and 15 leagues long, which were formerly inhabited by the savages, like the river of the Iroquois, but they have been abandoned since the wars of the savages with one another prevail. There are also many rivers falling into the lake, bordered by many fine trees of the same kinds as those we have in France, with many vines finer than any I have seen in any other place, also many chestnut trees on the border of this lake, which I had not seen before. Continuing our course over this lake on the western side, I noticed, while observing the country, some very high mountains on the eastern side, on the top of which there was snow. I made inquiry of the savages whether these localities were inhabited, when they told me that the Iroquois dwelt there, and that there were beautiful valleys in these places, with plains productive in grain, such as I had eaten in this country, together with many kinds of fruit without limit. They said also that the lake extended near mountains, some 25 leagues distant from us, as I judge. I saw on the south other mountains no less high than the first, but without any snow. When it was evening, we embarked in our canoes to continue our course, and, as we advanced very quietly and without making any noise, we met on the 29th of the month the Iroquois, about 10 o'clock at evening, at the extremity of a cape which extends into the lake on the western bank. They had come to fight. We both began to utter loud cries, all getting their arms in readiness. We withdrew out on the water, and the Iroquois went on shore, where they drew up all their canoes close to each other and began to fell trees with poor axes, which they acquire in war sometimes, using also others of stone. Thus they barricaded themselves very well. Our forces also passed the entire night, their canoes being drawn up close to each other and fastened to poles, so that they might not get separated, and that they might be all in readiness to fight, if occasion required. After arming ourselves with light armor, we each took an arquebus and went on shore. I saw the enemy go out of their barricade, nearly 200 in number, stout and rugged in appearance. They came at a slow pace toward us, with a dignity and assurance which greatly amused me, having 3 chiefs at their head. Our men also advanced in the same order, telling me that those who had 3 large plumes were the chiefs, and that they had only these 3, and that they could be distinguished by these plumes, which were much larger than those of their companions, and that I should do what I could to kill them. I promised to do all in my power, and said that I was very sorry they could not understand me, so that I might give order and shape to their mode of attacking their enemies, and then we should, without doubt, defeat them all, but that this could not now be obviated, and that I should be very glad to show them my courage and good will when we should engage in the fight. As soon as we had landed, they began to run for some 200 paces toward their enemies, who stood firmly, not having as yet noticed my companions, who went into the woods with some savages. Our men began to call me with loud cries, and in order to give me a passageway, they opened in 2 parts, and put me at their head, where I marched some 20 paces in advance of the rest, until I was within about 30 paces of the enemy, who at once noticed me, and, halting, gazed at me, as I did also at them. When I saw them making a move to fire at us, I rested my musket against my cheek, and aimed directly at one of the 3 chiefs. With the same shot 2 fell to the ground, and one of their men was so wounded that he died some time after. I had loaded my musket with 4 balls. When our side saw this shot so favorable for them, they began to raise such loud cries that one could not have heard it thunder. Meanwhile the arrows flew on both sides. The Iroquois were greatly astonished that 2 men had been so quickly killed, although they were equipped with armor woven from cotton thread, and with wood which was a proof against their arrows. This caused great alarm among them. As I was loading again, one of my companions fired a shot from the woods, which astonished them anew to such a degree that, seeing their chiefs dead, they lost courage and took to flight, abandoning their camp and fort and fleeing into the woods, whither I pursued them, killing still more of them. Our savages also killed several of them, and took 10 or 12 prisoners. The remainder escaped with the wounded. 15 or 16 were wounded on our side with arrow shots, but they were soon healed. After gaining the victory, our men amused themselves by taking a great quantity of Indian corn and some meal from their enemies, also their armor, which they had left behind that they might run better. After feasting sumptuously, dancing and singing, we returned 3 hours after with the prisoners. The spot where this attack took place is in latitude 43 degrees and some minutes, and the lake was called Lake Champlain. After going some 8 leagues, toward evening they took one of the prisoners, to whom they made a harangue, enumerating the cruelties which he and his men had already practised toward them without any mercy, and that, in like manner, he ought to make up his mind to receive as much. They commanded him to sing, if he had courage, which he did, but it was a very sad song. End of section 27. Section 28 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 28. Marquette's Discovery of the Mississippi, 1673. Marquette's own account. I embarked with Monsieur Joliet, who had been chosen to conduct this enterprise, on the 13th May, 1673, with 5 other Frenchmen in 2 bark canoes. We laid in some Indian corn and smoked beef for our voyage. We first took care, however, to draw from the Indians all the information we could concerning the countries through which we designed to travel, and drew up a map on which we marked down the rivers, nations, and points of the compass to guide us in our journey. The first nation we came to was called the Fol Avoine, or the nation of wild oats. I entered their river to visit them, as I had preached among them some years before. The wild oats, from which they derive their name, grow spontaneously in their country. I acquainted them with my design of discovering other nations, to preach to them the mysteries of our holy religion, at which they were much surprised, and said all they could to dissuade me from it. They told me I would meet Indians who spare no strangers, and whom they kill without any provocation or mercy; that the war they have one with the other would expose me to be taken by their warriors, as they are constantly on the lookout to surprise their enemies; that the great river was exceedingly dangerous, and full of frightful monsters who devoured men and canoes together, and that the heat was so great that it would positively cause our death. I thanked them for their kind advice, but told them I would not follow it, as the salvation of a great many souls was concerned in our undertaking, for whom I should be glad to lose my life. I added that I defied their monsters, and their information would oblige us to keep more upon our guard to avoid a surprise. And having prayed with them and given them some instructions, we set out for the Bay of Puan, where our missionaries had been successful in converting them. The next day, being the 10th of June, the 2 guides, Miamis, embarked with us in sight of all the village, who were astonished at our attempting so dangerous an expedition. We were informed that at 3 leagues from the Mascoutins we should find a river which runs into the Mississippi, and that we were to go to the west-southwest to find it, but there were so many marshes and lakes that if it had not been for our guides we could not have found it. Before embarking we all offered up prayers to the Holy Virgin, which we continued to do every morning, placing ourselves and the events of the journey under her protection, and after having encouraged each other we got into our canoes. The river upon which we embarked is called Wisconsin. The river is very wide, but the sandbars make it very difficult to navigate, which is increased by numerous islands covered with grapevines. The country through which it flows is beautiful. The groves are so dispersed in the prairies that it makes a noble prospect, and the fruit of the trees shows a fertile soil. These groves are full of walnut, oak, and other trees unknown to us in Europe. We saw neither game nor fish, but roebuck and buffaloes in great numbers. After having navigated 30 leagues, we discovered some iron mines, and one of our company, who had seen such mines before, said these were very rich in ore. They are covered with about 3 feet of soil, and situate near a chain of rocks, whose base is covered with fine timber. After having rowed 10 leagues farther, making 40 leagues from the place where we had embarked, we came into the Mississippi on the 17th of June, 1673. The mouth of the Wisconsin, is in about 42½ north latitude. Behold us, then, upon this celebrated river, whose singularities I have attentively studied. The Mississippi takes its rise in several lakes in the north. Its channel is very narrow at the mouth of the Wisconsin, and runs south until it is affected by very high hills. Its current is slow because of its depth. In sounding we found 19 fathoms of water. A little further on it widens nearly 3/4 of a league, and the width continues to be more equal. We slowly followed its course to the south and southeast to the 42° north latitude. Here we perceived the country change its appearance. There were scarcely any more woods or mountains. The islands are covered with fine trees, but we could not see any more roebucks, buffaloes, bustards, and swans. We met from time to time monstrous fish, which struck so violently against our canoes that at first we took them to be large trees, which threatened to upset us. We saw also a hideous monster. His head was like that of a tiger, his nose was sharp and somewhat resembled a wildcat. His beard was long, his ears stood upright, the color of his head was gray and his neck black. He looked upon us for some time, but as we came near him our oars frightened him away. When we threw our nets into the water we caught an abundance of sturgeons and another kind of fish like our trout, except that the eyes and nose are much smaller, and they have near the nose a bone like a woman's busk, 3 inches broad and 1.5 feet long, the end of which is flat and broad, and when it leaps out of the water, the weight of it throws it on its back. Having descended the river as far as 41° 28', we found that turkeys took the place of game, and the pisciceus that of other animals. We called the pisciceus wild buffaloes because they very much resemble our domestic oxen. They are not so long, but twice as large. We shot one of them, and it was as much as 13 men could do to drag him from the place where he fell. We continued to descend the river, not knowing where we were going, and having made 100 leagues without seeing anything but wild beasts and birds. And being on our guard, we landed at night to make our fire and prepare our repast, and then left the shore to anchor in the river, while one of us watched by turns to prevent a surprise. We went south and southwest until we found ourselves in about the latitude of 40° and some minutes, having rowed more than 60 leagues since we entered the river. We took leave of our guides about the end of June, and embarked in presence of all the village, who admired our birch canoes as they had never before seen anything like them. We descended the river looking for another called Peckatonony, Missouri, which runs from the northwest into the Mississippi. As we were descending the river we saw high rocks with hideous monsters painted on them, and upon which the bravest Indians dare not look. They are as large as a calf, with head and horns like a goat, their eyes red, beard like a tiger's, and a face like a man's. Their tails are so long that they pass over their beads and between their forelegs, under their belly, and ending like a fish's tail. They are painted red, green, and black. They are so well drawn that I cannot believe they were drawn by the Indians, and for what purpose they were made seems to me a great mystery. As we fell down the river, and while we were discoursing upon these monsters, we heard a great rushing and bubbling of waters, and small islands of floating trees coming from the mouth of the Peckatonony River, Missouri, with such rapidity that we could not trust ourselves to go near it. The water of this river is so muddy that we could not drink it. It so discolors the Mississippi as to make the navigation of it dangerous. This river comes from the northwest and empties into the Mississippi, and on its banks are situated a number of Indian villages. We judged by the compass that the Mississippi discharged itself into the Gulf of Mexico. It would, however, have been more agreeable if it had discharged itself into the South Sea or Gulf of California. Having satisfied ourselves that the Gulf of Mexico was in latitude 31° 40', and that we could reach it in 3 or 4 days' journey from the Arkansas River, and that the Mississippi discharged itself into it, and not to the eastward of the Cape of Florida, nor into the California Sea, we resolved to return home. We considered that the advantage of our travels would be altogether lost to our nation if we fell into the hands of the Spaniards, from whom we could expect no other treatment than death or slavery. Besides, we saw that we were not prepared to resist the Indians, the allies of the Europeans, who continually infested the lower part of this river. We therefore came to the conclusion to return and make a report to those who had sent us. So that having rested another day, we left the village of the Arkansas on the 17th of July, 1673, having followed the Mississippi from the latitude 42 degrees to 34 degrees, and preached the gospel to the utmost of my power to the nations we visited. We then ascended the Mississippi with great difficulty against the current, and left it in the latitude of 38 degrees north to enter another river, Illinois, which took us to the Lake of the Illinois, Michigan, which is a much shorter way than through the river Wisconsin, by which we entered the Mississippi. End of section 28. Section 29 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 29. The Death of Marquette, 1675, by Father Claude Dablon. Father James Marquette, having promised the Illinois, called Kaskaskia, to return among them to teach them our mysteries, had great difficulty in keeping his word. The great hardships of his first voyage had brought on a dysentery, and it so enfeebled him that he lost all hope of undertaking a second voyage. Yet his malady having given way and almost ceased toward the close of the summer in the following year, he obtained permission of his superiors to return to the Illinois to found that noble mission. After the Illinois had taken leave of the Father, filled with a great idea of the gospel, he continued his voyage and soon after reached the Illinois Lake, on which he had nearly 100 leagues to make by an unknown route, because he was obliged to take the eastern side of the lake, having gone thither by the western. His strength, however, failed so much that his men despaired of being able to carry him alive to their journey's end, for in fact he became so weak and exhausted that he could no longer help himself, nor even stir, and had to be handled and carried like a child. The eve of his death, which was a Friday, he told them, all radiant with joy, that it would take place on the morrow. During the whole day he conversed with them about the manner of his burial, the way in which he should be laid out, the place to be selected for his interment. He told them how to arrange his hands, feet, and face, and directed them to raise a cross over his grave. He even went so far as to enjoin them, only 3 hours before he expired, to take his chapel bell as soon as he was dead and ring it while they carried him to the grave. Of all this he spoke so calmly and collectedly that you would have thought that he spoke of the death and burial of another, and not of his own. Thus did he speak with them as they sailed along the lake, till, perceiving the mouth of a river with an eminence on the bank which he thought suited for his burial, he told them that it was the place of his last repose. They wished, however, to pass on, as the weather permitted it, and the day was not far advanced. But God raised a contrary wind, which obliged them to return and enter the river pointed out by Father Marquette. They then carried him ashore, kindled a little fire, and raised for him a wretched bark cabin, where they laid him as little uncomfortably as they could. But they were so overcome by sadness that, as they afterwards said, they did not know what they were doing. The Father being thus stretched on the shore, like St. Francis Xavier, as he had always so ardently desired, and left alone amid those forests, for his companions were engaged in unloading, he had leisure to repeat all the acts in which he had been employed during the preceding days. He had prayed his companions to remind him, when they saw him about to expire, to pronounce frequently the names of Jesus and Mary. When he could not do it himself, they did it for him, and, when they thought him about to pass, one cried aloud, Jesus, Maria, which he several times repeated distinctly, and then, as if at those sacred names something had appeared to him, he suddenly raised his eyes above his crucifix, fixing them apparently on some object which he seemed to regard with pleasure, and thus with a countenance all radiant with smiles, he expired without a struggle, as gently as if he had sunk into a quiet sleep. His two poor companions, after shedding many tears over his body, and having laid it out as he had directed, carried it devoutly to the grave, ringing the bell according to his injunction, and raised a large cross near it to serve as a mark for passers-by. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Great Epochs in American History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Facio. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1, Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 30. Discovery of Niagara Falls, 1678, by Father Louis Hennepin. Betwixt the Lake Ontario and Erie there is a vast and prodigious cadence of water which falls down after a surprising and astonishing manner, insomuch that the universe does not afford its parallel. 'Tis true, Italy and Ceuta land boast of some such things, but we may well say they are but sorry patterns when compared to this of which we now speak. At the foot of this horrible precipice we meet with the river Niagara, which is not above half a quarter of a league broad, but is wonderfully deep in some places. It is so rapid above this descent that it violently hurries down the wild beasts while endeavoring to pass it to feed on the other side, they not being able to withstand the force of its current, which inevitably casts them down headlong above 600 foot. This wonderful downfall is compounded of two great cross streams of water, and two falls, with an isle sloping along the middle of it. The waters which fall from this vast height do foam and boil after the most hideous manner imaginable, making an outrageous noise, more terrible than that of thunder, for when the wind blows from off the south, their dismal roaring may be heard above 15 leagues off. The river Niagara, having thrown itself down this incredible precipice, continues its impetuous course for 2 leagues together, to the great rock above mentioned, with an inexpressible rapidity. But having passed that, its impetuosity relents, gliding along more gently for 2 leagues, till it arrives at the Lake Ontario, or Frontenac. Any bark or greater vessel may pass from the fort to the foot of this huge rock above mentioned. This rock lies to the westward, and is cut off from the land by the river Niagara, about 2 leagues farther down than the Great Fall, for which 2 leagues the people are obliged to carry their goods over land. But the way is very good, and the trees are but few, and they chiefly firs and oaks. From the Great Fall unto this rock, which is to the west of the river, the 2 brinks of it are so prodigious high, that it would make one tremble to look steadily upon the water, rolling along with a rapidity not to be imagined. Were it not for this vast cataract, which interrupts navigation, they might sail with barks or greater vessels, above 450 leagues further, cross the Lake of Hurons, and up to the farther end of the Lake Illinois, Michigan, which 2 lakes we may well say are little seas of fresh water. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Great Epochs in American History, Volume 1. Voyages of Discovery and Early Explorations, 1000 A.D. to 1682, by Francis Whiting Halsey. Section 31. La Salle's Voyage to the Mouth of the Mississippi, 1682, by Francis Parkman. La Salle chose 18 of his Indian allies, whom he added to the 23 Frenchmen who remained with him, some of the rest having deserted and others lagged behind. The Indians insisted on taking their squaws with them. These were 10 in number, besides 3 children, and thus the expedition included 54 persons, of whom some were useless and others a burden. On the 21st of December, Tonty and Membray set out from Fort Miami with some of the party in 6 canoes, and crossed to the little river Chicago. La Salle, with the rest of the men, joined them a few days later. It was the dead of winter, and the streams were frozen. They made sledges, placed on them the canoes, the baggage, and a disabled Frenchman, crossed from the Chicago to the northern branch of the Illinois, and filed in a long procession down its frozen course. They reached the site of the great Illinois village, found it tenantless, and continued their journey, still dragging their canoes, till at length they reached open water below Lake Peoria. La Salle had abandoned for a time his original plan of building a vessel for the navigation of the Mississippi. Bitter experience had taught him the difficulty of the attempt, and he resolved to trust to his canoes alone. They embarked again, floating prosperously down between the leafless forests that flanked the tranquil river, till, on the 6th of February, they issued upon the majestic bosom of the Mississippi. Here, for the time, their progress was stopped, for the river was full of floating ice. La Salle's Indians, too, had lagged behind. But within a week all had arrived. The navigation was once more free, and they resumed their course. Toward evening they saw on their right the mouth of a great river, and the clear current was invaded by the headlong torrent of the Missouri, opaque with mud. They built their campfires in the neighboring forests, and at daylight, embarking anew on the dark and mighty stream, drifted swiftly down toward unknown destinies. They passed a deserted town of the Tamaroas, saw, 3 days after, the mouth of the Ohio, and gliding by the wastes of bordering swamp, landed on the 24th of February near the 3rd Chickasaw Bluffs. They encamped, and the hunters went out for game. All returned except Pierre Prudhomme, and as the others had seen fresh tracks of Indians, La Salle feared that he was killed. While some of his followers built a small stockade fort on a high bluff by the river, others ranged the woods in pursuit of the missing hunter. After 6 days of ceaseless and fruitless search, they met 2 Chickasaw Indians in the forest, and through them La Salle sent presents and peace messages to that warlike people, whose villages were a few days' journey distant. Several days later, Prudhomme was found and brought into the camp, half dead. He had lost his way while hunting, and to console him for his woes, La Salle christened the newly built fort with his name, and left him with a few others in charge of it. Again they embarked, and with every stage of their adventurous progress, the mystery of this vast new world was more and more unveiled. More and more they entered the realms of spring. The hazy sunlight, the warm and drowsy air, the tender foliage, the opening flowers, betokened the reviving life of nature. For several days more they followed the writhings of the great river on its tortuous course through wastes of swamp and canebrake, till on the 13th of March they found themselves wrapped in a thick fog. Neither shore was visible, but they heard on the right the booming of an Indian drum and the shrill outcries of the war dance. La Salle at once crossed to the opposite side, where in less than an hour his men threw up a rude fort of felled trees. Meanwhile the fog cleared, and from the farther bank the astonished Indians saw the strange visitors at their work. Some of the French advanced to the edge of the water and beckoned them to come over. Several of them approached in a wooden canoe to within the distance of a gunshot. La Salle displayed the calumet and sent a Frenchman to meet them. He was well received, and the friendly mood of the Indians now being apparent, the whole party crossed the river. On landing they found themselves at a town of the Kappa band of the Arkansas, a people dwelling near the mouth of the river which bears their name. The whole village, writes Membray to his superior, came down to the shore to meet us, except the women who had run off. I cannot tell you the civility and kindness we received from these barbarians, who brought us poles to make huts, supplied us with firewood during the 3 days we were among them, and took turns in feasting us. We did not lose the value of a pin while we were among them. After touching at several other towns of this people, the voyagers resumed their course, guided by two of the Arkansas, passed the sites since become historic of Vicksburg and Grand Gulf, and, about 300 miles below the Arkansas, stopped by the edge of a swamp on the western side of the river. Here, as their two guides told them, was the path to the great town of Tensas. Tonty and Membre were sent to visit it. They and their men shouldered their birch canoe through the swamp and launched it on a lake which had once formed a portion of the channel of the river. In 2 hours they reached the town, and Tonty gazed at it with astonishment. He had seen nothing like it in America. Large, square dwellings built of sun-baked mud mixed with straw, arched over with a dome-shaped roof of canes, and placed in regular order around an open area. Two of them were larger and better than the rest. One was the lodge of the chief, the other was the temple or house of the sun. They entered the former and found a single room 40 feet square, where, in the dim light, for there was no opening but the door, the chief sat awaiting them on a sort of bedstead, 3 of his wives at his side, while 60 old men, wrapped in white cloaks woven of mulberry bark, formed his divan. When he spoke, his wives howled to do him honor, and the assembled counselors listened with the reverence due to a potentate for whom at his death 100 victims were to be sacrificed. He received the visitors graciously and joyfully accepted the gifts which Tonty laid before him. This interview over, the Frenchmen repaired to the temple wherein were kept the bones of the departed chiefs. In construction it was much like the royal dwelling. Over it were rude wooden figures representing 3 eagles turned toward the east. A strong mud wall surrounded it, planted with stakes, on which were stuck the skulls of enemies sacrificed to the sun, while before the door was a block of wood, on which lay a large shell surrounded with the braided hair of the victims. The interior was rude as a barn, dimly lighted from the doorway and full of smoke. There was a structure in the middle which Membre thinks was a kind of altar, and before it burned a perpetual fire, fed with 3 logs laid end to end, and watched by 2 old men devoted to this sacred office. There was a mysterious recess, too, which the strangers were forbidden to explore, but which, as Tonty was told, contained the riches of the nation, consisting of pearls from the Gulf and trinkets obtained, probably through other tribes, from the Spaniards and other Europeans. On the next morning, as they descended the river, they saw a wooden canoe full of Indians, and Tonty gave chase. He had nearly overtaken it when more than 100 men appeared suddenly on the shore, with bows bent to defend their countrymen. La Salle called out to Tonty to withdraw. He obeyed, and the whole party encamped on the opposite bank. Tonty offered to cross the river with a peace pipe, and set out accordingly with a small party of men. When he landed, the Indians made signs of friendship by joining their hands, a proceeding by which Tonty, having but one hand, was somewhat embarrassed, but he directed his men to respond in his stead. The Indians of this village were the Natchez, and their chief was brother of the great chief, or son of the whole nation. His town was several leagues distant, near the site of the city of Natchez, and thither the French repaired to visit him. They saw what they had already seen among the Tensas, a religious and political despotism, a privileged caste descended from the sun, a temple, and a sacred fire. La Salle planted a large cross with the arms of France attached in the midst of the town, while the inhabitants looked on with a satisfaction which they would hardly have displayed had they understood the meaning of the act. And now they neared journey's end. On the 6th of April, the river divided itself into 3 broad channels. La Salle followed that of the west, and Dautrey that of the east, while Tonty took the middle passage. As he drifted toward the turbid current between the low and marshy shores, the brackish water changed to brine, and the breeze grew fresh with the salt breath of the sea. Then the broad bosom of the great gulf opened on his sight, tossing its restless billows, limitless, voiceless, lonely as when born of chaos, without a sail, without a sign of life. La Salle, in a canoe, coasted the marshy borders of the sea, and then the reunited parties assembled on a spot of dry ground, a short distance above the mouth of the river. Here a column was made ready bearing the arms of France, and inscribed with the words Louis le Grand, Roi de France and de Navarre, Règne, le 9e, 1682. On that day the realm of France received on parchment a stupendous accession. The fertile plains of Texas, the vast basin of the Mississippi, from its frozen northern springs to the sultry borders of the Gulf, from the woody ridges of the Alleghanies to the bare peaks of the Rocky Mountains, a region of savannas and forests, sun-cracked deserts and grassy prairies, watered by 1,000 rivers, ranged by 1,000 warlike tribes, passed beneath the scepter of the Sultan of Versailles, and all by virtue of a feeble human voice, inaudible at half a mile. End of section 31. End of volume 1. Great Epochs in American History by Francis Whiting Halsey.